Carl, you're back open. He wants to give you a comment or whatever. So go ahead, John. Go for it.
Well, when he's saying that you've got to have some legal relationship, and that's true, but I can guarantee you, before they send any legal process to enforce a tax liability, income tax liability, they have got something that they consider as legal evidence that you have filed a Form 1040 return. And that Form 1040 return is a contract. And a contract is certainly a legal obligation.
Okay.
Now, if you go to Murray's Lessee, the Supreme Court says that this process in revenue matters varies widely from the usual course of the common law on other subjects. Now, this is a common law process, but it varies widely from the usual course of the common law on other subjects. And the only thing that anybody in this country has ever been taught about the common law is the common law on the other subjects. And if you think you're going to apply that to the common law and the revenue actions, you got another thought coming.
If you reduced your status to that of being a slave, whose fault is that other than your own?
Well, it's nobody's. But if they make the accusation that you are, and they've got legal evidence that you are, then whose fault is it to know how to contest it?
What you do is you go back with your confession and avoidance, and you explain to them, I'm sorry, I made an error, I entered into a contract with you, and I now rescind to revoke any claim upon that contract.
Certainly. If you know enough to do it, and when to do it, and how to do it, that should work. That should stop. Got no contention there. But the fact is, now, the other thing, see, when you're talking about all caps and that stuff.
That's nonsense. I don't waste my time.
Go look in Black's Law Dictionary. Go look in Black's Law Dictionary. You're going to find out that name is very important in any contract.
My own dictionary, so my own source and my own words, so I don't care what some man named Black wrote.
Yeah, well, you obviously don't hear
what happens, Carl? What happens when they bring an action on John Doe or Jane Roe?
To jail if he takes that guy's attitude.
I'd love it.
The government, all the time, if they don't know who the particular individual is that has done a crime or done some action, they file an action against John Doe. Now, that might be you, or it might be, George Bush. They don't know who the individual is yet, but they just put on there John Doe.
Okay.
Now, in the law, we're all a bunch of schizophrenics.
Mm-hmm.
You got many personas in the law.
Hey, but
now, and the persona that they're coming after you against is a income taxpayer. And if you're not the income taxpayer, you're not the person. But you see, very, very few people in the patriot community have any idea of what the term person means. And no law is ever written for an individual or for a man or a woman. They don't write laws for them. They don't write laws for corporations. You show me any law that is written for a man or a woman or a human being or a corporation. They don't
All right,
exist.
I'll show you one. It's called 1040 form, Individual Income Tax Form. Now, when you look on that, it has an OMB number, and that OMB number has a very specific, definite purpose, and that is declared and actually published in the archives and the records. It can only be used for collecting information on that purpose. Now, you write them a letter and you tell them, look, I'm just a regular John Doe citizen. I live down on the block as a regular person under the common law, and I need to just get a regular 1040 form. The first one they're going to send you is going to have an OMB number on it that says that you are having foreign earned income. You write them back and you say, look, I don't have any foreign earned income. I don't do business in foreign banks. I don't even leave the country. I can't fill this out under penalty of perjury because it has an OMB number of this on it. And that OMB number means that I am a foreign party involved in this particular contract, and I am not. Now, could you please help me? Could you send me the correct form? I just want the regular 1040 form. The next one you get says that you are an officer of government and you reside in the District of Columbia, and that you are a corporate entity, and that you are a party by that privileged entity. You write them back. Again, please, I have to sign this under penalty of perjury. Could you please help me? I just need to have the regular 1040 form. Just send me the regular one. I don't need these fancy ones. I'm not a party to any of these. I got to sign this under penalty of perjury. The next letter you get from the IRS is going to say, go away. Don't call me no more. Don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. Go away. That's because there's only 2 forms, and none of them apply to you, an individual citizen. They only apply to privileged entities. Now, once you pick up on that, and you try that, you will find out they don't want to talk to you no more. Why? Because you understand the fact that you're not any of those parties that's a party to the contract, and they have no jurisdiction to come talk to you. And the burden is on them to prove the jurisdiction under Title V, Section 556B as in David, where it says the proponent of a rule or order has the entire burden of proof of all claims made. They have the burden to prove it. And the law is supposed to be interpreted in favor of you, the clearly intended and explicitly designated beneficiary. That's Byers v. United States, 273 U.S. 28, which says you have a right to be wrong, but if you believe you're right, guess what? They got to listen. That's Cohen v. Virginia, 6-2-1821, which says the law shall be interpreted to include every word, every phrase, every syllable, to include the punctuation, to include the intent of the lawmaker.
Yeah, I got no question, no argument with all that. But when you get back to the fact to start with, when you say that it's written to individuals, it's an individual income tax return, that's right. But in the Internal Revenue Code, the tax in Section 1 is imposed upon persons. That is upon any person. And when you go through the definitions in Section 7701 and A, and they're defining person, they define person to be an individual.
Bingo.
Now, what is a person? What is a person? A person is an entity to whom the law ascribes rights and duties. And if a law has not ascribed to you a human being or an artificial person as a corporation, if a particular law or system of law has not ascribed to you rights or duties, or not imputed to you rights and duties, you are not a person within the purview of that law.
Bingo.
And so all you're saying, when you go back and say, send me a regular Form 1040, there isn't any regular 1040 like you're talking about,
right.
And they know it. The only thing the Form 1040 pertains to, as we mentioned earlier in the first 2 hours of the show, is the only way you acquire a liability to the income tax is, number one, you participate in a government-granted privilege to which the tax liability to the income tax is a condition for the privilege, such as corporations or working for the government. Your second one is you would go through there. Okay, and if you're not that, then if you voluntarily sign a Form 1040 and acknowledge the tax, then you have voluntarily obligated yourself to the tax.
That's
and
correct.
That's what they rely upon.
That's correct.
And so when you're talking about a person, if you have not participated in any government-granted privilege, or you have not legally obligated yourself to the tax by filing a Form 1040, you are not a person within the purview of the law.
So does it apply to you? Does it apply to you?
Of course not, because it doesn't. You haven't taken an obligation upon yourself. Now, as far as foreign earned income does not mean what you think it means. You go back to the English law, and the taxes under the ancient common law, and let me preface this by Dwight Avis, who was the former head of the alcohol tobacco division of the previous Internal Revenue Bureau, and when they were holding hearings in 1953 in the House Ways and Means Committee to reorganize, and they established then the Internal Revenue Service, he testified to Congress that your income tax is 100% voluntary, and your alcohol tax is 100% mandatory.
Right.
And they're very different, and the rules and the regulations pertaining to them are very different. Okay, now the 100% mandatory taxes, if you go back in the history of the revenue laws, was the ancient taxes under the ancient common law. But under the common law, real property, when William the Conqueror conquered England, it was an agrarian society. Wealth came from the land. Personal property was of such insignificance, they didn't even consider taxing it. But along comes the Industrial Revolution, and the invention of the navigation equipment that enabled England to become a great commercial power and trading power upon the seas. And suddenly, these little old commoners there that started using these industrial things to make money, they become worth a lot more money, and the personal property become of a lot more value than the real property. So they had to come up with a means of taxing it. And the way they came up with the means of taxing it was they said, oh, well, these commercial activities, they are going to be grants of the king, and we're going to tax the revenues that are made off from them. And then they came along and established whatever income that you earn off that, you're going to have to file a surety bond to ensure that you pay the tax on it. And they did that by taking the old commercial statute staple contract, which was a surety bond, and making that what they had to file to guarantee that they were going to get their revenue. But that revenue, under the common law, the ancient common law, was known as the certain revenue because they knew how much it would be. Every parcel of land had a fixed fee on it. They knew what that was going to bring in. But the other revenue they didn't know. And they classified that, guess what, as foreign earned income. It didn't mean it was earned in a foreign country. It meant that it was foreign to the ancient common law.
Would you agree with me?
That's what foreign earned means in the sense of the old 25-55 return of foreign earned income. It's anything that isn't under the ancient common law. And what you earn from your personal labor, if you're not employed by the government, is foreign earned income.
All I'm saying is this conversation started extremely simple. All you basically said to me is if somebody gets a letter in the mail saying the IRS claims blah, 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 and I say to these folks, just say, I believe there's no standing obligation attached to my person to comply with such orders. Please show me.
You agree. That's right.
No,
when
I
you
don't
go
need,
back,
I don't need
I have seen people, when they got that letter, about our taxes or records show we haven't received your Form 1040, just write on there with a felt tip and I don't know this. They get back a letter from the IRS.
No.
Based upon the information you have provided, you're one not required to file a return.
I would never say the no. I would take that I would accept their offer, but I'd say I believe there's no outstanding obligation.
Can you make out what he's saying?
I said I believe there's no.
Carl, you're breaking up real bad.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't understand what he was saying there.
All I was trying to say is when IRS asks you something, it's like you need to say, I believe there's no outstanding obligation attached to my person to comply with such demands. When it comes to property, I have a really hard time when anybody tries to say that any form of entity, a government or another man, has some sort of control over another man's property without a proper claim.
Well, the man is property. It's not just a control over his property. You are their property.
Okay, well, even
you are.
I don't go biblical on you folks because I know even when your child is born, God cannot do what He has already done. He gave you a child. He cannot reclaim that as his property ever for all eternity. So where could a government have the capacity to believe that it could claim a proper person to them?
Well, because they've got a system of law that they've massaged and manipulated and that they've implemented. Now, you want to talk and bring this biblical, let's go back to Revelation. And if you'll go back to Revelation 18, it's Karl, right? And you go down, you know, it says, Babylon, O Babylon, the great has fallen in an hour, and the merchants of the earth wail, because they can no longer sell their gold, their silver, their ivory, their cinnamon. And there's a list of about 20 things there in that list in Revelation 18. And the very last thing it says, and bodies and souls of men. Are you telling me they don't own you?
There's a difference between men and man. If you really know the Bible, I don't want to go around with people, but if somebody knows about the Bible, Talmud, you'll know the complete difference between man. The Hebrews were considered man, and all the Gentiles were considered men. So if you want to go literally,
because they got you. And that's because they got you through this Babylonian code that they've been massaging for 5,000 years in a contractual obligation under the Babylonian code where you're considered their property. That's where all this came from.
Yeah, men are considered the property if you want to go on the Hebrew Bible, but not a man. Okay? And that's what I'm trying to say to you folks. If you want to actually go around me, the difference between a man and mankind and men, I'll do an hour, but I don't want to do that. All I want to try to say is no government has a right to claim me as their property. A government doesn't have rights. A government has a charter or a contract or a constitution which clearly defines its parameters, which it interacts and intercourses with those of the public or those
That's
of
correct.
So
and you're correct.
When they cross that,
and they
when they cross that threshold, what gives them the right? Because they have no rights. Only man has rights.
Well, they did it in bankruptcy court because every country in the world has bankruptcy laws, and they threw the corporation, the government, into bankruptcy and receivership. That's why the Secretary of the Treasury and the Attorney General are both paid by the International Monetary Fund. They're not paid by the United States government.
But if I'm not a subject or employee of Coca-Cola, why could I possibly care less if they're bankrupt?
Well, it doesn't matter to you. It just matters to the people that have done this from above.
Okay.
It matters to you and into the law that they've imposed on you because of it, I would think.
Contract. This isn't France. This isn't Italy. This isn't a Napoleonic state. This is not a code land. This is a common law nation. They can't.
It's not now. It's not there. That system is still right there, and you can access it if your parents were natural-born Americans. All you got to do is this process. You can access it. It's right there. It's not closed off to you. It's just because you don't know it and understand it.
All you have to do is make a claim before a court and just demand a trial by jury, and now you're in a common law court. You're not operating under statutes. You don't have to bring any codes in to move your claim. You don't have to say this relies upon California Code 123. They filed a lawsuit down in Alabama where, what's his name, the president of Russia, Tim Turner. Yeah, the magistrate, I filed a lawsuit down there. And it's funny, the magistrate who's doing my case is also doing Tim Turner's case. Just odd coincidence that his name is Wallace Capel, Jr. And he's the one who's denying everybody's writ of habeas corpus trying to get Tim out of there. So I filed some interesting paperwork down there on my own behalf, not on Mr. President Tim Turner's behalf, but on my own behalf, because I'm suing a federal agent and a state agency down there. So obviously, you know, I'm doing a common law method, so they tried to drag me over to the complaint side of the court. They tried to drag me over to the Title 42 section of the court. And I said, no, I'll accept a Title 28 section of the court. I'll accept the 1332, which is just diversity of parties. That I'll accept, but I'm not going to file a Title 42 complaint because I'm not a public welfare. I'm not a, I'm not a, black, and it pertains to racial issues, civil rights issues. That's not my claim. So they kept forcing me into the complaint side of the court. So I told them on December 31st, you better kill my case. You better end that thing now before you interfere with my rights. And the person that I'm suing, you're going to interfere with their rights because they're going to be trying to answer a complaint when they should really be answering a claim. So they did. So they killed the case. So then I'm saying to them, okay, now that the other party didn't answer to the claim within 21 days, I want the clerk of the court to sign the paperwork, stamp it, and press it upon the record that the other side failed to appear and they failed to answer. So I got a default judgment. So they're having a little bit of an issue. So with me demanding that, so what they did is they said to the U.S. Marshal Service is that I'm having inappropriate contact with the court. Yeah, because they sure don't like somebody telling them, now do your job. So the U.S. Marshals were looking for me, and they couldn't find me. I live up here in the mountains. You ain't going to find me unless I want you to find me. And oh, yeah. So they went to my sister's school because she, she's a school teacher. So they pulled her out of class like on a Thursday or Friday, and then they pulled her out of class again like on a Monday or Tuesday. And they're like, look, we're just going to keep pulling you out of class until somebody in your family tells us where he is. We just want to talk to him. We just want him to explain to us what's this paperwork. They're having a little bit of a, anytime they see Freeman and Montana common law paper coming down, they get a little nervous. So, because it's going to blow the whole game. But the Marshal Service doesn't know that. They just say, look, we're just doing what the court tells us to do. So I said to them, I said, look, I'll come down to you. I don't want you coming up here to me. I don't want you hurting any of these animals. I don't want anything going wrong. I said, they don't need the stress. My neighbors don't need the stress. I said, I'll come on in. I'll be there on Wednesday. So I got there a little late, but I showed up. And me and my sister, it's funny, we're sitting in the lobby. I said, holy cow, if they try to arraign me, it's going to be the longest arraignment in U.S. history because they're never going to get a contract with me. So I'm just going to keep saying to them, what's the nature of the person whom you seek, and, do you have a claim? And may I settle a claim at this point? Is there outstanding debt that's due? Oh, it's going to be ridiculous. Me and my sister were just laughing. Like the pity of the poor arraignment guy. Because I know what a code is, and I know the difference between public law and act and a code. So they say, when you're in violation of this code, I was like, who wrote the code? He'll be like, what do you mean, who wrote the code? It's like, it was written by a publishing company called Thompson's out of Canada. They go up and they took a look at the public law that's in the Library of Congress. They unroll the parchment paper and they decipher it and they read it and they interpret it and they make U.S. code. I said, that's all a code is. It's the codification of the public law written by a Canadian publishing company. They can't be held liable if they make a mistake of the code. So you want me to answer to a code that some Canadian company interpreted as what is our true public law? May I see the public law? And they say, no, that's only available if you go to the Library of Congress. They ask them, they'll pull it out of the vault, and they'll unroll it for you. You can read it. I said, right. So nobody has a true copy of the public law on any record in this country, do they? No. Okay, well, what law did I break? Well, Code 18. Code what code? The Canadian company is interpreting the code. It's not law. It's some silly code that Thompson's, the publishing company, is interpreting for us. Whoopie-doo. And if they're wrong, can I hold them liable? Well, no, they're in Canada. What are you going to go sue them in Canada because you believed in the code? So anyway, when the marshals brought us in and brought me into the back to talk to them, they were straight up. I was waiting for about 10 guys to jump me, tase me. I was waiting, and they didn't do that. They just sat down in the room. They started talking to me, and they started to read to me what they're going to do. And it's like, well, we're the Marshal Service, and we protect the courts, and we protect the judges, and we believe that you have an inappropriate. And then I started reading what he was saying. And he was like, where are you reading that from? I said, I downloaded it off your website, before I got here today, and you're going to OP me now, right? He's like, well, yeah. I mean, it's like an operational procedure investigation. I said, right, you're going to OP me. So he's like, well, you already know what we can and can't do to you? I said, absolutely. I said, I don't know what you can ask, what you can't ask. I said, so far away. So he said, well, we were going to record this. He said, well, you said you record everything with the clerk of the court's office. I said, yeah, I got about 30 calls that I made down to there over the past 2 months. So I said, yeah, I got plenty of phone calls I recorded, and I was sweeter than part of them because I knew I was recording them, and I knew one day they'd try to say I was threatening them. That's why I recorded everything. I said, here's the CD. So it's so funny. They said to me, you record me if you can record us if you wish, but we're going to record you. I said, yeah, that's fine. I don't care. I said, but I don't feel the need to record you. And he's like, well, why not? I said, because you're a man and you're a man. And he's like, what? I said, you're not. I said, look, if you're going to say something and I don't like, I'm going to tell you. You went too far. You can't ask me that. And if I say something you don't like, you know what? If you don't like it, I'm going to say it anyway. And I said, if we got to rearrange the furniture and we're going to slug it out here in this room, we're going to slug it out, man to man. I said, I'm not worried about you guys. You guys are men. I said, if you want to do a Nancy boy complaint against me, and and say that we got into a fight in this room, I said, I'll go call you a bunch of Nancy boys. I said, I walk out of this room with a bunch of teeth in my hand. Oh well. I said, but you're a man and I'm a man. We're going to speak man to man. I said, if there was a woman in this room, oh, you betcha I'd be video recording this thing with about 10 video cameras because women have a way to misconstrue and twist everything I say. So I'm not worried about you men. So they just talked to me for a little bit more, and they said, you know what? They shut the recorder off. They said, fuck tape recording you. You're all right. We like you. You know, you're straight up. I said, you're damn right I'm straight up. They said, how are you going to do this next to the call? What's the next step? I said, my next step is I want to demand the oaths of office of everybody who works in that who's touching my claim. And they're going to have to produce their oaths of office. And then I'm going to, you know, if they don't produce their oaths of office, I said, that's going to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's a private corporation I'm dealing with called the United States, that I'm not in a federal court. They said, well, what makes you think you're in a federal court? I said, look at the uscourt.gov website. What does the very first sentence say? And I printed it out, nice blue ink with the eagle of the America on there, United States seal on it. I said, look, I just pulled it off the website today. It says right there, the first sentence, federal courts. All federal courts are Article III courts under the Constitution. I said, that's where I believe I'm at. Where did I find that from? Your website, the very first page, the very first sentence. What does it say? Federal courts. All federal courts are Article III courts under the Constitution. And I said, I'm going to hold you to it. And then I said to them, then now scroll down to state courts. What's the very first sentence on state courts? All state courts are common law courts. I said, I'm going to hold you to it. I said, roll down a little bit further. Again, the characteristics of a federal court. What's the characteristic of a federal court? A court of record. I'm going to hold you to it. And then I said, what's a court of record? And I said, look at Black's Law Dictionary. A court of record only moves under the common law. I said, I'm going to hold you to it. I said to him, here's a map of the world. I said, you see all the blue countries? Those are all code countries, all civil code countries. You see the orange? There's only 5 of them left in the country, on the planet. And we're one of them. I'm going to hold you to it.
Well, hey, you know what? We've gone through 2 hours. Take my number and give me a call. Also, I think I'm going to try one more thing here. Let me see if that's Steve. Steve, is that you in Central Florida?
It's me.
Hey, I want to introduce you, and please do call me. Let me give you my number before I do that, and I want to introduce Steve here. Give me a call, KL.
Yeah.
My number is 559-291-6188.
Yeah, type it in the chat board.
I did already. I'll do it again. But I appreciate it because I want to talk to you more. Maybe we'll have you on. Anyway, I got my friend Steve here from Florida. This is Rico Man, and he's got some phenomenal stories. Zeke, this guy is right up your alley, and he gives a lot of attributes to Dave Merlin. Anyway, Steve, this is Zeke. Zeke, this is Steve.
Hey, Zeke.
All right. Hey, Steve. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, that's why I was chatting with you on Skype, saying it's nice to hear you got somebody here talking, telling people to read the damn law books. It's not that difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're listening to me. The marshals actually listened, and they watched, and they said, this is beautiful. Like, you could do whatever you want now because we just had to make sure that you weren't doing anything nutty like any free man in Montana. I said, look, I was guilty of that free man in Montana nonsense a couple of years ago. I wrote lawsuits that were hundreds of pages long. I said to the U.S. Marshals, read my lawsuit. And they said, oh, we ain't got time. I said, read it. It's 1 page. And they read it and said, holy cow, it's 1 page. I said, who's the defendant? He says, it's a federal agent, a state agency, and it's under the control of the United States District Court in which you have the claim before now. So there you go.
Anyway, Zeke, what Steve has done back there is he's gotten people's, his big one was he got $125,000 or $135,000 out of them when they snatched one of his friend's car out of their own carport after they told him he couldn't do that, and they gladly settled out of court for $125,000 or $35,000. That's one. Plus, he's managed to pull all his properties, as I understand it, out of the tax doles of the property tax. So,
nice.
just going in and doing the research and going to the tax assessor and says, you show me yours, I'll show you mine. And they walked away with their, tail between their legs going, no more taxes for you. You win. So, anyway, that's my buddy Steve. So.
All right. Good job, Steve.
I thought you'd like it.
Anyhow,
the webpage.
Zeke, give out your information one more time. Steve, if you're going to be up for a while, I'll call you. Give out your information before I shut her down for the night, because I got me a roast pork in here to eat, plus have some hash oil. No, I didn't say that. Anyway, before I shut her down, go ahead and give any information that you can.
Okay, powerpolitics.com.
Oh, that was just too easy. And that's plural, powerpolitics.com.
Yeah.
And KL, I put my information out there on the web again for you. So.
Yeah, people just email me. I don't. And then what I do is I just when I send out an email, if you ask me a question, you're going to see there's about 200-300 people I mass email the same answer out at the same time because most people have basically the same question all the time. So
Okay.
Right.
How do you get on the list?
yeah, so my name is just KLDirectTV with the number 2 at gmail.com. I'll type it on a board there for you folks.
KL DirecTV number 2.
Oh, I had somebody ask me a really good question just a little while ago. I mean, some man asked me a great question. He says, I looked at your thing on Pacer, and it says the case is closed. He said, is there something going on under the table that we can't see on Pacer? I said, bingo. I said, how did you figure that? I said, because normal people just read Pacer, and they just read what they see on Pacer, and they believe it. I said, do you understand that when you file a claim, you're not going to see a claim on Pacer. You're going to see complaints. You're not going to see the common law process on Pacer. And some man asked me that. I was like, holy cow. I said, you know, how do you know that? You know, he must be going through the same nonsense because, like I said, they made like 3 or 4 orders from me, and I responded back in the common law. Now, you don't see my responses to their orders on Pacer. You just see their 3 orders.
Your charges were failure to stop. They dropped that. Is that correct, Carlos?
Well, I think what they dropped was the speeding.
Oh, okay. They dropped the speeding, and you got failure to stop. Eventually, you stopped.
Yes,
and then
one was a failure to obey an officer, and the other one was failure to identify myself.
Okay, well, you can just say that you wish to remain silent and, until you had a lawyer present and until you found out the charges that were being brought forward.
You can just say with the failure to identify, you just say, you know, I just wish to remain silent, that I knew anything I used against me to be held against me in a court of law. You know, whatever there's another. You just wish to remain silent until you had an attorney present. You didn't wish to answer any questions. As far as you were concerned, those lights came on, you were under arrest. And that's what they always tell you. They tell you that all the time. They say when those lights come on, you're to assume you're under arrest.
As a matter of fact, that's what happened because I asked for identification from the officer, but the officer basically he opened the door, took my seatbelt off, and basically says because I didn't provide him an ID when he requested one, and I initially requested one from him because it was 11 o'clock at night. I was with my 6-year-old, and he was kind of flashing the light, so it was kind of hard. I couldn't read a name tag on the individual, and he just basically opened the door. He says, you're under arrest for obstruction of justice. So his backup supervisor arrived after he requested one and issued me the citation, and here I am.
Yeah. So, what is justice in California or Washington? Where are you?
I'm in Lacey, Olympia.
Okay. And what is justice in their code? What does the word justice mean to them?
I have no idea. All it is now there's, in my opinion, there is no justice.
If you got charged with obstructing a snowmobile, you kind of know what a snowmobile would be, right?
I'm sorry?
If you got charged with obstructing a snowmobile or a sea otter, you know what a sea otter is, right? You know what a snowmobile is, right?
Yes.
Is there some reason why you don't know what the word justice means? You didn't ask them? What does this fucking word justice mean? Because I don't remember seeing anybody. I don't remember seeing anybody or anything named Justice that I was obstructing. Wow.
Okay.
You just ask them, what the fuck is a justice? Are you saying I obstructed a verb, a noun? What do they obstruct? I didn't see this justice. If justice was there, you know, I'm sorry if I got in justice's way. You know, I've been more than glad to get out of the fucking way.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you just ask them, who the fuck is this justice that I got in the way of?
Yeah, but the way the officer was, the way I saw him and my little guy crying and everything, it was just kind of, I didn't want to get it any worse because of the fact that...
I didn't ask you that. I didn't say that. I don't give a damn. All I said is when you got home and you were charged with obstructing a justice, did you say, you know what? I don't know what the fuck this justice is. I don't remember the man's name being Justice on his name tag. Like if you remember watching like an old movie called Smokey and the Bandit, the guy who was actually chasing the bandit was the sheriff named Sheriff Justice.
Right.
Now, I don't remember getting in Sheriff Justice's way. Now, if I was in Sheriff Justice's way, well, I'm sure sorry about that.
Right.
Why did you find out for these people just what the hell do they mean by justice? How are you going to answer to something that you don't even know what the word even means? What is this fucking word? So when you go to court, so you're guilty, not guilty of obstructing justice, it's like, I don't even know what this word justice means. Can somebody fucking tell me? But you better do it way before you get that. You better get your lazy ass into gear way before you walk into a courtroom and act like an asshole. You want to be an asshole, the time to be an asshole is now, with paper, pen, and ink. You do it in front of a judge and he'll hold in contempt.
See, the thing is, what I was looking at is I don't want to create more controversy because it'll give them more for them to...
okay, then just pay the damn ticket.
But
you're either going to fight, you're either going to act like a man and say, you know what, I didn't do anything fucking wrong, or you're just going to say, you know what, I don't want to start a controversy, just bend me over and fuck me.
Because right now they're looking at the way that reads, I can even get jail time.
There you go. And then soon breathing too much oxygen is going to be jail time. So you guys better stop holding your breath every 30 seconds.
Yeah, because I did not agree to any guilty, not guilty or anything. I just basically said today, you know.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, what exactly what you're trying to say is they're going to get people like you. If you fucking breathe more than 3 breaths a minute, they're going to put you in jail. And you're going to say, well, I better stop breathing so damn much. They're going to get you people so scared of looking at your own shadow. They're going to get you terrified. Well, they said, you know, if I don't do this, I'm going to go to jail. Let me put it this way. This guy in Chicago that I went to go help, he's been to court 2 times now, man. He spent tens of thousands of dollars on a lawyer and bringing me down there. He hasn't even been charged with a crime yet. And his attorney told him, well, you don't want to piss these people off. You might go to jail. So just plead guilty. Just do drug classes. Just go on probation and just do what they tell you to do. He hasn't even been charged with a crime yet. You haven't even been charged with a crime yet.
Right. There hasn't been a certified complaint or claim.
There hasn't been anything, and nobody's going to come forth and say anything.
Right, so at this point...
But no, like I said, if you guys are afraid, man, then stop being afraid and just pay the damn money and stay home and stop driving. Just live your life through virtual reality glasses. Go get some virtual reality goggles and watch me drive down the road. I'll live, and you can live vicariously through me. Or you're just going to be a man, and you're just going to do whatever the fuck you want to do, and say, make the damn claim that I've done something wrong. I said the same shit to the people in England over there. I said, when I came through the parking lot this afternoon, before I came here to do the seminar, I saw a bird. I seen a fly. I seen bumblebees. I seen ants. I seen a worm. I said, you know what? A worm, a bumblebee, a fly knows how to self-govern in England. A bumblebee and a fly is not afraid to fly across this parking lot without a helmet on its head. A worm isn't afraid if it's going to dig into something, it better make a phone call first before it digs. You know what? They exist. They self-govern. I said an Englishman has got less freedom in England than a worm, than a fly. I said, when did this fucking happen? That an Englishman is so fucking afraid to walk across a parking lot or walk across the street thinking that he's breaking the law, doing something wrong. And a fly has absolutely no problem just enjoying life that God gave him. I said, nope, not you fuckers. You're all scared out of your fucking minds that you're going to do something wrong. And they're going to put you in a cage and put you in a box. When you people don't learn, man, that's another man doing it to you. Say, what did I do to you, Mr. Man? Well, you didn't do anything to me. Well, you know what? I'm going to rely upon the law of the fucking planet Earth that says, hey, if I've done something wrong to my fellow man, you let me know. Until then, back off. Because I'm not a member of your little club. But like I said, that's the same thing that I've been trying to get through to Mark. And saying I wasn't using a driver's license to take my property from point A to point B. I'm just a man. I was in my property, taking my property from here to there. And that's it. I wasn't using a license. I don't need a name to take my property from point A to point B. A bumblebee doesn't need a name to build a beehive. It doesn't need a building permit to make a beehive. I'm doing my shit the way I want to fucking do it. As long as I don't hurt nobody, it's nobody's damn business what I'm doing. But you people is like, oh well, they want to make it their business. Good, they want to make it their business. Make them pay for it. Order me to tell you why I'm building this way. Tell me why I'm transporting my property. Order me to tell you. Order me to speak. And then I'm going to require you to compensate me. Oh, well.
So I can stay with I haven't harmed anybody, and I don't wish to continue, and my business is concluded.
Well, you better find out if there's a man who's making a claim you've done something wrong. You better find out who this fucking Mr. Justice is. Was he saying that you obstructed him?
Yes, because so far there hasn't been any, reliable or any man basically making a claim against it.
How do you know? Did you ask?
Yes, I've basically asked the judge, and he basically kept quiet.
You're going to be a lazy ass, and you're going to wait till the day you go in court and be an asshole and be thrown in jail for contempt of court, when you can do this all on paper the day that you got the ticket. The day that you got the ticket, you went home and wrote this stuff. No, you're going to be a lazy ass and wait 30 days, 90 days, 6 months, and then you're going to open your smart mouth in court, and you're going to be so smart, and you're going to wind your ass in jail. Go ahead and be a smart mouth in court. See what happens to you. There's some reason why you're not taking a paper pen and writing them every single day. Just asking them simple questions. Just asking them a simple questions like, I got it's obstructing justice. Who is this Mr. or Mrs. Justice that I got in their way? I'm very sorry I got in their way. Is there some way I can compensate them? I know I don't like when somebody gets in my way. I know where I'm transporting my property from point A to point B. I sure don't like it when somebody gets in my way.
Yeah, because right now I think I've already agreed with them, because even though I signed do not wish to contract on their paperwork, and I've already filed a motion. Well, there was a caller you had in, I think, video 176, a guy from California. I think the pothead comment that you made. I basically made a letter, sent it to the judge, but I also mixed in accidentally. Well, I didn't know any better because this is my first time doing this. Some of Boris's stuff.
Whose stuff?
Boris.
Boris the Spider?
Yeah, Boris. He's got a video. Boris 51714.
Boris, B-O-R-I-S.
Yeah, B-O-R-R-I-S. Or just one R.
And for some reason you think this name Boris means something to Karl Lentz, to me?
Oh, no. I was trying to basically get out of this. Not get out of this. I'm more like confronted in the sense that, okay, he was instructing on what they call maritime law, and also on.
Holy shit! You were on a boat?
No.
Yeah. So
something in reference to the person. Yeah.
So you're
reference to the person.
Maritime law. That's too funny.
Yeah, something has to do with legal fiction and
versus
command.
Yeah,
Karl,
Could this be one of Batman's old guys?
Yeah, you were transporting your goods through the seas of commerce, huh? Yeah,
according to them.
Yeah, that's too funny. God bless them. You know, God bless the kids who believe in Santa Claus and tooth fairies, too. Yay. Hooray. And? What's that got to do with writing a letter and finding out who this justice?
And right now is, even though I did file a motion for...
why would you file a motion? Why would you file a motion? What the fuck is a motion? Do you know what a motion is?
Yes, I was reading on the definition on that, and it doesn't look like it's helping me now.
No. Is there some reason why you can't just write them a letter? Is there some reason why you can't talk to somebody man to man?
Well, I've already sent the letter yesterday. You're basically almost word for word on what you gave on your on that talk show.
What did I say?
I can pull it up.
Because my letters change from every single case. I don't do templates. My letter doesn't mean the same thing everybody's thing.
Right, but the thing is that I'll go ahead and. Okay, this is what it says. Notice to the people of the state of Washington and any interested parties. It says at one point in time, I am the man believe that I somehow may have done some wrong. I have become more aware and realized that no real bona fide person has ever appeared in this case. No real man has testified in open court under oath or affirmation of affidavit that I injured or harmed another man. And there is no certified record of any existence of any court file or never spoken in open forum. If any man wants to come forward to order me to look up any contract agreement, I'll be happy to entertain any and all claims. It is my wish that any order or warrant against my person be discharged, accounts cleared, revoked, and terminated at this time. As I believe you wish to move your claim against my person in open court, any man who executes an unlawful order and burdens me with any order will be liable. And then notice to registered agents.
You got to be kidding me. I never wrote anything that sounds even half as ridiculous as that.
No, you didn't write it. It was a gentleman from California who wrote it. And you told him to do away with do you believe I am you? And that you told him to get rid of 2 sentences.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever fucking heard.
It's all it's posted on your website.
You said something about close the account. Is that what you said? Like, what was that line about the account?
Let's see here. Any man, if it is my
account. Just look for the word account. Just look for the word account. Where's the word account?
Yeah, account cleared or revoked.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Account cleared, right?
Right.
Who the fuck in his right mind would say the word account cleared? Whose account is it? It ain't my motherfucking account. It's like somebody has a bank account. It's like I order you to clear out your account. Oh really? Oh what? Are you threatening me? Are you telling me to clear out my account? Who the fuck are you to tell me what account can I do with my bank account or any other fucking account?
Okay.
See, I don't talk like that, man. That is just fucking pure fucking like threatening, extortion, communicating threats. That kind of shit, man, it gets people in jail. You can't talk like that. You're talking to your grandma. You gonna talk to your grandma like that? Are you ready to clear the account? What the hell kind of language is that? And you're Mr. Man who doesn't want to start a controversy, and you're fucking writing letters like that. Yeah, that really sounds real sweet to me. I have no idea who wrote that, man, but that's just some fucking crazy shit.
Yeah, I added the account portion of it.
Yeah. Well, whatever. It is just fucking some crazy shit. Close the account. Did you open the account? No. If you didn't open the account, how dare you fucking tell somebody to close something that you didn't create? How dare you tell somebody what to do with something that isn't yours? Who do you think you are? You guys got to start learning a lot more manners, man. Learning how to be polite. Instead of being a petulant little young and youth and saying, you know what, oh, I'm going to tell them to do this. They better do this. Or they're going to get what for? Oh, yeah, what are you going to do? Hold your breath, stomp your feet. What are you going to do to them? They're going to teach you how to be a man sooner or later, man. But it ain't by writing letters like that. They're going to say, oh, boy, we better be scared. That sounds like a very stern letter. We better close the account. Oh, yes, we better. Heavens to Betsy's. He wrote us a real stern letter. He sounds like he means business. It's a joke. You got to be kidding me. You got to look at it from the other person's point of view. You got to have like some empathy.
Okay.
And say, how are these people going to react to this? Makes you feel good. It pounds your chest. Make you feel like a gorilla. Yay. I got balls. Watch this. I'm going to use some really stern words this time. It just sounds ridiculous.
Well, that was my mistake.
You just there to settle any debt. You're just sorry if you've done something wrong, and is there somebody who I obstructed? Is this justice? I don't know who this justice is. What do you mean by justice? Who is this justice? What is this justice? I have no idea. How did I stop something from happening? How? And where's the actual damages? By obstructing the water from flowing, my neighbor's cattle died because I obstructed the flow of the river. And all my neighbor's cattle died. Okay, they're going to hand me a bill for 53 cattle. And I'm going to have to be liable for it because I obstructed the flow of the river. Okay, you obstructed justice. Okay, where is the damage? Where is the damn bill? How much justice did you obstruct? You're just coming up with silly shit, and you're not fucking smart enough to say, this is just about the silliest thing I've ever heard. Obstructing justice. What the fuck is justice? Boy, you're so smart, you know what the word justice means? A fucking clue. And if you obstruct somebody's view, if you obstruct somebody's sunlight, if you obstruct somebody's water, or somebody's right to enjoy clean air or something like that, yeah, you're going to be held liable for damages. Like the court clerk, if she obstructs your ability to access a courthouse, and you say, hey, man, that might be obstructing justice. But not producing paperwork to a total stranger on the side of the highway, what the hell does that have to do with anything called justice? I don't know. Why don't you ask them? I'd like to fucking make it, I'd like to settle a debt. I owe somebody because I obstructed their justice. How much of his justice did I obstruct? Did I obstruct his justice? How much of his justice did I obstruct? How much of his water did I obstruct? How much of his rainfall did I obstruct? How much of his sunlight did I obstruct? How much of his justice did I obstruct? $5 worth? $50 worth? How much? Show me. Show me the bill. Show me the bill in particular. Show me. I can't believe you guys can't figure this shit out on yourselves, man. Like I told Mark, man, I'm upside down underneath a fucking car pulling a yoke out of a fucking vehicle, man, a drive shaft out. And I'm doing this, and you guys can't figure this out? You got all day to sit around and think about this stuff, and you can't figure this out on your own? That's silly. Obstructed what? Obstructed something called justice. Okay, what do they call justice? And how do you give it back to them? Well, how do you compensate them from? He said, well, it cost me $50 worth of justice. I was like, okay, can you show me how you got to that $50 number? Show me, and I'll pay you.
Okay.
But I'm just not going to pay anybody just because they said I obstructed rainbows. I obstructed rainbows and unicorns. Okay, I'll pay you because I obstructed some rainbows and unicorns. Okay, that's great. But can you actually give me a bill? Can you actually show me how much rainbows did I obstruct?
But now, since I'm under their jurisdiction, can I still use
You're not under their jurisdiction. You're under your own damn jurisdiction. You're a man. You're under your own control. You control yourself. Nobody controls you.
Okay.
I don't hear that shit. You're not in shackles. You're making a phone call to me. Don't tell me you're under their jurisdiction.
Okay.
If you were under your mommy's jurisdiction, she'd say, hang up the phone right now. It's 10 o'clock. You'd be under her jurisdiction. You're not under their jurisdiction, dude.
Okay.
You're still a free person walking around on the street. You still have the ability to write letters and try to settle this.
Okay.
Right. So that way, if you're still trying to settle it, you're under your own jurisdiction. They're not having to take over your private. They don't have to take you over and take control of you. Because you're acting like a man and you're settling this like a man would. You're under your own control. You're like, I'm a man, and somebody's saying that I've done wrong. So who is this man or woman that's saying I've done wrong? And how do I settle this before I got to get it into the courthouse? And once I get it into a public courthouse, then I'm under the public's control. Right now, you're not under the public's control. You're not in the courtroom setting. Once you get into the court, or you better believe you're going to be under the public's control.
Yeah,
right now, you're at home. Yeah, you're under your own control right now. You could write letters to them. You could settle this. You could write letters. It's still under your control.
Yeah, but I've got court tomorrow, so...
Yeah, well, gee, ain't that amazing? And when did you get this ticket?
July 4th.
Yeah, July 4th. There you go. 6 weeks ago. And you got court tomorrow. See, everybody waits the last minute. What's tomorrow? Arraignment?
Wednesday. No, tomorrow is a motion for dismissal.
Pre-trial.
Pre-trial? Fine.
Yeah. Give me a second.
Is a pre-trial thing? That's fine. Just tell a guy, look, I'm sorry if I obstructed something called justice. I honestly don't even know what this word justice means. Can you hand me a bill? Can you actually show me the damages that I caused? And I got my checkbook right here, and I want to pay any man or woman who wants to make a compensation for the amount of justice that I denied them. Because honestly, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about with this justice.
It's got to be on paper.
Yeah, obviously. You ain't never going to be able to pull it off with your mouth. And they'll just fucking say, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
On a family court matter, they appointed me a public defender. For,
what did you do? You beat up your kid or something?
No, basically, my ex-wife made a complaint of obstruction of justice. I had a court hearing. I won the judgment. The mom is an attorney. She doesn't do family law, so she hired an attorney. And they appealed the first judge's decision. So I have court on September 5th, and she's basically doing this because she's relocating to Fresno, California, and I did objection to relocation, but right now she's trying to get full custody any way she can.
So what do you got family court for? What is the allegation?
The allegation is that I allowed my son to play with arms when in fact he was playing with an airsoft gun, which is BBs, plastic BBs.
Who said that he was playing with a, who could possibly care less what your kid was playing with?
And
your
the
wife?
thing is, the ex-wife, and she, on the parenting plan, it says that the child is not supposed to be around weapons or arms, firearms or weapons. That's basically what it says. And the thing is, he was nowhere near firearms or weapons. He was just, he's 6 years old, and he was playing with a 11-year-old with a paintball gun.
What I'm trying to say is, who said he was playing with a weapon?
Nobody said. Oh, he told his mom that.
So somebody had it. What? Who said he was playing with a weapon?
So his mom basically says that the child told her.
Who said he's playing with a weapon?
My son told mom that he was playing with a paintball gun.
Okay. The child told his mom that he was playing with a paintball gun.
Correct.
Okay. So what does this have to do with anybody in the public? Why should anybody in the public give a shit what your kid is doing?
And that's the thing is that I got caught.
Are you charged with a crime? I'm saying, are you charged with a crime?
No.
Okay, then what the hell are you going to court for?
Because mom has made a complaint that I failed to comply with the parenting plan.
What parenting plan?
We got a parenting plan when we got divorced in 2011, and it states there that there should be no firearms with the child, and mom says that I make disparaging remarks against the mom, and in fact, it's the other way around. Her and her husband are the ones that on email are always making disparaging remarks.
Wow, you've got to learn how to be a man someday, real fucking soon. You got to learn how to fucking tell anybody in the public, say, look, this is my fucking damn property, I'll do what I want. But I guarantee if you go into court and you don't know how to fucking be a man, and you start running your mouth like that, they'll rape that fucking child from you in a heartbeat and give it a hug.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because you got to know how to play the game from the beginning to the end, and you sure don't.
No,
you
I don't.
sure don't. You sure don't, because anybody other, it's only up to you and your wife how the hell this is going to come down with your kid. And anybody else is considered a third-party interloper. Anybody else who sticks their fucking nose in it, you're going to hold them liable. But you have no fucking clue how to do that. So just kiss their ass, and just kiss their ass, and just say he was playing with a fucking feather dust or whatever the fuck.
Right.
Yeah, you better learn how to fucking get these people off your fucking back. And it ain't going to just come with one little letter. It's a lifestyle. If somebody came up to me and said, are you sticking your nose in between me and my wife's affairs? Are you trespassing? This is private, buddy. This has nothing to do with the public. Oh, well, I signed a contract. Oh, well, you know what? Yeah, I don't wish to live under that contract at this time. At this time, I am not fucking under a license. I'm not under a contract with any fucking public entity. This was in a private. I'm doing everything in a private. My kid did not have a fucking gun out in the public anywhere. What he's doing with me in our private is none of the fucking public's concern. But when you start allowing your house to be open and run as a public venue, that's your fucking problem. That you don't know how to enclose your fucking domestic fucking and maintain your domestic tranquility.
No, I don't.
You don't know how to tell them to stay the fuck their nose out of your fucking house. You leave your fucking front door open, tell the government, come on in and inspect it and check it out and make sure I'm doing everything okie dokie. That I'm living up to the terms and agreement that I made with some fucking ridiculous public entity. Because I'm not man enough to control my own shit, my own house.
Yeah, that's basically what happened.
You've got to play their game. What I'm saying is you've got to play their game. Because you got yourself into that game and you think, and that's the only game you know, is that you actually allowed somebody to actually tell you what you can and cannot do, and you actually signed something.
Right. What is it? A parenting plan in August of last year.
Isn't that lovely? Let's all sit around and sing Kumbaya and sign parenting contracts. You need somebody to fucking tell you how to be a dad?
No, of course not. I've never seen a government come in and feed my child, wipe his behind.
Your great-great-grandfather lived in a mud hut somewhere. He needed a parenting plan?
Oh, no.
That bird that flew across, like I said, in England, that cricket, that worm, that ant that walked across the parking lot, it needed to be governed? No, it knows what to fucking do. We don't eat our own children. If I don't need the government to tell me what I can and cannot do with my kids. Believe me, the Lentzes go back tens of thousands of years. And if we were a bunch of crazy bastards that ate our own children and beat them to death, I wouldn't be here to talk. Because my great-great-grandfather would have beat the shit out of ate his child. And I wouldn't be here today. So obviously we don't need the government to tell me how to raise a fucking kid. My great-grandfather lives in a fucking mud hut somewhere in Germany in the woods. I think he got it covered.
I agree.
Yeah.
And see the thing.
Learn to back this off. Like I said to people all the time, only two good things could happen. The economy could totally collapse, and all the state and central governments go bankrupt. And there is no more mommy state. There is no more daddy state. And you fuckers are going to have to fucking take it on your own like your great-grandfather did.
Right.
That's like when the federal government closed down when I was in England last year. Closed down for what, 5 weeks? Nobody fucking cared. When these governments close down, you know what? Nobody's going to fucking care. Everybody's going to say, holy shit, you know what? We don't need them to tell us how to be a parent. If we're not living up to the terms and conditions of this parenting contract, there's no more state agent coming to my door and taking my kid away. And guess what? My kid's going to be okay. Mommy could jump up and down and say, he's not living to the contract. He's letting the kid play with a paintball. And the government is going to say, we close for business, lady. We can't do anything. I guess you and your husband better figure this out on your own. Oh, no, you got to help us, man. We can't govern ourselves. Oh, no, you got to. He's not living up to the agreement.
See, the sad thing about it, the sad thing about it is we pretty much are governed to think that way from school. I mean, and the thing is that, I grew up, born in the States, grew up in Spain, grew up in Mexico, came back to the States, and you're just educated to follow law. Who owns the schools? Government does. Who gives you this legalese terminology? Government does. So when you agree to, do you understand? You've already basically stuck your foot in your mouth.
Well, why in the world did you get to do a parenting contract?
And the thing is, I didn't know any better because my ex-wife placed a no-contact order against me, making all these allegations against me. It says she's an officer of the court. They believe it.
So why did you just take the orders and say, lovely, fucking put it in fucking writing and sign the damn order?
But the thing is, I was not aware of Talkshoe or your, I didn't know that there was.
You didn't know if you ordered 37 pizzas with pepperoni for the Super Bowl Sunday. You don't know if you ordered something that you had to pay for it.
See, the thing is, I was ignorant to a lot of this legalese thing, so I just started.
This isn't legalese, dude. I don't care if you're a black kid who's 15 years old living in a ghetto somewhere. He orders 37 pizzas from the pizza place. He places his order. He knows he's got to pay for it.
Correct.
Don't tell me legalese. If somebody ordered you to do something, well, I'm going to create an order. I'm going to create a restraining order so you can't see your kid. Oh, lovely. Create one. Please create a motherfucking restraining order. And you're like, oh, no. She's going to create a restraining order. Oh, goodness. Oh, my God. No, not a restraining order. Dude, you create whatever the fuck order you want. And as soon as you hand me that fucking order, and as soon as I start fucking carrying out that order, I'm going to demand fucking compensation. I'll demand compensation of $1,000 a minute.
Yeah, but the thing is, like on one of your postings, you basically said that you wanted to learn a lot of the. You started from Black's Law, Volume 1 through 6, I think you said.
That's right. I did a dictionary. I didn't learn this shit from a book. A 15-year-old black ghetto kid knows when he orders pizza, he's got to pay for the damn order.
Yes.
I didn't learn that shit from a book. I wrote a damn dictionary. So when those fuckers tried to talk, when the legal society tried to contact and communicate with me, I could snap them back on their ass and say, is this what you're trying to tell me? Is this what you're trying to say? No, I think you mean this.
Right.
And they're going to say, oh, shit, is that what we mean? Yeah. Look, I did this to write a dictionary.
I was looking for that dictionary on your, I think I started with the common law, but now that I know that you have a different website, that's one of the things that I was looking for, and I couldn't find where to purchase this dictionary.
That's right, because I'm not done writing it. I showed the people in England. It over on like a big projector that we had. I said, here's the letter K, here's the letter T, and now here's the letter C, and I started running through the letters. I said, here, let's stop here. Let's talk about this word.
Yeah,
this is what they're speaking to you. When they speak Chinese, when they're speaking legalese to you, this is what they mean. This is their word. This is what they're coming at you with. So when they say this fucking word to that you say, oh, really? So who's that fucking man who's going to be held liable for fucking saying that I have to comply with this? Who's the man? And they'll say, well, the judge said so. Oh, really? The judge is a man, right? Yeah. Okay. I want to talk to the man. Well, no, I'm not going to talk to you as a man. No, you're going to talk to me as a judge, right? No, you're not my judge. You're not my fellow man, and you're not my creator. Only God judges me, or my fellow man. You're not my fellow man? No. You're not my God? No. Then don't try to judge me.
Okay.
Right. I wrote that dictionary. I got all those stupid words from all. It's not just Black's Law. I got it from way back in Cicero's time. I got it from Coke. I got it from Littleton. I got it from what's the guy, Rousseau. I got it from John Locke. I put all these theories down. I put all these words down. It's like when they start talking to you, this is the crap that they're fucking trying to tell you. This is the bullshit they're trying to blow up your ass. So when you hear this word, this is what this word means to them. This is what the word you means to them. So when you hear them saying this, it's not what you think it means. This is what it means to them. So you say, oh, yes. Yeah. That's why I wrote it, because you guys
from the IRS.
Right, because you believe you got a letter from the IRS. You got a letter from a man.
In the you part.
Yeah, you got a letter from a man.
Right.
A man created that letter. The IRS did not create that letter. A man created that letter. A woman created that letter. That's why I wrote that damn dictionary the way I did, because you people are you're getting caught up in their bullshit words, and they sound like what you think they mean, like the word suffer. You think that word means what it means, but according to them, they're speaking legalese, they're speaking Chinese, it means totally something completely opposite of what common man thinks it means. They're fucking with you with these words, and these are the words you got to watch out for. That's why I wrote it. I didn't use those words. Right, I didn't use those words to write their paperwork. When I write paperwork, it's 2 sentences long. That's not the way they do it. They write paperwork that's dozens of pages long. They'll use citations. They'll say, oh, according to U.S. Code Title 28, Section 16, subsection F, this is what it reads. Oh, really? Tomorrow they're going to change the code on you. I think it's every 6 or 7 years they change the United States Code.
Yeah.
Yeah, great, lovely. So I'm going to keep up with the code? I don't fucking think so.
Right.
It's not my damn responsibility, and I don't have to, and I won't. But they want to teach you that that's what you got to do.
Yeah, they expect us to have. Remember all these 2 million.
And I'm not doing it. I'm not wasting my days. I'm not losing sunshine and daylight to concentrate on that crap. It's pure crap, and they know it. As soon as you write something back to the United States of America, they realize you don't have a fucking clue what you're doing. As soon as you write something back to the IRS, they understand, oh, you don't have a fucking clue what you're doing.
Yeah.
They know you're totally clueless. If somebody could say to me, Crown, what's Crown? I don't know what the fucking Crown is. What's IRS? I have no fucking clue. What's the United States of America? Fuck if I know. I never met them. Never saw it, never touched it, never smelled it, never tasted it. I got no fucking idea. I believe it might exist somewhere in some dimension, but I've never seen it in the third dimension. Where does it exist? I don't know. In the hearts and minds and dreams of men? I don't fucking know. Can I touch it? No. Have I ever talked to it? No. Have I ever seen it? I don't think so. So how could I owe it a debt? I don't fucking know. How could I have done it wrong? Fuck if I know. Why does it come into an open court and tell me?
You're asking me?
No, it's rhetorical.
Okay.
And this has all come from a guy who's all full of fucking transmission, fucking rear end gear fluid, fucking grease up to his elbows right now, laying on the floor. This ain't rocket science, man. This isn't what I specialized in. This isn't what I wanted to do in my life, is talk to people about law and how to act like a man and say, that's not a man you're talking to. You got no duty and obligation to speak to it. It doesn't exist. Only in your mind it exists. Tomorrow they could change the name of it. The IRS could get sued by whatever. It could be taken over by the United States. They say, you know what, you guys are out of control. You're doing a lot of crazy things. We're going to abolish the IRS. And everybody's going to go, yay. People from Canada will tell you. How many times did they get rid of the CRA, the IRS of Canada? They'll tell you 3 times they got rid of it, called it something else. One time it might have been called ARC, then RCA, now it's CRA. But every time that they abolish the IRS or CRA, it was like, hip, hip, hooray. You know what? They just come back the next day with something else. You guys think you fucking took down a fucking Goliath. Yay, we took down a fucking monster. Yay. Yeah, they just pop back up with another name. And then you guys, it's like game on all over again. You guys never learn. They give you a little victory. It's like, yay, CRA is gone. Yay. They collapsed it 3 times. Yay. They should make it change its name 3 times. So what? Still does the same shit. You guys are going to say, yay, they got rid of the IRS. You guys are going to party and fucking dance in the street. You're going to fucking orgasm all over this shit. Next day they're going to come back with something else. Call it RSI instead of IRS. Wait a second, it's the Revenue Service internally. Oh, really? I thought we got rid of them. No, you got rid of IRS. Well, wait a second. They came back bigger and better. Yeah, that's right. Now they're really going to fuck your world. It's unbelievable. You guys are thinking that you're taking down the IRS. Like, yeah, we won. Woo, we beat the CRA. Yay, we got rid of that evil CRA. Yay, they no longer exist. Yeah, they came back next week under another name. Same old bullshit. You guys just got to learn how to be a fucking man. That's all it is.
I'll do that tomorrow, God willing. So when it comes to the family court, I'll just play along?
No, you go to family court. When you go to family court, you just be a pussy and kiss ass and do everything they fucking tell you to do, because you ain't fucking got a clue how to fucking take them on.
So it's because right now the judge basically ordered that I get a public defendant.
Good. Right now you ain't got a fucking clue. What to do. The best thing for you to do is just suck their ass and bend over as hard as you can, but you ain't got a fucking clue. You do anything right now, they'll yank that kid away from you so fast it won't even be funny.
Yeah, because I'm already under.
That's right. You got no clue how to act like a man, and until you know how to do it from beginning to end, you certainly don't mess around in a family court when there's an ex-wife who's just begging on the sideline to suck their ass harder than you could suck their ass. It's a battle of who could suck the fucking family court's ass harder. That's all that fucking game is.
Right.
And whoever puckers up and sucks best fucking wins. See, that's what was good about the mother of my kids and me. We weren't playing this fucking game with them. We weren't going to fucking draw sides against each other. We weren't going to do it. We were going to come at them together. And that's what was funny, is every time we came into a court or came to talk to lawyers, they were always like, wow, we always see husbands and wives against each other. Like, no, we're not against them. We're against the government. We're not against each other. She didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, because I got a 16-year-old with my first ex-wife, and I don't have these issues like I do with my second ex-wife. I mean,
yeah, that's because somebody put a bullet in you. Somebody put a gun. That's because your second wife put a gun to your head and told you to fuck her. You bred what you stuck your dick in a woman that had this ability to do this shit to you, and it's your fault.
Yeah.
You didn't check her out good. You didn't check her out good enough.
I didn't, and I had to learn it the hard way.
That's right. Look at this one guy who was crying on my fucking show one day. It was hysterical. Mark probably listened to the show, crying, saying, "Oh, my wife left me. She won't let me see the kids. It's what she leave you for." I was like, "What did he leave? What did she leave him for, Mark? Do you remember?"
It was pot, right?
A $20 bag of pot. I said, so your wife left you for a $20 bag of pot, and she's making it so you can't see the fucking kid. And you, for some reason, you thought that was a good idea to stick your dick in a woman who's going to deny you access to your kid for $20 worth of pot? She doesn't think the kid needs a dad. No, she's going to teach you a lesson, jonesing on her taking the $20 worth of pot and not sharing with her. Yeah, that's the fucking kind of woman I want to fucking breed with children with. She's really got her act together. She's really doing the best interest of the child. That show was funny than hell. That guy was crying like crazy, and all of a sudden at the end he was like laughing his ass off. He was like, I guess I was pretty stupid of me to fucking, I was like, yeah. You really must have checked her out big time before you decided to jump in bed with her, huh? You really must have thought that one through.
Yeah, that was my mistake there.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it happens. It happened for a reason. Maybe that kid's supposed to grow up and be the next pope. Who knows? It's just like with my mom and my dad. My mom and my dad, they were a one-night stand. Boom. My sister popped out. Boom. They were never meant to have kids. They were completely opposite sides of the tracks. I don't even think they knew each other's first names. But if they didn't do what they did, I wouldn't be here today.
Mm-hmm.
My mom and dad didn't even know each other from a hole in the wall. Oh, well. Thank God that they weren't too picky because I'm here. Like I said, you never know what your kid's going to be, so you don't say, oh, my God, I can't believe what I did. Because, even though the woman might be interesting and you might be interesting, your kid might turn out to be something mighty important someday.
Yeah, I mean, I'm grateful. I thank God for my kid every day, and I pray for him. And I pray for his mom, too, but, I mean, it's just one day at a time.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I just try to tell people, sometimes you can overthink these things and plan for a kid, and next thing you know, you're 50 years old, and you still don't have a kid yet because you just want to wait for the right woman, the right time. You want to make sure your house is paid off. You want to make sure you got a good job. You want to make sure you got a retirement package going. So you keep backing off before you have a kid. You know you're 50 years old.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is I'm not really, I mean, God knows that I'm not really resentful. That's I'm just trying to make sure that, I could still have access to my son because, of course, I've already agreed to a parenting plan. And if I would have known better back then, I wouldn't have done it. I mean, I look at it this way. I feel blessed that I was able to run into your show just by reading a lot of terminology in Black's Law Dictionary. And I was looking online on YouTube for instructions on common law, and all of a sudden your website came up, and I was like, oh, this guy sounds interesting. So I just decided to look into that. I think it was through that other website, that Uncommon Law. And I was like blown away in the sense that the way you handled a lot of court issues, I was like, I've never heard a guy basically, I thought in the beginning I was like, this guy sounds sketchy. So I started comparing the types of laws that were out there, and I was like, whoa, I thought the justice system was not as corrupt as I really found out it is.
Yeah, well, it's just a monopoly. That's all it is. They're getting to the point where they fear nobody. That's all it is. It's not so much corrupt. It's just a monopoly.
Yes.
It's just like if you Coca-Cola and Pepsi merged, and there was no more. They took 95% of the market. There was no more competition. They could start sticking mouse droppings in the soda pop and say, well, if you want soda, this is what you got to drink. It's like, but there's mouse piss in it. Yeah, well, what are you going to do? Sue us?
Right.
Sue us. We don't. You got to get no soda then.
Yeah, because nobody's forcing you to drink it.
That's right. And that's the same thing that I'm trying to say when they go to court. If you want to deal with these corrupt bastards, man, or like the corrupt agencies, like I had to deal with social services like that, 6 out of the 10 fucking women in social services were good. They really gave a shit about kids and tried to help us. The other 5 were just pure fuck. The other 4 out of 10 were just pure evil.
Yeah, I did look into that one about your son being born with what is it, Down syndrome, I believe it is.
Yeah, Downs. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the government was forcing you to enter an agreement, or else they wouldn't release your child. And I believe that's the first one that I believe you were getting. Somebody was interviewing you, and that's how you said you started, and you basically dug into a lot of your reading, and you said you grew your hair, your nails, and all that. And I was like, wow, this guy really made an effort in educating himself in how to.
The big thing was when they started with me the very first day back in 2001. I said to them, "Are you trying to tell me what I can and cannot do with my property?" I already had that concept in my heart and my mind since I've been a little kid. That whatever I produce, whatever I create is my property. If I create money, if I create wealth, if I go to work and put green dollars in my pocket, that's my property. And nobody has the right to fucking make a claim for my sweat that came off my brow. Nobody has the right to claim one damn dime that I created. Nobody. It's that simple. It's my effing property. They say, oh, CRA, IRS, what? What did IRS do for me to create that money? What did it do? Did it feed me? No. Did it house me? No. If I owe anything, I owe it to my mom and dad. I don't owe anything to any fucking IRS or CRA or anything else. I don't owe a fucking dime. Show me where it gave me. Show me where it provided me a service or created a product in which it tended to me, in which I have yet to pay for it. Show me. It did it. So I don't owe you anything. It's that simple. I already knew that. So like I said, when I went into the dictionary, it's really hard. When I went to the library, I said, you know what? I am going to put together a dictionary. I said to myself, you know what? I am going to figure this out and use their own words against them. When they try to open their mouth in an open court, I'm going to make them eat their own fucking words. I'm done. I'm done with these bastards. I'm done with them fucking going to court and talking all hoity-toity and thinking they're so fucking smart and so much better than me. I'm going to fucking take their words and cram it down their throat. They open up their mouth in court and I'm going to slam them. That's what I did. That's what I spent doing. That I did not study code. I did not go there and study case law. I did not go there and study, Section 26.3. I did not study their silly shit for 3 years.
Yeah, I guess I said,
how am I going to take their words, manipulate them, twist them, and use them for my advantage? How am I going to fucking make them eat their own damn words? Oh, you want to say that in court, buddy? Say it. Watch what I'm going to do to you. Open your mouth and say something. Watch the spin I'm going to put on your fucking word. I'm going to show you what your own fucking words mean. And you don't even fucking know what they mean yourselves, do they? Okay, well, watch this. Watch what I'm going to fucking do to you. That's the only thing I said to myself. That's what I got to do. I got to make them eat their own fucking words. If they want to say, oh, yeah, really? Is there a contract? Well, yes, there is. Oh, where is the contract? Is it here? Well, no. Are you coming after me in a code? Yeah. Well, where's the public law? Where's the law? Where's the contract between the people and the government? Where is it? It's not present in this court, is it? No, it's a code. Bring the law before the court. Who created that law? Bring the law creator here. When you bring that law creator here, show me where I'm liable. Show me where that creator of that law fucking could hold Karl Lentz liable for not complying with the law that he created. Show me how he created it on my behalf. Show me. And I'll comply, and I'll consent, and I'll fucking tender payment, or I'll tender compensation. But until then, back the fuck off, or I'm going to hold you liable for making a false claim. But like I said, it's the same thing that happened in Bali when I went over to England for helping those Punjabi people out. Same thing fucking happened in that case.
Yeah,
I went there and just thought they gave me 4 more charges against these people. terrorism, stalking, communicating threats, putting paper into the post from a trust. Dude, they could have put 5,630 fucking 5 more charges on him. I didn't care. I didn't care. If you were sitting in court and all of a sudden now they charge you with terrorism, stalking, communicating threats, if they start charging with all this crap, you'd be shitting pickles. I said, you know what? I said to Bolly, it would have been nice if you fucking people told me that you got all these other charges. And honestly, I don't give a shit. They could pile on 500 fucking more. I don't give a fuck. This thing's going to be over in 2 fucking minutes. What? Because they ain't going to have no man to ever fucking come forth and fucking make a claim that they could prove that you've done anything wrong. So let them just fucking spit their shit out for the next hour or two. Just let them read out all the charges. Let them fucking tell their story. Great. When it's our turn to talk, they'll say, yeah, and so what? I'm sure everything that man's saying is true. I don't give a fuck. Not part of their little society. I'm not bound to the jurisdiction of a fucking legal society. Is that the legal society coming after me? Is that the Crown? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Am I a member of the Crown? No. Then how could you hold me liable? How could you have jurisdiction and control over me? Guess what? You know what? You can't. This is England, right? Yeah. This is common law still, right? Yeah. You fucking can't. Man is still supreme here, right? Yeah, yeah. Man still created the government here, right? Yeah, yeah. Man still created Crown, right? Yeah, yeah. I'm still that creator, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Great. And who the fuck is speaking on the other side? Nobody yet. Anybody ever going to show up? No, I don't think so. Discharge this fucking matter. Discharge all this matter before the court. You're wasting everybody's time. That's all I got to say. I was done in 2 minutes.
Wow.
There's nothing to do. Dude, there's nothing there.
Yes.
You're battling Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy.
I know, but
you guys are
I'm
fucking
already
crazy. You're fucking crazy.
I've already, like you said, consented.
You can always withdraw consent. God consented to be a fucking frog. God wished to be a frog. God said, or Zeus came down and Zeus decided to be a snake, or Zeus decided to come down and be a cricket. Then guess what? He said, you know what? I want to come down and I want to be this for a while. I want to be a defendant. I want to be a licensed driver. I want to be an aardvark. And guess what? Then all of a sudden he says, it's no more fun being an aardvark. It's no more fun being a cricket. You know what? I'm going to go back and maintain my status back up in fucking Asgard heaven with fucking Olympia or whatever, and I'm going to fucking go be a god again. I'm going to be the creative man. Yeah. I'm going to be the creator of my fucking government again. You guys just don't know how to fucking act like a man. Because you guys don't have no... You know what it is? It's because you guys have no core belief that there is a God. No, it's that simple. No, you tell me. Dude, you can tell me. Dude, you can tell me. Dude, you can tell me all you want. And I'm telling you, when you really fucking believe what you really fucking say you believe, it comes natural. Until then, you're guessing and stammering and trying to figure it out. When you totally live like a totally godly life, you got it. If you've got a little hesitation or a little doubt, I'm telling you, you're going to fail. It's all or nothing. You've got to be all in. There's got to be no hesitancy, no doubt. And then they know you fucking know what you know. Until then, you're like, well, I don't know. Maybe if I die, maybe I don't. Maybe I'm not sure. Well, who really created God? Well, then how did God start? You guys are still fucking doubting Thomases. You're still like, I don't fucking really know. And you're guessing. And they could see it, and they could read it. They could read your doubt. They could read your confusion. They could see your trepidations. They could see your fears. They could smell it. When they see me, there's no doubt. It's like, this guy's got it. He's got a core belief. There's nothing we're going to do to ever shake it. He's got a conviction. He's got a belief. Nobody in the government could fucking tell a man what he can and cannot believe. You know why? Because man created me. Man created the government. He knows his fucking shit. We're going to knock this guy off his status, his position. We're not going to do it. He knows he's in the image of God. He knows he's in the image of the creator of this fucking court. He knows man put brick by brick together, built that fucking courthouse. Not the legal society. A man did it. Man controls, not a legal society. If you guys if you believe whatever Buddha or Muhammad or Jesus Christ or whatever the fuck your legal society, whatever you were led to believe, well, you can't break out of Muhammad's belief or Muhammad's grip or Jesus Christ's grip or Well, legal society's grip, made my motherfucking problem. You want to live and die by Muhammad? You want to live and die by Jesus? You want to live and die by legalese? Go for it. It's just a belief, and your belief is just as good as mine. And you got no right to judge me.
True.
And that's all, and the court knows. That's what they're dealing with. Don't even try to judge me.
I know next time I walk into the courtroom without signing their next court appointments.
I'm telling you, man, it's a lifestyle. You guys ain't going to get this on a piece of paper. This isn't a fucking trick. This isn't a sideshow. This isn't a fucking one-trick pony. This isn't like, oh, I just do this, this, and this. Haha, I got it. No. Once you do this, you got it for every single fucking thing that they could ever fucking throw at you. Like people say, oh, Carl, he doesn't know how to do traffic court, or Carl doesn't do IRS, or Carl doesn't do family court, or Carl can't do maritime law, or Carl doesn't do admiralty, or Carl can't do contract law, or Carl doesn't know commercial law, or Carl doesn't know UCC. Yeah, I do. I know it all. It's easy. Who created all of this? I did. Who gets to determine how my life goes? I do. Who governs me? Who steers me in what direction? Me. I don't care what fucking law. I don't care what Bible. I don't care what belief you throw at me. I don't give a shit. I got my own. I'm not interfering with yours. Don't interfere with me. You walk your side, I'll walk my side. And we'll do just fine. Man's got the right to be let alone. If he doesn't want to intercourse, you can't make him force him to intercourse. You can't force him. He says no, it's no. He doesn't want to, he doesn't wish to, he doesn't wish to. It's that simple. All our laws are based on contract. All voluntary contract. All of it. IRS, everything. It's all voluntary. You guys don't know it. Oh, well. Harry Reid said it about 100 times. I tell everybody watch that Harry Reid video where he says, it's all voluntary. What part of that did he guys? Harry Reid did a video on YouTube. Some poor kid, like somebody like a Mark, went in and talked to Harry Reid, clean-looking kid, went to talk to Senator Harry Reid, and Harry Reid said all IRS taxes, paying taxes to the IRS is voluntary. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
The kid kept
I did.
Yeah, it's all voluntary. Yeah. Harry Reid was not lying. He was not bullshitting.
And so did Ron Paul said the same thing.
That's right. And then the kid said, but if I don't pay the taxes, I go to jail. He said, absolutely. But it's voluntary. Absolutely. But if I don't pay my taxes, I go to jail. You damn right you do. But it's voluntary. Absolutely.
Got it.
Not one time did Harry Reid lie. Not one time did he mislead that kid. That kid just didn't understand his own fucking words that was coming out of his own fucking mouth.
Right.
You guys don't understand the words that are coming out of your own mouths. What's justice? You're like, I don't fucking have a clue, but I've been charged with this since the 12th of July, and I couldn't be bothered to fucking Google it or read it or research and find out what the fuck they're trying to tell me. But tomorrow's court, I guess I'll find out then. That's brilliant. What a strategy.
No, what I did is spend most of my time is looking at the ordinance, statutes, laws that are already, like, for example, Miranda rights, things like that. And I just wasn't informed in reference to how simple it is.
Yeah. Just if they say if you went to a restaurant and they charged you with a pepperoni pizza and they charged you for ordering they charged you with ordering a side of fries, and then they charged you with obstruction of justice. When you ask the waiter, hey, on the menu, hey, what the fuck is this? I remember eating the fries. I remember eating the pizza. What's with the justice, man? And the obstruction.
Right.
What? And who's charging me? Because they're going to be held liable. Because I'm telling you, I didn't fucking do this. Who's charging this onto my fucking credit card? Who's charging this onto my bill? Who's charging this onto my order? Who's charging me with this? Who's charging me with? I got the fries. I ate them. Okay. I got the pizza. I got that. justice shit, fuck, you better not bear the burden on me. You better not charge me with that. Because I certainly know I didn't fucking do one of those.
Yeah.
Why don't you just fucking ask? If you don't fucking know, why don't you just fucking ask?
Yeah.
Instead of playing, you're so fucking smart. I got no problem walking into the fucking court saying, I got no fucking clue. I'm a complete idiot at this now. Now you guys are way above my head, man, above my pay grade. I ain't got a fucking clue. You tell me. What did I do? What did I do wrong? Well, nobody's saying you did anything wrong, Mr. Lentz. Oh, really? So what I did was right? Well, no, we're not saying what you did was right. So what are you saying? Oh, what I did was illegal. I'm sure breathing right now is illegal. I'm sure they created some law in the UN somewhere that I can't breathe. And what do we do? Hold my breath and give a shit what the legal fucking society decides what a man cannot do? You do know you're talking to a man, right? You do know legal has nothing to do with a man. You do know that, right? It has to do with somebody who's a member of the legal society. You do know that. Did I do something unlawful? Did I break some, like, natural law? Did I break, like, the law of some other man's right to exist and be let alone? Did I break one of those laws? No. Then how am I joined to you? How are you trying to intercourse with me? How are you trying to get joined to here? Where do you believe that you can control me now at this point, other than you got a gun? Other than that, how do you believe that you have some sort of control over me? What did I do? Well, you didn't do anything. Well, then what the fuck am I standing here today for? Well, what you did was illegal. I can't. One more time, I'll speak legalese. I'll speak Chinese, Cantonese, Vietnamese. Is there anything in the law that requires I, a man, to fucking speak legalese, Chinese, Cantonese, or no. Okay, well then, good day, sir. And I don't need an interpreter. Thank you very much. Am I incompetent? You better believe it. Is there a law that says I have to be competent in legalese? No. There's no fucking language of this land. English isn't the mandatory language of this land. Legalese certainly is not the fucking mandatory language of this land. Every man does not have to speak legalese. Every man does not have to speak English who walks upon this land known as the United States of America, the North American continent. There's no official language of the land. And it's certainly not legalese. And I certainly don't need an interpreter. I certainly couldn't care less what somebody from the legal society, the legal land, is fucking telling me that I fucking did or did not do. I don't give a shit. What makes you think that you have some sort of joinder here? What makes you think I'm a member of your legal society? I'm not pro se. I'm just a man. And I don't accept any other titles at this time. And you can't force a title on me.
I have too many titles.
Yep, that's right. That's right. I'm burdened with too many as it is. I'm a dad, I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a nephew, I'm an uncle. You know, I got way too many titles on my plate right now. I can't handle one more. But thank you anyway. It's a lovely offer. I'd love to be a defendant. I'd love to defend the heavyweight championship belt of the world. But you know what? I'm just not in that condition right now to defend such an honor. I'm sorry Muhammad Ali died, and you need a fucking heavyweight champion of the world, but I'm sorry at this time I can't be him. I can't be it. I just don't have the capacity. I don't have the ability to do it. If I try to do it, I'm going to get hurt.
And you know the interesting thing that happened to me in this last, it was a pre-trial. They waited till everybody was out of the courtroom, and I was the last person there. And I was surprised because I was wondering, wait a minute, did they call my name already? Because I haven't heard my name. And they waited till the last minute because they knew I was the same guy who basically was going to show up, and we had requested common law jurisdiction. And and they basically told me that, I mean, it was kind of, I felt like this guy was kind of like telling me, if you don't agree, it was more like, you know, because there was already a warrant for my arrest.
Yeah.
And the
so
thing is, I had a,
what?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, so what? Somebody's got to issue the warrant.
No, there was already a warrant because two officers went to the library.
Who issued the
I don't
warrant?
know. I would have to find out.
That's right. Why
I
not?
have to find out.
Why can't you care less?
I would have to go to the prosecutor or find out with the court clerk to see
Go to the court
who
clerk
issued the
to say who issued this warrant. Who issued this warrant?
Okay.
Yeah. Only a man can issue a warrant. A judge can't. A prosecutor can't. A man's got to put a pen in his fucking hand and issue the warrant. Issue means like you created it.
Right.
Who created this thing? A judge did. That's like saying a bowling pin or a frying pan created it. That's ridiculous. A judge doesn't have a hand.
It's the man, correct. So I have to find out what man.
Right, a bird. A bird could judge whether or not it should eat that flower seed or shouldn't eat that flower seed. A bird could judge something. A dog could judge whether or not he's going to chew on that bone or not. A judge is a judge. What kind of judge? Judge of what? What's a judge?
Right, and that's one of the
You mean a
questions
man?
I
You mean a
had
man picked
earlier.
the man? Right. When they say a judge issued the order, really? No, a judge issued it. You mean a man or a woman put a pen in their hand, and a man or a woman created that document? What is the name of the man or the woman that created that document?
Right, that's what I was asking in reference to file a claim for trespass because some man issued that warrant.
Well, why don't you find out who did it first before you just start throwing claims all over the fucking place?
Yeah, I have to find out tomorrow.
Yeah, that you should have found out the day that you found out that there was a warrant issued. You say, "Oh, lovely, there's an issue. Oh, there's a warrant. I love warrants. Can you please give me the warrant?" Just like I did when the sheriff came to my sister's house back in 2007. "Oh, warrants. I love warrants. You got a warrant for me?" "No, it's your sister." "Wow, really? She's got 2 master's degrees. She's squeaky clean. She never even got a traffic ticket." "Wow, a warrant for what?" "Oh, for failure to pay a debt on a credit card." "Oh, that's fun. Oh, I thought it was a real debt. I thought it was a real warrant." "Oh, and it's just a civil warrant?" "Oh, that's fine. Where's the bond?" "What? Where's the bond?" "Here's the warrant." "Great. Where's the bond?" "There needs to be a bond attached to this warrant." "Where the fuck's the bond?" "Oh," I said, "You've got to be shitting me. I know you know the law. Go back and get a fucking bond." You're not going to possibly think that you're in the same jurisdiction that you and I are in the same on the same part of planet Earth right now, do you? You don't possibly think that I'm in your jurisdiction. You do know when you crossed over that threshold and you entered into this property, you know you're into somebody. You're in my jurisdiction now, right? You know you're a guest here in my jurisdiction. You know you're under my control and authority, right? You know that, right? That piece of paper doesn't make you immune from any fucking prosecution on my behalf. You do know that, right? You do know that when you cross that threshold, you're in my world now, right? You're under my domestic authority. You're under my control. You do know that, and you're going to be a guest here, and you're going to act accordingly, right? Once you fuckers learn how to fucking speak and act like a man, you'll have no more fucking problems. And this was before the 3 years I spent in the law library. This was 2007. This was before I started writing that fucking dictionary. I knew how to fucking tell people in a hospital back in 2001, that's my fucking property sitting on the other side of that fucking wall. You touch my fucking property, I'm going to hold you personally liable. And I want to hold your supervisor liable for failing to train, discipline, and monitor you, dumbass. And then if you work for the state, I'm going after the fucking state and I'm going to pull its fucking charter until it gets its shit straight. You understand what I'm telling you, lady? Don't fuck with my property. Don't trespass. Don't fucking go near it. Don't even it exists. It doesn't even exist in your mind. Trust me, lady, you don't want to fuck.
Yeah, I believe you mentioned that there were 2 young bachelors, one black, one white.
Yep, one name was Tanisha Felton, and one lady's name was Lisa Brown. The brown lady was the white woman, and Tanisha Felton was the black lady.
Yeah.
And it was so funny, man, as the years went by, my buddy who became a judge said every time somebody said the name Karl Lentz to Tanisha Felton, she'd fucking throw up. She'd get physically ill because she realized who she fucked with. And they told her, one day you're going to go to jail for fucking taking his kid. It's only a matter of time until he prosecutes you. And they say there's nothing we can do to stop him.
And see, that's the thing, is learning a lot of the terminology. And that's where I'm trying to focus right now, on getting my head out of statutes, ordinances, because
if that's what you want to believe, God bless you. But like I said, it's finished with that Tanisha Felton thing. She knows that they're going to throw her under the bus. She knows the state of Alabama is going to throw her up and say, have at her, call. She's the one you want, not us. She's the one who actually touched your property. She's the one who actually trespassed. She's the one that actually touched your fucking property. She's the one that actually put her hands on your baby. The only reason why I'm grateful I read those 9 feet of books is if they try to use their shit on me, I can tell them, no, what your book really says is this. Oh, it does? Yes. That's what your book actually reads. So, this is what your book actually reads. And again, what the hell does that have to do with me? What does that have to do with me and you? What does that have to do with you and me? You're a man, I'm a man. What does that book that you didn't write, that I didn't write, you're not the creator of that book. You're just going to give me an opinion of what you think that means. It's just an opinion. And then I could get another judge in here, and he gave me his opinion. And I could get 9 judges in the United States Supreme Court, and they're going to give me 9 different opinions. What the hell do I care what your opinion is? It's just an opinion. It's not fact. You won't sign it. You won't bear liability of your opinion. Are you going to bear liability for your opinion? No. Are you going to sign the order? No. Are you sure that you're correct in interpreting the law that way? Well, I've been doing this for 30 years. I think I'm pretty good at interpreting. No. I didn't say if you're practicing. I didn't ask you if you're pretty good. Are you going to put your money where your mouth is? Are you going to sign that damn order? And you're going to bear liability as a man to a fellow man? Well, no. Well, then I don't give a fuck. You're not my judge. You're not my fellow man. And you're not my God. You don't judge me. And I never consented to you judging me. I never agreed.
So tonight, I was on my way home. I had the kids out and everything, and my mom in the car, and I got stopped. And for traffic speeding, 30 over. And anyways, the man asked for, or he came up to the car and everything, or come up to the car, and he says, "Can I have your license, registration, and ownership?" And I said, "Is that in order?" Or I said, first of all, I said, before we get started here, I said, "Can I have a business card?" And he goes, "That's not how it works here." And I said, "Well, no." I said, "Okay, fine." And so he's like, my mom's like getting the ownership and the registration ready, and I said, for my license, I said, "Is that an order?" He says, "No, I demand your license." I said, "No, is that an order?" He's like, "No, I demand it." I said, "Is that an order?" He's like, "Well, like, what are you talking about? What's the difference between a demand and order?" I said, "Well, first of all," I said, you take orders about what you're told to do every week, and I said, you get paid. I said, I'm only willing to give you my license if you're going to order me to do it. And I said, and that way I can get paid. He's like, okay, it's an order. I order it. Okay, so fine, thank you. So then when he came back to the car, I called him man. I said, "Hey, man, how you doing?" And it struck him off guard, and he's like, "What?" And I said, you're a man. I'm a man, right? It was, yeah. I said, okay. Well, actually, sorry, in between that, too, so there was the first car that stopped, and then another car stopped behind him. My mom gave him a registration or something like that was from the previous owner. So anyways, she found something and gave it to him, and then she actually found the true one, I guess. So I grabbed it, and I went back to the car, the cop's car, and it was the second officer was leaning in the window talking to the guy. I said, I think this is the right ownership that he probably wants. I said, maybe you can, give it to him. And so this was the secondary officer that was there, the second man, right? And he goes, "Oh, okay, thanks." He says, "I'll give it to him." And I said, "Who are you, by the way?" And he goes, "I'm Officer or Constable Tripp." I said, "What?" He says, he shined a light on his badge. "E. Tripp." "Oh, okay. All right, well, thank you very much." I said, and then he handed it to him, and he says, "I just suggest, you go back and wait in your car." And I said, "Thank you very much. I'll do that. It's no problem." I said, "But I just need to know that, you'll be a witness of mine." And he walked away. He's like, "Yeah, well, whatever," kind of thing, right? So then when he gave me the ticket, he he says, have you had a ticket in a while? I says, no. I said, not a long time, man. And he says, okay. So then he explained the whole ticket about the process, and I had 14 days or 15 days to pay it and everything else. And, I took the ticket from him. He goes, you've been served. I said, oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. Actually, yeah. And I said, so what you're saying is I have 3 days to refuse this ticket, this contract. He goes, no, you have 15 days. And I said, oh, okay, all right. But back when he was asking, the order about the license, and I said, is there anything, and I was quite cordial, very nice. So, and he says, the order thing. And I said, is there any other orders that you wish? I mean, I'll take orders all day. But, I've got no problem with taking orders. So anyway, that's pretty well the whole situation, how it went. My mom was like shitting her pants, and I'm sure she's downstairs praying for me right now. And she says, he shouldn't be like that. She says he was a very nice guy. And I said, yeah. I said, you know what? I totally respect him. She was like, no, you didn't. I said, what are you talking about? I said, I didn't say anything mean. I just asked, is it an order? I asked very politely, and all this other stuff. And I said, there's absolutely nothing that I find that I did wrong. And that's the other thing. He says, oh, sorry, to go back. He says, you realize you were going a 90 or 130 or 120, whatever, over in a 90. And he says, this is a 90? And I said, no. I said, I have no idea. And then, sorry, because after the first time he came, I'm sorry, I'm splitting my story up a bit, but he took the ownership from the previous owner, and then he ended up coming back and asking for it and everything, to change it. And I said something, and I said, just so you know, all I'm doing here is just going from point A to point B. And he's like, okay, you're speeding. And I said, well, I'm just going from point A to point B. That's it, So I have to do a little bit of discovery and find out what the whole story is and what what he's written down about our conversation, and getting a recording of the conversation if they do record.
Just go back within 3 days and give him a ticket. You gave him a misdemeanor error. I was not operating under the license at the time. I was stopped.
Yeah, and I said to him, I said,
you got to say that I was just, you get this, basically say I was in lawful possession of my property, and I was just taking my property from point A to point B. And I don't believe that any man is going to come forth and make a claim that I've done anything wrong, that any man is going to be claiming that I've made a harm or a trespass upon his property while I was, taking my property from point A to point B.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was a little bit tripped up.
Yeah, what I'm just saying is you're basically saying, but you put down in there, if there is a man, please let Lee know immediately. Please let him bring his claim forth immediately, because I've yet to see a claim of a wrong, because I want to compensate him way before we get this into a public forum.
Right. Well, I did say like when he said, I'm just going from point A to point B, and I says I don't think I did anything wrong. I actually did say that. I don't think I did anything wrong. He's like, but you were speeding. I said, but I don't. What did I do?
The big thing you got to say is I was in my property.
Right. Well, it was actually my mom's.
Well, you have more of a vested interest, and when your mom drops dead and dies in tenths of a second, believe me, it's your property now, ain't it?
Yeah.
You have a vested interest in it, believe me. It's more your property than anybody else on planet Earth other than your mom's. How's that?
Right.
Yeah, and she didn't dispute that she wouldn't dispute that it was your property.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thought I covered a lot of the bases, but yeah, of course.
Oh, you did. Covered a lot. The next time you should have it in writing and just hand it to him.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have paper in my the only thing my mom had. Sorry?
No, I'm just saying it's nicer if you had something already in writing. Just said to the guy, license? Yeah, hang on a second. Here, I got something for you. And hand him the document that says all that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to come up with the document. No way you got to do it on the side of the road, and then he's going to call the supervisor, and you say, you know what, if I was you, I'd get a hold of somebody in the legal department as well before you contract it. I think you should read this. And as a matter of fact, if you got somebody on legal, on staff on call right now, I recommend that you call your legal department.
Right.
Before you do something that you might regret later.
Mm-hmm.
Something just not nice.
Well, I think at the beginning, by asking if it was an order and everything else, I pretty well gave him fair warning. Is that not right?
Yeah, but like I said, he really doesn't. Obviously, he doesn't understand what order meant to that level. Some do, some don't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I said, like I said, in the United States, when a black guy asked a guy in New York City cop, is that an order for us to stop playing basketball and go home? The cop said, absolutely not. I'm not ordering anything from you kids.
Yeah.
So he knew better. That's the damn thing from the kids. He's like, I ain't ordering a damn thing from you kids.
Mm-hmm.
The cop knows better. A New York City cop is trained better, obviously, to know what an order means.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd asked him, so I said, where's your office? And he's like, what, you mean detachment? I said, well, an office. I guess you have a business card, right? Oh, I did ask for the business card, and he's right at the beginning. He's like, well, we don't do it that way. And then when I came back to the car and told me about how long I had to pay and everything else, I said, can I have your business card? And he says, no. He says, I gave it to the last person or whatever.
Oh.
I said, really? He says, what, do you carry your business cards around? I said, when I'm working, I have a business card and I use it. But I said, I'm not in a business, so there's no need for me to carry it around. But you are. And I said, I'm asking for it. And now you're telling me that you don't have any. You gave them away. I said, okay. Yeah. I said, so where's your office? He goes, what, detachment? I said, well, whatever. I said, it's an office, isn't it? He's like,
yeah. So how am I going to deliver my answer upon you? You're the one making a complaint. You're the one who said I did something wrong, correct? He's like, yeah, well, then you're the one who's going to have to prosecute this in court. You're the one who's going to be moving this complaint against me.
Right.
So I want to properly answer you. I want to answer you before we go to court. I want to try to settle this way before we go into a courtroom.
Right. So I said, because you'll be fees.
Right, that's why it's important to have their business card. That's why it's important. It's like, do you want to contract with me? How can I contract with you? How could we negotiate the contract if I want to change the terms and conditions of the contract? How am I going to get a hold of you?
Mm-hmm.
You got to give me some way that we can communicate with you.
Right. I asked for the prosecuting attorney or whatever. I said, well, do you know what his name is? And he goes, no, there's a bunch of them anyways. I said, okay. I said, so. Yeah. I said.
Well, no, the cop's going to be the one who's prosecuting. He's the one who's going to. And if he's saying no, I'm just going to bear witness that you did something wrong. And it's okay. So did wrong to who?
Mm-hmm.
Who to whom did I do wrong? And he's going to be like, well, you breached a contract. You have an agreement to do a certain thing a certain way. And I'm the policy enforcement officer, and I'm the one who determines that you're in breach of the contract. So you've got a contract between you and Department of Motor Vehicles up here, and you're in breach of contract. It's like, no, I was not operating under license at the time of the stop. I got no breach of a contract. He's like, but you do have a license. Absolutely. Was I using it at this time? No, absolutely not.
Exactly.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. That just confuses the shit out of him.
Yeah, I could see he wasn't quite getting it, but when I got him to
like I said, that's why you tell him, look, you know what? Just where you write something down like that, and you tell him, look, man, go get a legal department, go get the legal, call somebody legal. If you want to renegotiate this, you know what? Get in touch with me. When I write the ticket, fine. You know what? You want to withdraw? That's fine. Get in touch with me. Here's my address. You know where I live. Write me a letter. Just tell me that you want to stop this, and we'll forget all about it.
Right. Put it back in his lap.
Yeah.
Sounds nice. I can write a nice genuine grandma letter to him.
Yeah, but like I said, that must have been interesting. Like I said, it's funny. when a cop knows what you're doing and doesn't know what you're doing, it's just a lot of fun. It depends on what you're dealing with.
Yeah. Well, he was a super nice guy. I mean, and my mom's like,
oh, yeah.
He was really nice. I said, yeah, he was really nice. And she's like, why are you doing this? I said, I do it because I believe in it. And I said, whether you do it or not, that's fine. But, this is my belief, and, you're not going to force your belief on me. This is what I've been, learning, and this is my belief. So she's like, okay, because, when I'm asking him about an order and everything, she's got her elbow, she's like fucking gabbing me. I'm like, Mom, just calm down. Like, forget about it. I said, we're at the side of the road. I'm talking nice to the guy. I'm not doing anything mean. Genuine.
It was just like horse and buggy days. At one time, 7 miles an hour was the speed limit.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said to your mom, at one time, this was considered fast, how fast I was going. But you know what? I was in total control of the vehicle at all times. The vehicle is capable of doing it. And you know what? I caused no harm in what I was doing.
Yeah.
It's nice that they're, making sure I wear my bicycle helmet. It's nice that they're making sure I got my seatbelt on. It's nice to make sure that I got a roll cage in the car. It's nice to know, they got my spacesuit on, but I don't need it. I don't require it as a man to go from here to there. But it's nice that they got these, policies officers out here. They got mommy out here making sure I'm doing the right thing. But you know what? At this time, I'm a man and I don't need mommy. I got this. And they could be like, no, if he doesn't do it, you could have got hurt. Good thing he stopped you, it'll slow you down from now on. And then you say to them, well, wait a second. What if I was doing the speed limit and a tractor trailer came across the road and I would have been a mile further back and I would have got hit by that tractor trailer?
Yeah.
You never know. It's all fate.
That's right.
It's like they say, if you walk out of your house and you decide to go left today instead of right, you might have a whole different life. You don't know. Just because I was speeding doesn't mean I was going to get hurt. What happens if the speed limit is 100 kilometers? And you get into an accident and you die. And you're like, well, the reason why I died, they found out that if I sped up, I would have avoided the accident. So whoever made me limit my ability to go from point A to point B at 100 kilometers, they're liable. Because if I could have done 120, I would have missed this accident. So whoever made me do 100, they're liable. It was like, dude, nobody made you do 100. You decided to do 100. It was your own free will. You could have went faster if you wanted to. But if I went faster, I would have got a ticket. And like Mark said, that somebody's like, the guy checked the guy's computer, and since he was speeding 3 hours earlier driving a truck, that he wouldn't have been at the intersection at that time 3 hours later.
Yeah, it was a truck driver. They do logs. I guess every truck stop, they have to log in, the hours.
It's computerized. So all you have to do is pull a computer on a guy's truck, like a flight box, like the red box, yellow box, black box, whatever on a plane.
Yeah. Okay.
They pull the box, and if they saw that he was speeding 3 days ago, well, then the odds of him being on that location on planet Earth couldn't have happened.
Yep.
But 3 days ago he was speeding. So if he wasn't speeding 3 days ago, he couldn't have possibly been there on planet Earth at that location.
Yeah, so he got charged with the crime, and I think that was with Tracy Morgan, the comedian. I think that's the accident that happened.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, too, is if the truck driver was supposed to sleep for 8 hours, and he only slept for 7 hours and 59 minutes, he could be held liable because that 1 minute of extra sleep, he wouldn't have been at that intersection at that time. Wow. So see, that's what I'm saying. The government's going to micromanage you, and you're going to beg the government to shut your truck down, shut your car off, shut your everything off, so you can't be held liable for doing anything wrong anymore. So the government's going to say to the truck driver, well, from now on, you don't like being charged with an accident, right? Because you were speeding 17 days ago, right? Right. Okay, so we're going to set up your truck, and we're going to make sure that if you speed, we're going to make sure that we slow you down. How's that?
That's the governor.
Right, we're going to govern you. We're going to make a governor on your truck. And we're going to make sure that you can't speed. And it's all going to be automatic, like autopilot. Even if you were speeding 17 days ago, or you missed 3 minutes of sleep, you would have been sleeping those 3 minutes, and that little old lady wouldn't have hit that little old lady at the stop sign. So they say, you see how important it is to abide by the laws? So we'll help you. We're here to help you and assist you. Abide the laws. So you're going to go to sleep, and we're going to keep you asleep for the full 8 hours. So just plug yourself into this, and there's a machine that's going to keep you asleep for 8 hours, and you're not going to wake up. Oh, shit. They're just going to micromanage everything to fucking death. They're going to take all the fun out of fucking anything on planet Earth.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Google car going on in California. I read a story that the Google car ran over somebody's dog because it ran out in the street.
But see, they're not going to hold them live. They're going to say, well, that's to be expected because that person should have controlled their dog. It's not Google Car's fault. It's the owner of the dog's fault. Because the car was doing everything legally. The dog was doing things that were illegal. Why was the dog in the street?
Yeah.
The dog was in a commission of an illegal activity. But the Google car is 100% legally doing what it legally is allowed to do.
Yeah.
The dog was doing something illegal.
So the dog's liable for the damage on the car.
That's right.
The owner of the dog.
Right. Is liable for the damage to the Google car.
Oh,
absolutely.
Man.
Next time, that owner will put some sort of a training collar on that dog, and it'll monitor that dog and keep that fucking dog on the damn sidewalk. Where it is, according to the law, the dog belongs on the sidewalk, not on a public thoroughfare. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Micromanagement.
That's right. The mommy state.
No more free will.
That's right. Well, you do have free will. You're going to either fucking comply with us or you're going to go to fucking jail and lose everything you got. So it's your choice. You wish to be part of us, or do you wish to have us fucking just take everything from you? Or do you wish to keep your stuff and not be held liable for anything? We'll let the machines take over, and the machines can control everything. How long you sleep, how long you drive, where you drive, when you don't drive, how fast you drive. We'll let the machines take over.
I think I saw that on TV.
It's simple, man. You can see it going that way, man, and I guarantee it's going to be like that in the next 15, 20 years. They're going to put they got the technology, right, for the car to follow, dotted lines in the road.
What about the law? If you hit somebody's dog, you have to stop and find the owner.
They're going to create, like I said, the dog was not in compliance with the legalese.
Right. They're going to change the code.
Right. Well, like I said, right. Well, the owner of the dog is not in compliance with legalese. The car is in full compliance with legalese. Now, natural law and the law of the land is no. When you see one of God's creatures on the road, you stop. It doesn't matter if you got the right of way according to legalese, you stop. But a machine has no concept of, I'm killing one of God's creatures. I better stop. So the cars say, no, in legal land, I've got the right of way and I'm going. The other machine has to stop. The only problem is the machine doesn't know the other machine it ain't a machine. And
yeah, what if it's a little kid that runs out in the street after a ball?
Well, like I said, a machine doesn't have a conscience.
Yeah.
It can't tell if it's looking at another machine or it's looking at flesh and blood. How does it know?
Well, they better make those cars to be able to tell.
Well, they're not. All I'm saying, all they're going to say is your fault that you didn't train, discipline, and monitor your little fucking monster called a baby. What was your baby doing out running around in the street? Now we're going to hold you for child abuse and neglect because our machine killed your kid.
That doesn't sound like.
It sounds perfectly legal to me. It's perfectly legal to me. According to the code, that street is for the machine, not for babies, not for animals. So you're negligent the way you treated that baby or that animal. It's your fault that animal died. It's your fault that baby died. Not the machine's fault. The machine's just doing what the machine is to do. According to the legal society, it's in full compliance with the law. You're not. Your dog wasn't. Your child wasn't. And I backed them up. I said, yeah, what the hell was your dog doing in the street? What was your child doing in the street? What was he doing riding on a bicycle? He knows what the legal says. He's got to wear a helmet. He's got to stay on the sidewalk. What was he doing? Oh, well, the sidewalk it was broken. It had like a sinkhole that was 10 feet deep. Well, tell him to go around the world the other fucking direction. Don't go on the street. Stay on the sidewalk.
Go to the park.
Yeah, well, it's like, well, then there's a sinkhole that popped up behind the kid. He couldn't go backwards, couldn't go forward, so he had to go on the street. I'll say, okay, so then he bears the liability for not staying in compliance with legalese. If you want to live in a legal society, if you want to live in legal land, you better fucking comply. And 99% of the people would rather live in a society of legalese. They don't want to live in a society of like common sense, common law. They don't want to fucking rely upon their own common sense or their own beliefs. They want somebody to tell them what they can and cannot do. They'd rather put the message, Carl. They'd rather just put the blame on somebody else than themselves. It's like it's not my fault. Almost every single calls my show. It's always the other guy's fault, not theirs, for what the situation they're in.
With the IRS too.
Yeah, they like IRS anything, can't.
Yeah.
Those bastards. What do you mean those bastards? Who told you to pick up a pen and paper and ink and put your name on it? Who told you to sign it? Didn't your daddy say you never signed nothing? No, my daddy never told me that. Why? He couldn't have been that fucking stupid. Don't tell me your dad was that fucking stupid until you don't ever fucking put your name to the paper because you're liable for that fucking paper then and everything on it.
My dad never told me that.
Well, there you go. So then you know what? His dad didn't tell him that.
Nope.
Well, or your dad was too busy getting stoned or something like that. He didn't remember what his dad told him. Or he was telling his dad to go fuck himself. Or he didn't communicate with his dad. I don't fucking know.
Yep, could have been.
But like I said, my dad told me that.
Thank God.
Don't put your name on a piece of paper. You put your name on a piece of paper, it makes you liable for the paper. Did you write the paper? No. Who wrote the paper? I don't know. Well, then you know what's in that man's mind? You know what's in that man's heart? You know what that man has in store for you? No. And why the fuck would you want to fucking be a liability? Well, I don't know, man. I got a motor vehicle thing I signed. I signed a piece of paper in motor vehicles. It's like, okay, did you create that thing? No. Well, now you did. You signed it. It's your baby. It's your little Picasso. Enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're liable for everything that's written on there. A lot of fun.
Thank you, Carl.
It's funny, man. It's like I said, as I'm telling you guys shit, like it's like Uncle Remus motherfucking guy I am. Like zippity fucking doodah. It's like what? Nobody ever fucking told you this old shit? Nobody ever told you about Briar Rabbit and a fucking tall patch? No, nobody told you that? No. Okay. Why not?
I was talking to a guy from Ontario here the other day, and he had a pretty interesting thought. You know that story about the guy that worked for GM, and when he was at home in his garage, he invented the intermittent windshield wipers?
Yeah.
And there was a ruling that he owned the invention because he did it on his own time. And then there's the case where the the guy that worked for the, was it Pfeiffer Pharmaceuticals, came up with the hard-on pills while he was at work, so that invention belonged to the pharmaceutical company.
Right.
How does that work with the birth certificate? Would that not mean that man owns the birth certificate?
But why would you want to bear liability?
Ooh, good
all
point.
Your countries run in debt for a reason. So they don't have to share the profit of the resources of the land. They're always in constant debt. See, Dean Clifford kept saying to everybody, well, we can claim the natural resources of the land. We could claim the profits. We should be able to share in. Right?
Mm-hmm.
These huge companies make all these huge profits and everything, right? Every year exporting fucking oil out of Canada, timber. We should all fucking be sharing in there, right? We should all be using our birth certificate to acquire some of the wealth that, the government creates, that the government's acquiring, right? That's basically his spiel. That's basically his spiel. Other people's spiel. If that's not exactly his, I've heard that fucking rhetoric. Why do you think Canada and the United States always make sure they're always in the red every year? So they don't have to share any of the profits with the people. And the people are always in debt. The birth certificate makes you pay the burden of the debt, of the national debt, of your people, of your land. If the government actually broke zero one year, or actually was in a black, and actually was making a profit every year, then they would have to pass on the profit to the people. Get everybody in the country, like they were doing in Libya, everybody was getting a profit sharing every year. Gaddafi was buying them all brand new cars, brand new houses. Everybody had an education. Everybody in Libya all had free education for life. Why? Because he was pulling the oil out of the land, the people of the land, to the same. So he was taking the profits that he was getting from selling the oil from the land. He was distributing the wealth back to the people. You think the people in Canada or the United States, if they ever caught wind what Gaddafi was doing, you don't think they'd say to Canada or the United States, hey, whoa, wait a second, if Gaddafi could do it, why can't we do it? If this one man, not a huge bureaucracy, one man, to provide housing, cars, food, shelter, and education for all his people, why can't these huge bureaucracies in the United States or Canada, why can't we do it? He's telling one man who's supposed to be a second-grade education, tyrant, second-grade education, lived in a mud hut his whole life, sprung out of the desert out of the middle of nowhere, can't read or write. If he could fucking pull this little miracle off, what the fuck is your central government's fucking major malfunction?
That's why he had to go.
He had to go. If this simple guy could fucking create such wealth for his people, what the fuck is the Canadian and the United States government's problem?
Yeah, he was even saving all the other countries around him, digging irrigation ditches, bringing water to the desert. What a bad guy.
Right. He was making a continental superhighway.
The first thing they did. Yeah, the first thing they did after he died is they put a Rothschild central bank in.
Yes. I guaranteed all his projects are creating monorails across Africa and highways across Africa and waterworks across Africa. I guarantee they shut that down in a heartbeat. They were like, no, we'll let you people know when you can progress. Just like I said when I told that Vice Premier of Canada. He says, no, we'll let the Canadian people know when they can progress. We'll let them know. We'll control them. We'll control the growth rate. We'll let them know when they can advance. We'll give the technology to them when we think it's time for them to have it. Like I said, people just like to micromanage. They're bored out of their fucking minds, man. They don't want for anything.
Yeah, that guy, he's going to retire soon. I guess he's got a lot of money coming, and he's scared that Canada Revenue is going to take his money. So he wanted me to find out the best way he could get a hold of you.
Oh, all right. Well, just tell him to give me a call.
All right.
Well, like I said, that's what's funny, too, is just, like I said, I mean, Dean Clifford had a good thought, and it all makes sense to a lot of people. You know, why? What's with the birth certificate? You know, why not get rid of it? Why? Because when your country runs into the block and they get a ton of money coming to them, you could be the one with your hand out, say, hey, where's my cut? Where's my share? Right now, there's always a debt. Obviously, you can't say, where's my share? But what the government can do is they can come to you and say, oh, you got to pay your share of the national debt. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Sometimes the government is going to cut you a check because we're all going to share in the profits. And sometimes we're going to lose, just like Gaddafi would have done. Gaddafi would have said, hey, guys, can't give out free cars this year. Can't give out free houses. You know what? Oil collapsed. Honestly, that's all we got. Maybe next year will be better. And his people would have understood. He said, okay. And he said, well, honestly, we actually all have to pay a little bit this year. We all have to pay an extra $1,000 this year. I'm sorry, guys, but you know what? You know, in times of plenty, I gave. Now, in times of few, we've all got to tighten our belts a little bit. And the people would have done it. But these governments, these like this United States or these Canadian governments, they tell the people, we're always in the debt. We always can't. We can never, create a profit. We're always going to be full because of look at all the wonderful things we give to the people.
Makes me think about
what I'm saying. The United States, and then would say, look at all the free houses and the free cars and the free medical we give to all the United States people, just like Gaddafi does. This money kind of come from somewhere. And then the American people say, wait a second, you don't give us anything free. What the fuck are you talking about? I said, oh, that's right, we don't, do we? We just fuck you people, don't we? Oh, that's right, we start all the wars someplace and say, dump $1 trillion in the middle of the desert somewhere, say, we had to save you because they want to invade your shopping malls.
Yeah, since the 19th or the 18th of this month, or no, the 8th of this month, they've dropped 600 bombs in Iraq.
Yeah, on a
like $100,000 a bomb, probably more than that.
Yeah, like I said, just destroying wealth. Any way they could just take your tax money and just fucking bury it in the sand in Iraq, they're going to do it. They're just going to take it and destroy it. They're just going to take your money and just piss it away.
Wow.
So laugh. I just laugh at them. I say, what are you going to do with my money? Oh, don't you worry about it. Oh, you're just going to take a bomb and blow it up, so I'm going to work my whole life so you can buy one bomb. Yep. And you can just drop it off in the middle of the desert in the sand somewhere. Yep. And that's okay. You're going to take my house, my car, and everything because I owe you $100,000. And you're going to dump it in the desert somewhere. Yep. So that's exactly what's going to do to your money. And I say to everybody, until you learn how to be a man, I'm glad they do it to you. And I hope they keep doing it to you until you wake up. To say no more. It's going to take a long time, man. But like I said, the only way, I said to my sister, any of this shit's ever going to work with stuff I do is in a time of like a Great Depression until people wake up. Until the people realize, holy shit, what happened? And then they'll say, hey, there's a guy named Carl. What? There's an Uncle Remus motherfucker out there. He'll tell you what the fuck happened. They'll say, well, why didn't we know this? Well, because Mommy and Daddy were busy trying to get snowmobiles, matching snowmobiles, and they wanted a parasail off of the fucking coast of France last year. So Mommy and Daddy were too busy fucking acquiring crack to tell us what the fuck the real deal was.
Working overtime to go on that luxury vacation.
Yeah, but they had to have.
How is it the IRS becomes the defendant in tax court?
You petition. They tell you that if you don't if you don't believe that, if you believe their assessment of your debt is an error, to take this petition and file it in the United States tax court, and we'll have a hearing over whether you owe a debt or not. Oh, lovely. Yeah, it's a lovely letter. If you believe that we're in error, that's fine. You have every right to petition your government. You have every right for redress. You have every right for to have your belief heard. So just take this fucking petition and send it off to your local United States District Tax Court, and we'll be more than glad to discuss this matter in a courtroom setting. God bless, and have a lovely day.
Well, that young guy
that young guy
So
up at my place here with his mortgage thing, where they sent him a letter saying, you know, if he believes something, he has to fill out Form 2 or whatever. And you said light their pants on fire. Well, that's what I think they were trying to do, was make him the petitioner with that form. But anyways, you help that young man out, and they start cashing his checks again for his mortgage payment, and everybody disappeared.
Wow.
Yeah, just from
That's
his...
point. Just from what?
Just from his letter.
Yeah. Letters do a lot, man. Letters are powerful as shit. That's why I had that Mexican guy who was in Kelowna, and he had to leave early. And he said to me, he says, Carl, he says, it's worked 3 times just writing a simple letter to, like, the mortgage companies. He says, but I said, you do realize what you're holding in your hand now, right? He says, oh, yeah. He says, and he says, believe me, Carl, I do take it very seriously, and I'm not just passing this around like lollipops and sunshine and rainbow. He says, the people I do help, he says, I do drill them and grill them and say, like, what the hell's wrong with you? Why did you allow this to happen? You're not going to do this again, are you? I'll help you this time, but, you know, you're not going to get it for free. And I said, wow, you really understand what I'm trying to do. And he said, yes. He says, I know it's a great responsibility. And I said, and I videotaped him. I had Jason use my little video camera to talk to him, because I wish he would have spoke up in front of all of you. But he said he didn't want to tell everybody. So I said, well, will you let me videotape you? He says, yeah. He said, but I just don't want to stand up and tell everybody, because he says, I realize just how powerful a letter is and what it could really do for people.
Actually, I was there when he was talking to you.
Oh, you did hear me and Jason?
Yeah, I was there when you had Jason videotape him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted him to stick around. He's like, but he says, no, Carl, honestly, I don't want to tell people this. I don't really want too many people to know. I said, why not? I said, you trying to corner the market or something? He says, hell no. Because I realize what could happen if this gets out.
That's
said,
why I'm flying on the wall listening intensely.
Yeah, but letters are very powerful if you know how to do it correctly, and you're writing like you're writing to your grandma. You know, no snarky shit, no sarcasm, no, like I said, when Gus sent me a letter, he wanted to write to the IRS. I said, that's not how you would speak to your grandma. There's a lot of innuendos in there, sarcasm. I said, I know that's your nature. I know you're just a funny guy like that. I said, but you got to write a letter like you're writing to grandma, thanking her for her lovely concern of your taxes and what you might owe as a debt. Thank you for your concern, but I think I've got this at this time. But if you believe I don't, well then, you know, I'd be more than glad to listen to what you believe. But I said, none of this silly shit that he was writing. You know, I was like, you don't send that off. That's just, you're looking for a whooping.
Like, you turn it on him and say, well, if you believe I owe a debt, you may petition me.
Yeah. Take my petition form. Yeah, give a petition form. Make your own petition form that looks just like theirs. And say, I'll see you in any local district court that I live by, because I'm a defendant. You know, you won't tip your hand and let them know you're the defendant. But you entertain them in any local district court where you live, any mom or pop district court, and bring your claim forth that I owe a debt. But I do. I write things really nice and simple like that. I don't make it complicated. You know, and they know exactly what I'm doing. They're not stupid. They're trained. They're not stupid people. They know. They see a letter like that, they know exactly what the hell, who they're talking to on the other side.
I'm sending him a letter right away, and just to let him know that, you know, I've been communicating with Anita, acting as a prosecutor, asking her to bring forth the man or woman claims I've done wrong, and I haven't had an answer yet. So
yeah,
just
well, like I said, you're gonna have to move along with that and say, then I'm gonna have to require you to discharge it, because it's causing me harm or loss, or it's causing me whatever. Then you're gonna have to go along and start to say, look, this is the second, letter, third letter, you're gonna have to, prosecute. You're gonna have to pursue me. Well, Canada's really strict like that. They got 6 months. They got 6 months to prosecute you, or they got to drop it.
I wanted to share something with you along what you were saying when Karl came up in my court case. I learned a bunch of things too, but I wanted to share the big one, which was.
Okay. So it's your case then. This is the one that Karl was talking about.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, big lesson I learned. This will be old news to some of the listeners, but to some of the new people, it'll be very valuable. When you're asking your questions, you've got to have the presider. You've got to make sure that presider knows that you're asking him the questions to obtain a response from the prosecutor.
Okay.
The presider has no obligation to answer your questions, at least about their case, maybe about jurisdiction or subject matter jurisdiction, but questions about the case, like what is the nature of the charges, those have to be directed. You have to require that the presider get a response from the prosecutor for you, and I failed to do that, and things went pretty good, but that was a big one. I wish I had done that.
Okay, cool.
And another thing I just want to throw in real quick that I think would be valuable, I think it's real important not to underestimate what Karl was saying about the canon code. I actually did a lot of research on that last week when he brought it up. And it's just like he said, when you go in and read the code, and I don't know about other states, but in my state and in the federal level, they're called judicial canons. And sure enough, when you start reading these, you see things in there. It's their religion. It's their code of conduct. They have to support your common law claim. And I'll just give you a quick example. Like in the state that I'm in, Canon 3 requires impartiality. So they can't favor statutory administrative over common law. They can't favor the person over the man. Another one, Canon 5, is they have a duty to support the truth. Not the partial truth that the prosecutor is trying to limit the case to, but the whole truth. And there's a bunch of other ones that are really powerful in here. So
you must have fun to throw them back.
Yeah, it definitely will. So like Karl said, you go in there and you say, not only do I believe the whole truth has to come forth to justice, but so don't your canons. Take a look at canon number 4. You just put it right out to them. So it is a good idea to read the canon in the state, or in the case of federal, you'd read the federal judicial canons, which are really tight. I think they're great.
I love that. That's really funny.
Yeah. If you're in there, you see how much they ignore them. But I wonder if you brought it to... Go ahead.
No, John, carry on.
Well, I was just going to say, I wonder if you bring it to their attention just how much they would taper back from ignoring them.
I think I remember about a year and a half ago, before I met Karl, year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, when I was asking questions in courts. One, the language, I didn't really quite understand the language. But a lot of the time I used to ask questions and then I get no response. So I used to say, well, hang on, don't I have a right to do such and such? And the judge would just look glum at me, and then he'd look at the prosecution, and the prosecution looked glum, and he looked back at the judge, he looked glum, and they both sat there looking at me, and they're all looking glum. I'm thinking, shit, what the hell are you all looking at? But I think maybe I could have redirected the question a little bit better.
Well, here's a tool you could use, assuming you had this, in your area. You go look up the canon code or the judicial canons, and you find something that says this: they have a duty to support the truth. Well, sorry guys, but silence isn't the truth. silence is the opposite of the truth when you've got a direct question in front of you.
Yeah, I think the other one is, I think I'd probably favor, because I haven't looked up the canon yet, but I will do in the next week. The other one is to say, oh, okay, I'll place it on record. No answer was given. I noticed if you pose your question correctly, then you can say, oh, in the absence of an answer means that this is true then. I'll place it on record that nobody's objected to this point, and this is true. That's another way to do it.
That's a great way.
But I notice it's a lot of the time, even when I'm letter writing, I tend to word my questions in a way, because I know, everybody knows that if you ask a damning question, a public official will not respond to it. So it's almost like, public official, did you really, do something against your duties and responsibilities and obligations so, I can openly sue you? Well, he isn't going to write back and say, yes, I did. He's just not going to give you that answer.
Right.
So writing it in that way is not probably a good idea. However, if you want to word it in such a way to say, hey, I've seen you do this, and that's against your duties and responsibilities, because you're a public servant and I'm a member of the public, I'm a man who you should be serving. Now, if you want to carry on with your, whatever case or such and such, that's fine. But if you don't want to respond to this, then I'll kind of accept that you're accepting that, you did something wrong. And then we'll just call it quits at that. I'll forgive you your trespasses, you forgive me your mine. And I've noticed that's a lot easier way for them just to say, you know what, we can duck out without actually admitting any guilt, and we can just call it quits. Because the other way was, I think about more than a year ago, I used to write very aggressive letters. It's, I'm going to sue the hell out of you, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. And you just think, well, how can they ever back out? There's no space, there's no wriggle room for them to back out, so the only way is forward. So you think, man, why don't they stop prosecuting or stop poking with a stick, and they might actually stop. But it's just something you learn, I suppose, after time.
I think that's a very valuable approach. I put that in most everything I do when I communicate with them.
Well, I always do these other little funny things to try and annoy them in some ways as well. So I would say, so I require a response to confirm that you received this in 7 days. So they have to just respond. Even if they don't want to respond to the letter, they still got to respond. So that always gives them a job. Also, what else do I do?
Can you repeat that, Bali? I missed that.
Oh, so right at the end, so if I've asked a kind of a nice-ish question, or I've termed it in a way where it gives them a way just not to respond and not answer the question, then the next point would be is the other thing that I require of you. I require of you to answer or satisfy these next two questions. So one would be an awkward question, as I'd call it. And the second one would be, right, now I also require you to confirm that you've received this notice. So what they may not answer is the first question, but hopefully I've put it in a way that no response means this. But then I actually get a response to say, thank you. I've had it a few times, and they say, we've noticed your letter. That's all it says, nothing else. And then they disappear. And I say, brilliant. Technically I've won, they felt they've won, hey, everybody's happy.
Yeah, it is kind of comical when you're in there and you're asking them these questions and they all just look at you like Karl says, like somebody farted. They just stand there.
Yeah. Did you do it? No, did he do it? Who did it?
Yeah. You ever see that wheel, that spinning wheel that they use to hypnotize people? It's got the rainbow in it, the twist rainbow. They all go into this hypnotic trance. Then they snap out of it when they want to come at you real quick.
I was saying to the other people who've done it a little bit for a while and, say, gone to the desk at the courthouse, then once first of all, you go through this aggressive mode where you're a petulant child and you don't get what you want and you're saying the wrong words, all sorts of stuff. So then you improve your words, but you still lose your temper a little bit if you don't quite get what you want and you've just not quite tightened things down very well. And then, but then once you start getting better at that, then the court clerks start thinking, oh shit, it's him. Oh my God, we're going to have to, he's going to make us start picking envelopes off the floor, leaflets off the walls, he's requiring us to do all sorts of shit. But then the other thing is, when it's really, really start to get good, that's when you start to no longer lose your temper whatsoever, be as calm as you like. Then I call it, what I call that is almost like a De Niro phase, where De Niro doesn't start pulling funny faces to show how angry he is like a child and start going, "Arr." De Niro does very, very little, and everybody is absolutely scared. It's almost that the opposition's mind fills in the gap. So in Psycho, you don't see the murder, you see the knife, and you see the curtain rail and the shower curtain rail all falling down, and your mind fills in the rest, and you're absolutely left petrified.
Yeah, that's a great observation. It's a negotiating tool, by the way. If you take courses on negotiating, one of the basic things you learn is the power of silence.
Yeah, that's what I noticed when I used to do sales. They used to say, the power of silence. Ask a question and completely stop, especially if somebody you're talking to is actually doing something else. If they're trying to stamp things in front of you and you're trying to have an intelligent conversation with them and they're not listening, first thing you can do is cut them dead by stop them stamping stuff, is just ask them a question and just pause, because then even if they're not actually listening to you, they just hear this big pause and think, shit, I'm supposed to say something. What did you just say? I better stop what I'm doing. What did you just say? Then they actually start to engage. But definitely power of silence is huge. And the other one is, I've done that, made that mistake at the courthouse once before as well, where I've filled in the blank for someone. So I said, oh, so who's this crown? And then the first few times I asked that, I said, oh, is it the Queen? I thought, shit, why have I volunteered it? I want them to confess. I want to convict them with their confession, whereas I volunteered the information and they've just nodded. That's directing a witness. I shouldn't do that. Even when I have a conversation at the desk, I should not do that. That silence is key. You wait for someone to say that information that you're going to convict them with. I suppose that's a questioning technique which I had to learn, which, again, another one where I made all the mistakes, but eventually you get better and better at it. And sometimes, for me, I think it was better to learn by writing and improve my questioning skills in writing, very sleek, very simple, whereby the answer, like I say, is generally from courts and councils, you're more likely to get a non-answer. So you skew your question saying, well, that's okay, but, you know, if you think that you're going to, that this did occur and that you've got first-hand knowledge that, you know, above and beyond that I do, then brilliant. Then I'll wait for you to submit that bit of information, and then I'll act upon what you say. But a failure to submit that means that you know, that didn't occur. And so I'll ignore everything that you said in your last letter. But by the way, you have 7 days to notify me that you've confirmed you received the letter. I suppose that's a good example.
I remember you teaching me that a long time ago. Always put a time limit on it.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing worse in the world when you receive a letter saying you've got to pay this bill in 3 days. You're, oh, shit, quick, grab the checkbook. Oh, my God, I'm busy tomorrow. Oh, my God, I better remember on Tuesday. You start panicking. That's why I think I learned that from courts. They always give you a time frame.
Yeah, I think that's very important. I hadn't done that before you taught me that a few months ago. Now I put a time line on it every time. I'm in the process right now of writing letters to the clerk who allowed my case to be refused by a magistrate from a foreign court. Nothing to do with my court. Filled out a piece of paper and said your entire claim is refused. And but I had beforehand given the clerk an order to seal my case, and I had also given them a notice of what it would cost him if he trespassed or allowed anyone to trespass on my case. So I'm now in the process of giving him the opportunity to redeem himself before I file a lawsuit.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Yeah, it's good. Like,
that's pretty fair. Maybe I wouldn't have done that. I don't know. No, that's pretty cool. But like I say, is really along this entire phase of, say, for instance, a court case, it's just a form of contracting along the way. You're defining the barriers, the edges of this court. So sometimes you have to, define it that also benefits you as well. But definitely don't just sit there and be quiet and just hope to God it all disappears. That's a real bad idea. Too many people like that ring up me and Karl all the time saying, oh, I'm in court in about a week or 2 weeks' time. Well, what the hell have you been doing here all the time? Oh, nothing. That's not good.
Well, they get paralyzed by fear.
Sorry?
They get paralyzed by fear.
Yeah. And the thing is the more you learn about it, the more you start to realize, oh, there is no fear. My God, they're actually working for me. Who's actually done all the mistakes? Actually, I've done all the mistakes. Oh, my God. I might as well just get a gun and just shoot myself in the head. But I can't. I was saying this before, maybe a week or two, and I was saying, my God, once you understand what a judge does, who would honestly want to do that job? Because I tell you now, I would not want to do that job. I think I'd be the horriblest judge ever. I would just make judgments very, very quickly and just look at who was honourable, who was dishonourable. So, it'd be interesting if people, picked me and Karl to be a judge. I think people would be genuinely shocked and say, oh my God, what are these lot doing? They're even worse than the other guys. Well, it's a shit job. It's really hard. And if you're going to do it properly, which is not probably always in the right way. But yeah, duty and obligations are the main thing. But, all these random free men that are just saying we're not going to pay anything, and, it's fine for the rest of the world to go out and earn a crust and pay for their mortgage and their such and such. But just for us, we don't believe that money exists and we're not going to pay anything. Well, that ain't right. Why the hell am I turning up to work for tomorrow for? The whole world should grind to a halt in that scenario, and it shouldn't, no. Every man should pay. Even if it's £1. That's still called paying.
I wouldn't want to be a judge just for the, depending on what your religion is, but just the responsibility, on the other side. I believe these guys are going to face a far more harsh judgment.
Oh, yeah. Trial by public is a lot worse.
Yeah.
But sometimes, that case I was telling you about, the one, my Crown one, in August, and, it was like 39, I lost count of the 39 dirty little tricks that were done on that day. 49, and I lost count after that. There's more than 50 dirty little tricks that were played. But then I always think, could I do that job? No chance. I just couldn't do it. I really just couldn't do it. So, someone's got to do the job. Otherwise, the other thing is the council believes they won. So it was printed in the newspaper that they thought they won. But did they order for me to move my caravan? Nope. So, hey, if that's your version of winning, fair play. It's a bit weird, but hey, that's fine. I don't mind.
That's probably more to bluff you than anything else, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think the other thing is, in reality, any cases that I've won, have they ever been in the papers? Nope. So what voice actually ever gets out? Just people being prosecuted, that's it. Fear, fear, fear. Yeah, nothing about anyone paying anything with £1 a month or anything like that. Nope. Just somebody else has been prosecuted for something. And in in fact, I don't know if it's the same in America. We, on our main channels like BBC One, we have programs which have, the bailiffs are coming, parking tickets, the council's coming, and all it is fear, being propaganda, being driven into to make people to perform and be scared and do stuff. And at first I used to think, oh God, this is just annoying, this is just trying to scare people. But then in the other way, and I was watching it, I was thinking, well, hang on. If it does get people to semi-do something, like you say, is it like a state being a group of individuals that sort of just come together to secure and protect each other's property? Well, you know what? In every society, in every state, we do have some, iffy people, a few dodgy people that haven't actually ended up in a jail. They're actually still out, or they've just been released. So if they're the ones that are watching this stuff and actually believe it, that's probably not a bad thing. If everybody went around saying, you know what, courts don't exist, nothing exists, it's all fine, let's go around and do some crazy stuff, I don't think that's the kind of world I'd like to live in. I want the crazy people to at least, hold the reins a little bit and hold the reins back a bit and not be completely out there. You've got to have some sort of order. John, you still there?
Yeah, I was just thinking of a question I wanted to ask you, and I'm forgetting. It was something I wanted to ask you, too. Oh, I know what it was. In your area, if you were in the your equivalent of federal court is Queens Bench, right?
Yeah, Queens Bench, yeah.
So if you were trying to move your claim in Queens Bench and you ordered the clerk to seal the case when they didn't seal it, and I'm relating my story to you, and as a result of that, some rogue magistrate from a foreign court, not the Bali court, some other court, took your claim, your entire claim, mailed it back to you, and just put a little note on it that said refused. It doesn't comply with the rules of civil procedure or whatever, phony story they make up. Would you?
What would I do?
What's that?
What would I do? Is that what you're going to ask?
Yeah.
Okay, that's happened to me before, and I think some people rang me up at the beginning of the year where they had that a lot, and I said, oh, so it's almost like the clerk is in a scenario where all they believe is people are coming in to ask stuff. So they're almost in autopilot, that they'll look at yours and just think, well, what? This is just usual. We just randomly stamp it, give it him, he throws it out, I stamp it again. That's it. That's just what we do. If you did it 900 times, you just wouldn't think. You just do it. But even though you're slightly a little bit different, you just think, well, I don't know, I just stamp it and he goes there and he chucks it out and we stamp it and throw it back out. That's it. So average Joe would always turn array at the desk. You'd ask something to the clerk or you'd require them, and they may not actually figure out what you're saying when you're requiring stuff. They might be new. Who knows? But then it's your chance to explain it and say, right, so, you're a member of the public, yeah. So you have a duty and an obligation, yeah. So on there it said to seal the case, or give it to a competent judge, or whatever you're trying to do, and you say, but you didn't do that, did you? For some reason, you on that day, whether you had a bad day, I don't know, but on that day you didn't do it. So you know what? I'm going to hold you liable. Failure for carrying out your duties, a dereliction of duty. Let's just call it a dereliction of duty. Or I can give you 7 days to, 1, to confirm that you received this letter, or 2, give me a date for my hearing or my trial. So on the other side, they'll say, bloody hell, we normally reject all these claims and never get a letter back. I'll have read this letter. Oh, shit, what's this saying? Then we go speak to the duty solicitor who'd say, you're in a bit of trouble here. You know what? I think you need to write back and give them a date. I think we had shitloads. I said at the beginning of the year with people saying this, and I said, why do you presume after one conversation and just give up that easily? Why don't you ever go back and say, look, I require of you? And sometimes, I think it happened to me a few times where somebody said, can you do us a favor? Can you write us a letter? And I said, fine, yeah. And that's all I said. It's something simple as that. And then I wrote, and then I'd get a call from them saying, we got a response. And I said, and they said, I'm just shocked. We've just got a hearing. They didn't apologize. They didn't do absolutely nothing. All they said was, here you go. Here's your date. Here's your hearing. So, like I was saying, is if you're trying to get them to admit they've done something libelous or that they've done something wrong, they're just never going to do it. It's never going to happen. But if you say, you know what, I'll just forgive you, I'm sure you're busy. I'm sure you had so many damn on the pile to reject and stamp all of them that you forgot that mine should have been on the other pile. That was, give me a hearing date. Hey, these things happen. I know you're busy. I'm busy too. But it doesn't matter. You know what? It's not the end of the world. Nobody died. Nobody got killed. I'll give you one last chance. One last chance. You got 7 days to correct this and give me a hearing date.
I did each of those ingredients sequentially in letters. So I started off very soft. Then I got a little more stern. Then I got very direct. And the last letter was basically...
I'm surprised you had to do that many letters. Normally you just write first and it comes straight away.
Well, I don't know how to explain this. Of course, this is in my head. I could be guessing wrong. But there's kind of a rule of thumb, and I believe it's true. The smaller the state, the more corrupt the court. And so this is the smallest state in the country.
Okay.
The corruption is like exponential.
This is your belief, okay.
Yeah, well, and ever since I was a kid, I've lived in New England for 53 years. This state has a reputation. What's that?
No, I was just going to say, to be honest, like a lot of the time when I kept going back to the courthouse and I kept getting messed around, all it was is I stopped writing and I just turn up and I'd say, did you do this? Yeah. No, I always go in there and say, right, I want to speak to this lady here who wrote me this letter. And they say, oh, no, that's this lady and she's busy. I'm like, no. I don't care if I sit here all day, but I require of you to go to the back and bring that lady out here now. And they're, oh, shit. And then they walk off. And then about 5 minutes later, this lady comes out and I say, hey, how's it going? You all right? And I kill her with kindness. And then I start saying, right, something here went wrong. Yeah, you need to correct it. I don't quite understand what the hell happened, but I'm requiring you to do it. And then once I think the listings officer refused, she goes, I'm not going to give you a date. I said, oh, yes, you are. And she goes, I'd asked the judge, and the judge said for me to chuck it out. And I said, brilliant. So now you're telling me that the judge trespassed. Let me make a note of it. Which judge was it that trespassed? And she went, no, I'm taking that back. I don't want to say. And I said, what? You're not going to tell me what the name of the judge is? Are you sure he's even a judge? I'm not even sure he's a judge now. Now you're just making it up. Hang on. There's only one way I can actually know that this actually was a judge. I require you to give me the name of that man who's acting on the judge on that day, and I'll write to him. And she was like, oh, shit, this is going really wrong. And I said, right, okay. Well, what about if I put it a different way? I said, I just require you to give me a hearing date. And she said, no, I don't think you understand. I literally can't do it. And I said, no, perhaps you're not understanding me. I said, right, can you go get me an N1 form? And she said, okay. And she just walked off and got me an N1 form, put it on the table, and I started writing a name across the top. And she said, what are you doing? Because I'm making a claim against you. Man, I just asked you twice in front of my friend here. Twice, I required you to do two things, and you just didn't listen to me. Totally didn't listen to me. So, you know what? I'm not going to lose my temper. I don't need to have a stroke or a heart attack just for you. You're nobody. You're a nice lady and all, but at the end of the day, you're not doing shit for me. You're not benefiting me, so why should I care about you? You clearly don't care about me. Hey, it's not the end of the world. You know what? maybe I'm right, maybe I'm just crazy, but I'm going to write your name down today. This is your name, right? Because it's written on the letter. Brilliant. There's your name. It goes there. There's my claim. And then she walked off and she came back and she goes, okay, I've just spoken to a judge. She came back about 10, 15 minutes later, to be honest. But she did actually go to ask the judge. And then she came back and said, yeah, I'm going to have to give you a date. But she goes, I need to type it, so I'll send it to you in the post. It'll be there, in the next 2, 3, 4 days. And I said, don't give me any of your nonsense where it goes into the court paperwork and it takes 1 month to come. And she went, no, honestly, I'll write it tonight and it'll get a stamp on it. And in a day or two, depending on your post, it'll be on your doorstep. And I said, oh, okay, cool. Thank you for that. But remember, if it isn't there by Friday, on Monday I'll be coming back to see you. And then she said, no, I've done it. It'll be done. I said, okay, well, you know what? Thank you very much. I really hope you have a nice weekend. Then I walked off. 1 day later, that the hearing date came.
That's a great story to hear, because I'm in the midst of that myself, so it's good to hear that.
So I think sometimes you have to play it out in your mind. If I don't hear something that I want to hear, what am I going to do? What am I going to say? And I've noticed one thing is, you'd think that if it was all the corrupt and all kind of scary shit like that, then once I was getting those forms out, that they would just say, you know what, get lost. Because she didn't know where I was going to file it. She'd probably say, yeah, you know what, file it in here, and that one's going to fall off my desk. But I tell you what, she was scared shitless, and she's the listings officer. If she can't pick up one of the claims and throw it off the desk and throw it in the shredder, and she was scared, yeah, that's pretty that's pretty powerful shit.
That's great.
The wife filed for divorce in New York, and she's kind of unhinged, not emotionally all with it. The child.
What year was that in?
That was in 2012. But she's finally taken it to court because the settlement's not working out. Because I'm not battling all of the man. But I'm temporarily making a pretty high salary because I got a contract. And that's running out shortly, and I don't really have any inclination, or I don't think I'll be able to maintain my income. And she wants to lock it in at that income, so I don't even know if I'm going to be bringing home the amount that my child support order is going to be in a year from now. And I don't understand why a bunch of narcissists in Albany can determine what my children need. And I want to provide for my children at my discretion based on their needs and my ability. I mean, I don't want to shortchange them, but I don't see how a judge has the authority to do this, or to basically divorce me, at least not in the book I read. And I'm wondering...
Did you sign any parenting plan?
No, I haven't signed anything yet.
You guys went to court. Did you put anything into the court?
No, well, she put her complaint in the court, and I got a lawyer because I didn't know what the hell anything was, and from what I saw, it was really one-sided and ridiculous. But yeah, we've been going back and forth, and she just had enough with us going back and forth, and wants the judge to basically hammer me. So
okay, so every time you put something into the court, your attorney prepares it and you sign it.
Right.
So you can't say you haven't signed anything.
No, we had a preliminary hearing.
Okay. So there's no parenting plan that's been put into place.
Right.
It sounded like you had water running when you were first starting to describe, and so I missed some of that. But 2012, was that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And what stage are you at now? How long before are you guys going to trial for the final decree, or did you guys agree on something?
Yeah, we're not going to agree because she's a little off the wall, but over controlling, etc.
Is there a trial date set?
Yeah, it's in 3 weeks.
Ooh.
But the thing is, I
I can't sign to pay something I don't know that I can pay. I can't do that. And everyone, it's okay.
They're going to be your income and what their every state has a different set of rules for how they figure income and child support, and some states they figure. I know Massachusetts is one that goes until the children are out of school, and that can be up until the time they're 26 years old, getting a PhD. Wow. And other states are only 18 years old, and that's it. The strings are cut. So, every state has its own thing, and it gets modified from time to time based on fluctuation in parenting time and in income that's coming in. But how long have you been listening to Karl?
Just found them like maybe 3-4 weeks ago.
Okay. So it'll take you a good 6 months to really get a grip on the kind of things that you can do in a divorce with this kind of information. But essentially, your question is, where do they get control? One of the biggest places they get control is in a parenting plan, and you're in there with an attorney, so obviously you're not in court standing on your own 2 feet as a man. And at this point, if you've got a lot of property to split up,
no, not really.
Not really.
Too late to stand on my own and say, fire the attorney, because he's not helping me. I don't think.
Larry, what do you recommend?
Well, that's what I was sitting here thinking while he was talking about that. And hey, Mike, I muted a lot of you other guys. Mike, John, Mike goes one. I muted you guys also. So if you got anything you want to inject, go ahead and fall in. Run there. I muted you also. But you definitely want to. First of all, let me ask you this: how many weeks you said you've been, paying attention to Karl's method?
Maybe 4. I mean, I've been looking at everything, like Carl Miller, Bill Thornton, following Dean Clifford, like looking at everything, and just Karl's makes so much sense, and it's just simple and not bogged down in the weeds, and because I just seen that everything else that just was too complex and didn't really work anyway. But this resonates with me, but yeah, I haven't gotten too much of it.
Okay. Well, and once again, because I really wasn't paying attention, I was on the board on the chat, and I don't want to sound redundant, but because I was listening, you and Gus was talking. But if you can repeat it again for the ones that's listening along with me. Now, you saying you're going through a divorce that your ex-wife is hammering you on, right?
Yeah, she pretty much wants to punish me, yeah. But even then, if it was just what the state formula is, I did some military service, so that elevated my income. Then I got this job after that is going to be ending shortly. So I was trying to find a job for like 60% of what I'm making, and it's slim pickings. I don't even know if I can do that.
And what state are you in?
The divorce is in New York. I'm in D.C.
Oh, okay. You want them cross town. Yeah, and it's hard to try because y'all both have a interest in your property, so that's going to be one of those things that it's going to be one of those touch and go type things. Let me get with Karl on that. Mike, I see some of your guys on the call. Mike, you got anything you want to input on that? John?
Yeah, I actually do, but you got to ask yourself a simple question, because I went through what I was told was the longest divorce in the history of my state, and I learned a lot going through that, a lot. But your first question you got to ask yourself is, do you want to fight? Because if you're going to fight, and then you're going to go against them, and once you go against them, they're going to castigate you. Like they're going to make you public enemy number one, and you can win. You can definitely win. They've never gotten a dime out of me. But the problem is, it does consume you. You know, it becomes like your second job. You've got to learn and you've got to implement. So it really comes down to, do you want to fight? I mean, I'll just give you an example. There's a few things that you can do, but one example that I've seen work more than twice. I didn't use this particular technique myself until late in the game. I had already beaten them, but I did this as kind of an afterthought. But it really would have, I believe it would have worked without me doing everything else I had done, which is you just ask her in writing to give you a lump sum settlement estimate. So let's say she comes back to you and says, I'll take $203,500 and goodbye. You don't have to make any payments to me. You say, okay, that's great. And then you just put a bond in the case for the $203,500. That's it. It's done. I mean, there's a little more to it than that, but that's what you would have. That's what you would do. And they have to accept the bond. So there's other techniques, there's other tactics that I've seen actually work, but you know, you got to be able to back it up. You got to be able to stand behind it. Like Kyle's always saying, it's not just about the knowledge. It's about your character as a man. Are you willing to stand behind it?
Yeah, I don't want to get out of anything. I mean, I want to be.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me intercept you. And I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, because I don't want you to get out of anything either.
Right.
It's not about that. It's about putting the control over your life and your children's life in the hands of somebody who's irrational.
Right. Right.
So money is one very powerful way of maintaining control over your life. If you end up living in a rooming house because you're paying, 90% of your after-tax income to somebody else, you're not going to have a lot of control.
Nor can I visit my kids, exactly.
So that's my point. I'm not trying to help anybody get out of doing anything that's fair and right.
Okay.
It's about control. It's about maintaining a reasonable level of control. And the poorer you are, the less control you're going to have. I know too many guys. I have a friend who's a doctor. He's an anesthesiologist. Makes $240,000 a year, which is kind of low for his profession. And when you compute the amount of money he's left with after taxes, and then he pays alimony, and then he pays child support, which is not tax deductible, he makes less money than another friend of mine that's making $30,000 a year. He lives a very frugal life. He drives an 8-year-old Toyota Celica. I mean, he should be living a pretty decent life. But by the time they're done with him, and I'm against that. I don't care. Even in his case, by the way, he was wrong. He made a mistake. He shouldn't have done what he did. But he repented. He was sorry. He tried to make things right. She wouldn't hear of it. Everybody's entitled to their level of forgiveness, I guess. But the bottom line was, he didn't even fight the court. He went and did things the normal way. He got an attorney. He tried to be fair and just, and he never came across as a belligerent person, and they still crucified him.
Yeah. That's what I see.
How old is your son? You say you had a son?
Yeah, 11-year-old boy.
Any other, is that the only one?
9-year-old girl.
At common law, a girl stays with her mom till she's 14, and then after that you can get 50-50 custody, so you can get, some pretty fair amount of visitation, but the custody is going to be 50-50 after she's 14. The boy, on the other hand, what's that?
Where is that written?
It's in the Bible.
That's just an opinion.
Well, I just had this conversation with Karl this week, and I have not looked it up, but that's what Karl said. He says it's in the Bible, it's in Leviticus and Deuteronomy, and that a 5-year-old gets 50-50 custody. A 5-year-old boy can get, according to common law, can go 50-50 with the dad. So, if you got trial coming up in 3 weeks and you don't have a whole lot of time to learn all the possibility that, all the different ways of handling this, but every state has a very strict way of dealing with things. Staying away from a guardian ad litem or any other third-party opinions is extremely important, because if it's your word against hers, the court has to go with the with the statutes, the codes, whatever's written, and that's a whole lot easier to reverse or to fix later on when you do get a grip on this. If there was no third party involved, because once you get a guardian ad litem involved in the case, now you've got a third party you're dealing with, and it just becomes that much harder to untangle yourself. The thing about guardian ad litems and counselors and other things like that they try to get you sucked into, because you're there to support the entire family law industry, which includes counselors and therapists. If you're accused of certain things, then they're going to have therapy for the kid, therapy for you. Then there's going to be an impartial reunification counselor, and you get stuck holding the bag on all these payments. I know, because I went through it. And
I haven't said that yet, but I'm expecting something. I wouldn't put after it all.
Well, what happens is when you get an attorney, and if you're accused of anything, it doesn't matter what it is. The attorney's going to say, well, we should get a guardian ad litem, and this is how the game is played. One person accuses the other. They decide to get a guardian ad litem because that's the third party impartial witness on behalf of the children, and then it turns into a shitstorm. And you have no obligation to contract with another man or another woman, period. So the court cannot order you to pay for anybody else to do any work. They can't order you to let somebody interfere with your life. So these are the kinds of things you're going to want to look into as time goes on. But for now, just know that the statutes are very clear for each state, and until you've got a better handle on things, with only 2 weeks behind you, listening to Karl stuff and 3 weeks before the trial, just learn as much as you can and keep a real good eye on your attorney. But don't sign any parenting plan. Let the court decide, how the visitation time is going to be sorted out, and tell them that you just want them to do it according to statute, and just live with it until you get a better idea of what to do next.
Gus is absolutely right about letting all the statutory actors get involved, because they'll make you jump through so many hoops. So everybody will have their hand in your wallet, and everybody's going to be pushing you around. What I recommend is come up with an agreement. I get it that the ex is probably difficult to deal with, but I would try like hell to settle in private with her.
Exactly.
That happens.
And another thing is you can, when you're deciding how much child support you're going to pay, you can also make a note that you expect that your income is going to change, and that your amount that you pay will have to be adjusted at that time. But I would make sure that's in writing, that you're expecting a change in income.
And like you said, too, if you can get her, and especially, get her to put anything in writing as far as, what she would agree to accept and everything else. And like he just said, if you can get it in the private and get her to do it, because that's your better shot at, going around your lawyers, if you can get her to write it in private, what she'd be willing to accept as far as payments that's reasonable, reasonable amount that you can afford to pay. Well, then I think you'll be in a lot better shape.
Well, she won't accept anything less than what the state determined that she's legally able to get from me. But like if I were to do the lump sum thing, a bond would give me the ability to pay what I was able, basically.
Mike, on the bond thing, what was you telling him?
I don't know anything about the bond. You'll have to ask John about that. But another question, though, is does she have a job?
Yes.
Because her income should, they'll tell you that it doesn't matter, but her income should be taken into account.
Mm-hmm.
If her income is close to yours, and I don't know if it's the same where you are, but here in Ontario, if you have your access to your kids no less than 40% of the time, then your payment should be adjusted so it's less than the child support table guidelines.
Yeah, the problem is I'm not near there right now.
Is there anyone in the family that could arbitrate an agreement between you and her out of court?
Possibly.
Like a pastor or a priest or a rabbi, somebody you both...
A grandmother, a father-in-law, somebody.
Yeah, probably like the mother.
It can go between you two and try to broker an agreement out of court, so that mainly using the thing of dragging this whole thing through court and paying all kinds of money to attorneys that could go towards the children. And
right.
Broker an agreement, and then both of you tell the court, hey, we've decided to settle this on our own, and get rid of the attorneys and write something down and sign it and stick to it.
Right.
No matter how much it hurts, be so nice to her that you make yourself puke.
Right. Bingo.
Be very, very, very polite to her and very honorable. Don't make any snide comments whatsoever. And definitely don't threaten her at all.
And let me say this too, because one thing that women don't get enough, from men, especially after, let's say, guys that I know going through divorce, let's say they messed up. I've encouraged them to say, hey, look here, you messed up. I mean, if you got to beg, only one going to know you who's begging is you and her. Beg, plead, whatever it takes to get you and her to work something out in the private, because I'm going to tell you, you're going to benefit a lot better if you can work it out in the private and without letting the lawyers and everything else get in there and put their foot to it. And once y'all make an agreement, you can file it with the courts and everything, because the courts is going to agree with whatever. If y'all agree, the courts is not going to buck your agreement. They normally go along with it. That's why it's imperative that if you can get the mothers or the grandmothers or whoever can intervene, just like the guys just told you, I mean, man, it will go a long ways to settle that issue, because it would make a difference. Because, man, one of the worst things in the world to do is to catch a young lady when she's scorned. And I'm quite sure a lot of women on the call, and once they get scorned, oh, man, I mean, it can be very, very, very upsetting to you. So,
this is family money that, instead of going to the attorneys, your money and her money could be going towards the children's education. So that would be a good way to approach it, and just come up with some kind of agreement and go from there. One good way to do it is do it as a percentage of your income. And if your income goes down, then, it's the same percentage. If it's 40% of your income, you're making $100,000 now, you start making $60,000, it's 40% of that. And all you got to do is show, your paycheck or income returns or whatever to the other, the mother. And that's the simple way to do it, because this thing is going to hurt you, and it's going to hurt the children, and it's going to hurt her too.
Yeah.
It's that way.
You could propose to get a third party. You could go to your wife, and you could say, "I'd like to agree on a third party to be a trustee of the entire marital estate." So somebody that you guys mutually respect, and you could turn over all the control to that person, as long as it's.
And that will reduce any potential conflict as well.
Right.
Some of the courts, I know the courts up here in Massachusetts, they have alternative dispute resolution, and they're actually supposed to offer that to everybody. And most of the time, you don't even hear of it. You might have something like that, down in New York or wherever you're at.
But that's going to be a lawyer, retired judge, or a judge on the side, some kind of a bar member usually.
I'm saying if you can't come to a private agreement, then that might be a good alternative.
And another thing to think about too is I get that the word reasonable is ambiguous, but if you're making reasonable offers and she's just flat out refusing, then she's the one bringing the controversy. You're being honorable and trying to offer a settlement, and if she's just flat out refusing, it makes her look bad.
Right.
And I don't know how good or how bad you guys get along, but just something to think about. If she's saying you're a bad parent and you're saying she's a bad parent, the state's going to jump in and snatch your kids. So always remember that when you think you want to be an asshole.
Right.
Okay, Skyrod, let me say this now. You got quite a few, opinions in there. I mean, these guys that offer their opinion are guys that's been, in this process for a while, and they're giving you not professional advice, but they're giving you, things that they would do if they was in your situation. So no one's on the call is giving you any professional advice, just giving you their opinion. So and we got to say this for, we got quite a few people on the call, so we just want to make sure this is not only for you, this is for everyone else that's on the call, that the guys like Mike and John and Gus and all these guys are just really giving you their opinion on what they would do. So, but anyway, hold on, stay on the call. Gus have his call on Wednesdays, and you might want to get on that call and get some follow up on that, because Gus have his, he would be able to answer some more questions on that. And hopefully we got to the root of your question, and we're going to move on to some other callers. And if you stay on the call, put your hands up. We'll come back to you, Sky.
Larry, one more thing I'd like to share with him.
Okay.
Wouldn't be a bad idea for him to at least put a little baggage on his approval of the attorney. By that I mean, whatever you sign, you should sign it without prejudice. And with your attorney, you had to have signed a contract with him, otherwise he wouldn't engage you.
Right.
I would get that contract rewritten so that he agrees that at all times he's protecting your rights as a man.
Harm means blood spilled on the ground. Injury means you knocked over my mailbox. And accruable loss means financial, like money, like something other than blood, which, or injury, which means, hitting your mailbox. Accruable loss means like actually paper money or something coming out of like a bank account or something like that. Yeah. So no, that's what I'm saying, man. If he's got a civil forfeiture. That's what he's saying that he's got going on. I don't know if he actually said civil forfeiture, but
we were in conciliation court.
What's that?
Yeah, we were in conciliation court.
Conciliation court? Is that what you called it?
That's what it said in the case file.
Holy crap. You know what? You just tell them that's your effing property and no man on planet Earth is going to claim that that's anything but your property, and you just say you want your damn property and you want it now.
Yeah, they put in a default judgment against me because I didn't get an answer.
They didn't put anything in. They didn't put anything in. It's if you think that's what you saw. I didn't ask, dude, you don't know what the hell they put in that case. It's like I explained to people a long time ago, like a casing, a sausage, a casing, a case, a suitcase. You don't know what the hell the guy's packed in his suitcase next to you at the airport. You don't know what ingredients they packed into that sausage, into that meat casing. You have no idea. If you think you know what's in there, you're out of your mind. If you think you know what a default judgment means, you're out of your mind. You don't have a clue what it means, and you don't care what's in their case. That's their case. They put a case before the court. The court clerk, whatever, said, okay, we give him a default judgment, whatever the hell that means. And I know exactly what it means. Can I talk about for 3 hours what a default judgment means? Absolutely. But you know what? I don't have a clue what it means. Why? Because I didn't create it. It's not my baby. I have no effing clue. So they want you to believe that they actually have a default judgment against you. So that way you're like, okay, now you're going to fight this default judgment. Dude, you can't fight what's in their case. Whatever in their case stands true. There's not a damn thing that you can do to change what's in their case. There's nothing. Not a damn thing. You're going to make your own case.
Yeah, that's
what I tell people. People are too damn lazy to make their own damn case.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened, Carl. I filled out their forms and went up there in front of the judge, and she just dismissed my case. She can't. How can she dismiss your case? It's your case. Again, you said it's your case. Nobody can dismiss your case. Well, that was when I filled out their paperwork.
Yeah, well then, good. I'm glad she did. She slapped you around.
Yeah.
Good for you. Good. Now you're not going to do that again, are you?
No.
Because that was an effing waste of time. And $350. So I'm glad you got the experience. That's all you guys got to do, man. You got to make your own damn cases, and you got to make your own damn paperwork, and you can't rely upon their forms. They'll just laugh at you because you submit to their jurisdiction. You submit the paperwork to them. That means you bend over to their jurisdiction. You're giving up, you're following everything by their rules, and they'll just say, you know what, man? Just like when you say to mommy, here's a great case, Mom. Here's a great case. Give me 300 scoops of ice cream tonight instead of eating dinner. And Mom will say, I see how you filed my paperwork and your requisition form, and you want 300 scoops of ice cream instead of that. No, you know what? I'm going to have to say no. You're allowing her to have some sort of control and jurisdiction over you. That's ridiculous. You put her down. You put the judge back into the position that you wish the judge to be in, that of just a witness, of being a clerk of the court. You don't want that person in a robe to be anything of a higher status other than a witness and to be a clerk. You don't want them to be a judge. They just bear witness. If any man came forward and made a claim, or if anybody came forward and made a counterclaim or counted your claim, that's all you want them to do. Is anybody bear witness? No. Nobody bear witness. Hey, there you go. I hear myself.
Who would I hold liable then?
Whoever's holding your car. Find out who got you.
It said the police department was, but then they said the judgment was they disposed of it.
Who's got your car? Who's got the property?
The court ordered it be disposed of.
Yeah, okay. Where's the court order?
Let me see here. The order for judgment was defendant property is ordered forfeited to the Minnesota State Patrol to be disposed of in the manner provided for by Minnesota statute. Blah, blah, blah.
Who signed it?
Who ordered it? Who signed it?
The Christine. She was the...
Good, then hand her a bill. You're going to send her a bill. Said, hey, man, I don't know about a defendant. My name's not defendant. My name's not wrongdoer. My name's not, my name is Bob. Or what the hell is your name?
Richard.
Okay, your name is Richard. So my name is Dick. So no, you got that a million times growing up. Yeah, I know. Sorry about that, Richard. I just had to
Tricky Dicky.
Yeah, I just had to do. Well, your wife loves it, but that's all right. I ain't going there. But I'm just saying, Richard. Just say, look, you could dispose of defendant's property because you have jurisdiction and control and authority over defendant, but you have no control and authority over the man known as Richard and whatever your last name is. So you owe me, $1,500. You owe me $3,000. You owe me $15,000, whatever. That's how you start it. You see what I'm saying? I don't know how much of my shows you've listened to, man, in the past.
No, that's what I was kind of thinking with it because she made the order and I let them do it. So
you didn't let them do it. Then you had a gun pointed at your head.
Well, I mean, I wanted to be compensated for it just because I didn't tell them that there wasn't going to be a bill for it. Doesn't mean I can't throw it to them now.
Yeah, there's nothing that says that right. That's what I'm saying. You ordered up something. I don't care if you ordered something from me and I don't deliver it for a year. You're still going to pay me when you get the damn thing done. So her order was carried out, the car was disposed of, and you haven't been compensated. You go say, hey, honey, where's my compensation? When do I get mine?
That's exactly where I was at with it. I just wanted to get confirmation from you.
Confirmation from me?
Well, I just wanted to kind of I wanted to make sure that I was going about it the right way.
I don't know which way you're going, but that's the way I would go. I don't have a clue which way you're going. But what I would do, I'd just say, okay, thank you, Susie. You disposed of my car. Too bad I didn't give you permission. I didn't grant it. Too bad I told you not to do it, and you did it anyway. But what am I going to do? You got a gun pointed at my head. What do you want me to do about it? But you know what? I'm still going to take you to court now, and you're still going to compensate me. We get this in front of a jury, and my friends will be able to tell you, hey, you know what? The people in this community, like, hey, you know what? You still can't just, take somebody's property and dispose of it. But yeah, whatever. They said you had 3,000 pounds of nuclear plutonium, cesium-4, yellow cake, whatever. Yeah, who cares? Your house, your car is, if you wanted to actually look in the Supreme Court has ruled many times that your car is an extension of your home. So what are they going to do? They're going to take your home. They're going to take your land. They're going to take your property. They're gonna, how did they even get in your car anyway? Is Richard still there?
Yep, I'm listening.
Yeah, I asked you a question. I said, how did they get inside of your car anyway?
I gave them permission.
Why did you let them get in your car?
I believed I was in the wrong at the time.
Oh, what did you think you did wrong?
Well, it was used in a crime.
What crime?
Somebody was shooting a BB gun on my vehicle.
Yeah. So somebody shot a BB gun at your vehicle or from within your vehicle?
Yeah, from within the vehicle.
Oh, that's cool. What'd you hit?
Another vehicle.
That's all? Yeah. So shot from your car, BB gun from your vehicle to another vehicle, okay, your house. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to put it in that context. It's like, okay, you shot a BB gun from the window of your house, and you shot at another house, okay. So then what happened?
They charged me with a first-degree assault with a deadly weapon, felony.
Okay, so they charged you with first-degree assault?
Yes.
Okay, and first-degree assault is not battery, it's assault?
Yep, aiding and abetting drive-by shooting.
Aiding and abetting drive-by shooting?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Aiding and abetting in a drive-by shooting. Okay, so they said that they took your car because of that?
Yeah, pursuant to a Minnesota statute.
They said if you commit a crime from your car, from your house, they could take your house. That's weird. I'm trying to figure this one out. If I committed a crime from inside of my house, can they take my house? No, I'd still say that's my property.
Basically, I think that they wouldn't have been able to commit the crime if it wasn't for the motor vehicle.
No, like I said, the way you got to look at it is your car is an extension of your home. It is it's under your control. It's your car. You're behind the steering wheel. It's under your control, so you're liable.
Yeah.
So that's why they're saying, well, your home is under your control, and domestic authority, it's under your control. Your car is under your control. Your house is under your control. Your children are under your control. Your dog is under your control. Livestock is under your control. So yeah, it's under your control, so you're liable. So it's like, okay, so yeah, it was under my control. Okay, you said you shot at somebody's car. Did that other guy's car get damaged or whatever?
Yeah, they filled out a claim with their insurance company.
Okay, and then the insurance company came after you for that compensation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you pay him?
I've been making payments on it.
All right, so then there's no reason for them to take your car. Okay. Yeah, that makes no. I can see if you didn't pay them, then they'd say, "Yep, you're going to auction it off, and you're going to forfeit the asset, whatever the proceeds are, to the person you done wrong to." Yeah, but no, you can't just give it to the state of Minnesota. You get to ask the state of Minnesota, well, how much did it cost for you to prosecute me and arrest me and house me for the the day? That bill, just give me that bill. I'll pay that bill. But how much? Well, it depends too. How much is your car worth?
Like $5,000, $6,000.
All right, maybe you could get away with it. How much do you think they got it at auction, though?
$2,000 probably.
Yeah, that's going to be weird. Because, like I said, because then they're going to say, well, we had to arrest you and we had to house you and, feed you. And I don't know how much they're going to give you the bill for that. For housing you and putting you, like what's his name said to me a long time ago, Dan, on one of our earlier shows. He said, "Damn, Carl," he said, "they put me in jail for 3 years." And I said, "Yeah, and what is it? So what happened?" He says, "Well, I got out of jail." And he said, "They put me on probation and parole and all that other fun stuff." I said, "Oh, okay, that's fine." And what's the problem? He's like, "Well, I got to pay restitution." And I was like, "Well, what do you mean you got to pay restitution?" He says, "Well, it says I got to pay for my jail stay." I said, "Holy cow!" I said, "Well, I remember when I was in North Carolina, it was $15 a day." I said, "So that was about $5,000." I said, "How much do you owe?" He says, $10,000. I said, "Wow." I said, "They bumped it up to $30 a day," and I think he said, I think that's what it was $30, or maybe it's almost $45, $50 a day. Maybe it used to be 30, and they bumped it up to 45, 50. He says, "Yeah, they charge you in North Carolina. They actually charge you for being in jail, and when you get out, you actually got to pay back all that money for housing and feeding you and clothing you, and doing your laundry and providing you medical services." So I said to him, I said, "Well, look at it this way, $50 a day." I said, I guess kind of being in North Carolina jail, I guess it was kind of like being at a Holiday Inn or a Ramada. I guess it wasn't like the Hilton, but yeah. I said, I guess you could look at it like you were staying in a motel for 3 years. He said, "It is a piece of shit motel." I said, "Well, I said, that's why they only charge you $50 a day, not $100 or $200 a day for being there." He said, "That's crazy." He says, "What do I got to do?" I said, "Pay them." I said, "Pay them whatever you can." I said, "Tell them the most you can pay is $5 a day. They'll accept it, but you'll pay for the next 99 years." I said, "But you got to pay it, dude. They provided you a service. It's rehabilitation. It's for your own good. They weren't punishing you. They were just, giving you a little. They gave you a rest. They gave you a rest. They arrested you, so they gave you a rest. So you had to pay for your rest." They give you a little respite. They give you a little time out. They give you accommodations. And he's like, "That's crazy." I said, "Hey, dude, you should have, found out before you get arrested how much it's going to cost for the processing." So like I said, you could ask him, "Man, what's the processing fee? Of arresting me, processing me, how much does that cost?" Oh, believe me, they'll know. They'll have the exact number. They'll say it's like $217.13. They'll be able to tell you instantly how much money it cost. But that's just to know in case they say to you, "Well, it cost us money to house you, feed you, transport you, So like I said, don't put that in the letter to the lady at first. But just remember that if they do say to you, "Well, when are we going to get compensated?" And you're going to say, "What the hell should I compensate you? You put me in jail." It's like, "Yeah, that's right. You think jails come cheap? You think hiring prison guards come cheap? When are you going to pay us?" So like I said, it was kind of like say somebody's saying to me, "Hey, I owe $10,000 for accommodations. How do I get my drugs back? How much money in drugs did you have?" It's like $5,000, $10,000. It's like, it's basically an even swap. I said, you're not really going to get anything. They're going to hand you a bill for housing you, feeding you, arresting you, and all this other wonderful stuff. The man was trying to keep telling the judge, order him to pay, or order him to sign something, or order him to Did you explain all that?
And then basically, when I was telling you before, the judge just, because we'd already filed a Queen's Bench claim for extortion, because they kept saying to us, you better pay this, you better pay this, and we're thinking, hang on, what do you mean you better pay this, or what? And they were saying, well, we'll take a freezing order, we'll take your house, we'll take this, we'll take that. And we're thinking, that just sounds like extortion, man. And I remember writing a letter for the guy and said, that's an interesting letter that you just wrote there, but it just sounds like extortion. Now, you say that you're a solicitor, but no solicitor would ever write that kind of sick shit. So you sure you're a solicitor? And then she wrote back and said, yes, I am, and I'm going to get a freezing order, and I am going to get this, that, and the other. And then I wrote back and said, well, that's fine. Then I'll have to make my claim of extortion because you're just making extortion. You're trying to break my legs and now take some money out of me. And but that was filed in Queen's Bench.
The big thing when you go from that route from now on, Bali, is tell them that you do know I am not a member of the legal society. I am not a defendant. You do not have any authority or control over me. You do know you are communicating with a man.
Yep.
Okay, from now on, make sure you add
that woman, she just totally did not listen to anything whatsoever.
It doesn't matter.
She had quite a few exchanges.
No. I'm not saying she's going to listen to anything.
Oh yeah, we wrote that right at the beginning. But
no, because like I said,
later, she just totally didn't listen.
What I'm saying to you, it's not she. Okay, as soon as you call, okay, that's what I tell people all the time. They are not going to listen to you unless you use certain key words. They don't hear you. There's nothing for them to hear. There's certain key words that they say.
You're saying that if I wrote that I'm not part of the legal society.
Right, I'm an idiot. Right, you send them the definition.
And that's what I wrote on the first letter.
Right.
And I still wrote seven letters later. She just didn't listen.
You said, okay. Then you said that you're...
I tell you, she's an unusual character, because normally when I write it, people actually listen. This woman didn't listen.
Dude. I know we got 5 hours, but you're going to get tired. Dude, what I'm trying to say is, when I write to somebody and I say I'm an idiot, I'm a man, I'm not within your legal society, I'll say, see Exhibit A. I'll attach something that shows exactly what the word idiot means. Now, I guarantee you didn't put an attachment on there that said, well, an idiot. Because she's thinking you're saying you're stupid, you're dumb, you're ignorant. And it literally means only one thing. She's using the lovely legalese system, which is called synonyms. And in proper law, there is no synonyms. When you use a word, it only means one thing and one thing only. It doesn't kind of mean something like this. It's not good law. It can only mean one thing. So if you tell her I'm an idiot, you ask her, do you know what that means, lady? And if she says, yeah, it means you're stupid, I said, okay, lady, here we go. You have no effing clue. Where's your supervisor? Who is somebody else that I could communicate with, because you have no idea what the word idiot means. And this is coming from an idiot, and you don't know, lady. So what does that make you?
Yeah, she was the partner.
So obviously you need to go some above her. Obviously, you're wasting your time trying to communicate with her, because obviously she has no comprehension of the word.
Yep.
I mean, it's just like what the judge did back in December. I said, one of the first things he said is most bombastic, idiotic. I said, good, idiot, we're going home. He called you a bunch of idiots, we're going home. If he doesn't call you idiot,
when the judge was, he was picking up on the words left, right, and center, and he was just holding his head in his hands. He was like, oh my God, this is just, oh no, this is just a messed up. And because he'd already been told that, you want to be a party of that claim, you want to be a defendant over there, then you do it. You mess us around. If you want to start filing freezing orders on his property, then that's fine. But if we have to bear the burden, it's going to be cost this much. But whoever that is, whichever man that is in the court, that's up to you. We can't stop you. That's what's going to come.
And the master, he explained to us the only thing that he does is he knows the rules. And it's the same thing I said to what happened to us back in December of last year when we wanted to put the witness on the stand, and poor barrister was jumping up and down saying it's completely in violation of Rule 17B. And the judge said,
we didn't let them notify them X number of weeks beforehand.
Right, and since they're clearly in violation of that rule, we can't accept them. They can't put it on. The judge said, well, I'm going to allow it. And then the guy was going bananas. He was saying, no, Judge, maybe you didn't hear what I said. I said, you are not going to allow this witness because they're clearly in rule violation of 17. Was it 17B? Is that what it was? But what was Rule 17-something? So he's like, absolutely not. He says, I'm going to, he says, you're absolutely going against the rules. So that's what a master is. A master tells you the rules. If you go to the master and said, look, I did Rule 1 through 16. Now I'm having trouble with Rule 17. Can you give me an interpretation on Rule 17? So the master's going to go and say, and he might do it right off the top of his head because he's proficient at Rule 17, or he doesn't. Just like when I had to go to the appellate court in Alabama, and I said, well, I'm going to rely on Rule 41. And even the head clerk who actually teaches this in a law college says, what the hell is 41? I said, well, I'm voluntarily surrendering my appeal. It's like, he says, I've never heard anybody ever do that. I said, I just needed the paperwork. I needed the case file. That's all I need. I don't need an appeal. Now I'm going to file a claim. But to get into to get your legal documents unlocked and handed to me, I had to come in as somebody who was appealing something. I had to come in as the man who was appealing a ruling. Now that I got your legal documents in my hand, now I'm going to file a claim as a man. Now I'm going to use your legal documents to support my claim against the other side, against the legal society, and against the man. But I can't unlock the legal paperwork from the legal society unless I come in as somebody that they recognize as a defendant or somebody filing an appeal, or I've got to come in as one of them. But now that I got the paperwork from them, I'm going to use that paperwork against them in my court. So the guy's like, oh, wow, I've never seen anybody do it this way. He said, okay, that's different. So when I wanted to unlock the paperwork out of their grip, that's what I had to do. I had to play by their rules. But then once I got the paperwork, I said, now I'm going to use this. Now I'm going to go back to my court. I didn't have to finish up with their courts. Why? Because I'm going to lose. Why? Because I'm the freaking defendant. There's nothing in the world you're going to beat them at their own game. Even, like I said, you take it all the way to the highest court here in the United States. The only thing the highest court in the United States does is they give an opinion that the lower court did something wrong and they were in error and that I should have had the win. So I'm going to run back down to the low court and say, see this highest, supreme, ultimate supreme is highest, ultimate supreme highest court said that you were wrong. The judge is going to look at it and say, I don't give a damn. It still stands the way I ruled. And he's going to throw it away. He says, I say, what? Wait, I took all these years to take it to the ultimate high Supreme Court. Yeah, dude, you know what? The judge is going to say that's an opinion. He wasn't here at the time. I was here, and I did what I thought was necessary and proper. And nobody may overturn my ruling because that's what I said, and that's how it's going to stand. It was my court, and this is how I rule it. And I don't give a damn what court you go to. It's just a freaking opinion. And then you got to start the whole bullshit all over again. I mean, the head clerk. The head clerk taught me that, man. He said, dude, you're wasting your time. He said, you could dick around with this thing for 16 years, take it to appellate court twice, lose. Take it to the Supreme Court twice, lose. And he says, you know what, honestly, even if you do win, they'll send it all the way back down to the original court of jurisdiction to have the matter retried, and you still could lose. He said, you're wasting your time. So thank God he told me what a con game the legal society was, and he's the head of the appellate court down there in the state of Alabama. John Wilkinson Jr., if you actually Google him, you'll see, he was the president of the Clerking Association of America. So, damn, it don't get no higher than that. And he's a deacon of a church, and he's been doing it since 1974. I mean, this guy is, if he knows anything, and if there's something to be known, he knew it. But when I pulled Rule 41 on him, he's like, what the hell is Rule 41? Even he didn't know, because nobody ever does it. So that's why you go to a master. You go to a master if you don't understand the rules. Say, okay, this is a rule. They're throwing this rule at me. What the hell are they throwing at me? I really don't understand the rule. Can you give me an interpretation? Can you give me what your opinion of this rule means? So that's what the master was basically telling us. He's like, look, I just know how to tell you guys how to proceed. You know, how to abide by certain rules, and that's all I know. You know. So whoever told us, oh, we got a good throttling at the master just said this like, sorry guys, honestly, I just know the rules of civil procedure and how to proceed through Queens Bench Division, and if you need an opinion on how to proceed, that I could give you. But talking about common law, and he says, you know, remember, he was just like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Well, can you explain the whole process of moving a claim at Queen's Bench? Because I understand what you're saying, but like when you get there, they want you to do all this crazy stuff.
That's right. Of course, that's what they want you to do. But you know, what do you want to do?
I just wanted to know that, like, the whole process of bringing your own claim, because I understand about what you just said about going in as the defendant first and getting the paperwork and then using their paperwork against them. I get that totally fine, but it's when I get to the courthouse, they're saying, well, if you want to make a claim for £1,000, it will cost you £300. If you want to make a claim between £5,000 and £10,000, it's £1,000. And some crazy stuff like that. I just want to go there and file a simple claim. That's it.
Right. But like I said to you, I don't know how much of my shows you've listened to, but when you want to put a claim into the court, and you want to file a case into the court, you tell them that you want this case to remain sealed. You don't want anybody to open it. You don't want any clerk to tamper with it. You don't want not tamper, it's called trespass. You don't want anybody to trespass your case. You want this case to remain sealed. And only the parties are to have privy of what's inside of this case. The defendant's going to know, the wrongdoer's going to know, and I'm going to know, the prosecutor. I'm going to know, and wrongdoer's going to know. Nobody, no clerk inside of this building do I want to have their eyes, their opinions. I don't want them to look at this paperwork. I don't want them to touch the paperwork. I want them to leave this case sealed. I mean, if you want to, go find one of those fancy wax seal things and stamp the damn thing and say, this seal better not be broken.
I was thinking that the other day.
This seal better not be open. This seal better not be open until it goes in front of the jury. Do not open it.
You know what? Because I've got a notary that I work quite well with, so I was actually going to get him to seal it and bring it into the court and get him to open it when it's time to open the court, because he will recognize if it's his seal.
That's right, and we're going to rely upon the rules of the rules of the common law in England here, that the jury gets to determine the law as well as the facts. I don't want any court clerk's opinion, any judges, any barristers, any magistrate's opinion, because this case has something to do against the crown and who they're employed by. Their first allegiance, duty, and loyalty is to the crown, not to man. And and I want this case to be only viewed by my fellow man. I don't want this case to be interpreted, ruled, because you don't know what I'm doing. Yes, you might be legal experts, but you have no clue what a man is doing.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. And that's why a lot of the time I find when I go into their court, sometimes they can't really understand what I'm saying. Like, they look at me like, what's this guy saying? It's because they're in person and I'm there as a man. You know what I mean?
Well, like I had to do that when Bali went to court, because he kept saying he was a man, and they kept saying it's the person known as, and he kept saying he's a man. It's like, is the man a person? That's like, oh shit. It's like they were like, fine, if the person is failing, will not appear at this time. You know, they were like, oh, when's the next date on the docket? It's like, oh, hell no. I'm jumping up, and I'm going to say, no, the person known as Bali, man, it is here. I said, I ain't playing this effing game. I said, I am not coming back to Ontario, England, man, in 3 months, 6 months. I ain't doing it. We're getting it done today. So we jumped up. I jumped up, and I said, you know, can I aid and assist this court? And they're like, who the hell are you? And I said, oh, I'm from the United States. I'm here to aid and assist the court, blah, blah, blah. And then I just basically said, he is a person. There is the person that was Baliman in court today. And I said but I said to the I think, I'm trying to remember what her title was. But she was the lady.
The magistrate? Oh, no, she was a legal advisor, probably.
I don't know. Bali probably knows what her title was. But
maybe a legal advisor. If it was a magistrate court, she'd be a legal advisor. She's the one who advises the magistrate.
And she was the clerk of the court.
Well, there was a judge that sat up high, and then the magistrate sat, on the lowest level. And then she was, so she was either a court clerk or she was somebody. But all I remember is when I said he is a person, but the only problem is he's not a person within your legal society. I said, and I said, you're not following me, are you? I said, okay, a person is a man who owes a duty and an obligation, to society. And if he fails within those duties or obligations within that society may impose upon him. I said, the only problem is he does not believe that he is a person within the legal society. He is in a society, but it's not the legal society. And this is a legal matter that's before the court today. And this court has no jurisdiction over the man. Yes, they have jurisdiction over the person, but he's here to inform the court that he is not that person. So the lady's like, oh, okay, I'll go tell the judge all this. And I said, and tell him I wrote a law dictionary. So there's no, so he just doesn't think I'm just some crackpot,
You know what the problem is of experience, yeah? Like, when you try to pull them fast ones, what they do, they say, okay, then you're not the person. They dismiss your case, and then 2 days later, the police are
there's
at
a
your
few
door.
of them on the YouTube. You'll see loads of them where they say, no, I'm not the person, and then instantly they move straight in and say, brilliant, so you're not here, we'll send an arrest warrant, and don't know who the hell you are, and they'll just throw your case out.
But you are there in person, but not a person to the legal society. I am a person to a society, but not to your society, and this is a legal matter.
You've got to give your definition.
The legal society. I'm not a person within the legal society, and if you give me a chance, I'll explain it to the court today. And like I said, the judge knows what I'm doing.
I get what you're saying, but I need to work out how to move the claim in it. That I'm up to everything, but it's just moving this claim. I've gone to the court. I've gone I've got my claim down to, I think it's 4 sentences. Yeah, and I just want to file it, and they're giving me help. To tell you the truth, I'm not even allowed in the courthouse in my town. I want to file civil charges against these alleged criminal complaints they're bringing to me.
Yeah, but like I said in that dictionary thing that I did, a person is a man considered according to the rank he holds within a society, with all the rights to which he places which entitles him, and the duties in which it may impose. So see, a person has like a status, like the queen will be on the top, and the lords and vassals and princes will be underneath her, and and there's a hierarchy, a food chain. Everybody, I don't care if you're in the Boy Scouts or the Girl Scouts, whatever you guys got going over there in England, there's going to be a hierarchy. There's going to be Eagle Scouts and then Bear Scouts and then Cub Scouts, and there's going to be a hierarchy, a food chain. And everybody has a certain duty and a rank and a position that they must maintain, and that they're going to have certain privileges. And the defendant in the legal society is at the bottom of the food chain, and I don't want to be at the bottom. And I'm not part of your society. So don't think you're even going to call me a damn... You want to call me a defendant, you can call me a defendant for about 2 seconds, and then I'm going to correct you.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I need to understand the next part, moving my claim at the court. I've got all my stuff there ready. I just want to understand the process. I've gone there and said I wish to file this claim, and they're talking about it depends how much money you're claiming for. If you're claiming for X amount, it's going to cost this much. If you're claiming for this, it's going to cost that.
It's your court. It's not their court. You're not filing it into their court.
But that's what they're trying to make me do, isn't it?
Of course they're trying to make you do something. Like I said, they could try to make you do everything. You know what? You just say, you know what, honey, just seal this case. Just seal it. Just wait. I just need a. When the other side fails to, whatever the rules are in England, 20 days, 21 days for the other side to answer. It's like, look, I'm going to get a process server, private investigator to serve these people. I'm going to hand you that they've been served. And I know, lady, the rules are 20, 21 days, whatever it is in England. On day 22, I want one of these courtrooms made available for me. It'll take me about an hour. So give me a courtroom, make it available.
They won't take my claim. This is the problem. They will not take my claim. I've gone there with
what I'm saying is first you make sure the other side has been served. Did you have proof that the other side was served?
My actual claim.
Did you have your lawsuit, your claim? Did you have proof to her that you had a private investigator that you guys do over here? We do process service. Did you have proof? Like, look, I've served papers upon the other party. I filed a lawsuit. I filed a claim against these people. Did you have proof that you had them served?
I've got recorded delivery letters. Yes.
No, not a recorded delivery letter. It has to be proper service. And Volley tell you it's a private investigator over there.
Yeah, here in the case, go look up Google private investigator or process server. They usually do both jobs.
They're usually ex-bailiffs of the court. The people who used to work for
independent people to say, I gave it to him in the hand, and they'll fill out a lovely little form for you, which kind of they recognize, everybody recognizes, and it's proof of service, full stop.
That's how you make it.
And then you recorded story and there were 4 or 5 people at your house. Does that necessarily mean that, you got it? No. Your wife might have got it, your mum might have got it, your sister might have got it, the dog might have got it.
No, yeah, all right, then I understand that now. So when I've got the evidence that I've had a process...
Talk to him for a little while. I'm going to hang up for a little while. I want to eat something. So you talk to this man for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm different.
Get back.
Bali.
Yeah.
Bali.
Keep going, yeah?
Yeah, what I'm basically saying is, so when you get the process server to file, to serve your documents, yeah, you go to the court with your evidence and your claim and take one of their forms and attach it to your claim and just say, see claim attached, and file it with the court now. Is that what you're saying?
I think I've had this conversation with quite a few people. People get really, really picky with the way it's actually been done. But other than the basics, is the other side actually been told? Yes. Is there a claim? Yes. Yeah. Now, everything else, you're going to get all sorts of stupid comments, people saying all sorts of weird, random stuff, and then half the time I hear messages, emails, and calls where the clerk has said something completely, utterly random, of which the other one thought was just gospel, and then they just walked off and threw themselves off a cliff. Now, that doesn't make any sense. Now, if a random guy off the street told you to go and paint your house green, would you go and do it? No. So why are you listening to some random person in a courthouse who told you, well, no, can you just change your name, and can you get rid of the man bit, and can you do this, and can you do that? Well, who the hell are you?
No, I don't do none of that stuff. What I'm trying to say to you is when I go there to actually file, to actually get what's known as a case number, even though I've already got my own, I just want them to give me an action number so it's recognized within their offices, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
And obviously make a donation for use of the public venue. They give me problems.
I mean, it'd be interesting exactly what you're actually doing. But like I say, I don't really take an answer. I don't take no for an answer. I think that's part of the problem. Some people, if they're not very confident, then you're just going to get railroaded at the desk. Like, I think last week... If you listen to the talk show last week, I was mentioning about going to, like the reception desk and how to control people at the desk. Yeah, I think maybe you need to kind of brush back up on that. But basically, it's straightforward. You just have to double check. Hang on. Who the hell am I talking to again? Are you a public servant? Yes, you are. Oh, brilliant. Do you recognize me as a public servant? Yeah. No, you're not. So who do you think I am? Okay, the public. Brilliant. So I'm the public and you're the public servant. So you serve the...
Public, yeah.
Okay, cool. Brilliant. So now I'm going to hold you to that. That's the contract almost. I'm going to hold you to it. Brilliant. Now I come here today and I want this served. Well, why the hell are you infringing my right to access justice? Is that what you're trying to do to me today? Why the hell are you doing that for? Is there some reason? Did I cut you up this morning? Don't you like me? Is it just the colour I am? Is it the clothes I got? Why is it you don't like? Because you know what? Forget this one. If I give you one more chance and you can't file this, why not file one against you? because I'm just going to go by the evidence that you told me that you are a public servant and you're supposed to serve me, but you're not serving me. So why not just take a case against you? Because clearly there's something wrong with you. There ain't nothing wrong with me. Something wrong with you.
Yeah, but what they also like to say to me is, they like to give me, like, for example, if I'm gonna make a claim for, let's say, £5,000, they'll say, well, you need to pay £900. If it's above £5,000, then you need to pay this much. If it's above this amount, you need to pay this much. Like,
to be honest, right, I've come across a few people, and there's that thing in Blackstone's commentaries that basically mentioning about, you don't actually have to pay. But to be honest, I've never ever done that, because I'd rather pay something, because then you've always got a form of contract, which you can always say, did you get my money? Yes, brilliant. So why aren't you doing what I'm saying? Then you've got them in terms of form of a contract. But yeah, completely zero. I know technically you can do that.
I've got all of Blackstone's commentaries. So which one is it? Private wrongs, public wrongs, the rights of things, the rights of individuals. Which commentary is it in?
I'll have to dig it out, but it was dished out loads of times this time last year when we were doing the DVD.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it loads of times at the beginning of the year in the radio show. But either way, like I say, is, to be honest, the best way to do it is that you pay something and then just get it done. I did do a county court claim earlier on in the year, whereby I'd kind of navigated in, I kind of said, well, this much money is outstanding, but normally I can kick the tenant out just from the money outstanding and have a judgment set with their name that they owe me money. But actually, that's a lot quicker. But if you did as a landlord, if you try to get the money and also, there's two scenarios. One is just get the money and the judgment, and one is to get the money, the judgment, and have them removed from the property. Now, the second option is actually a lot slower. But what I did was, just for the hell of it, was actually I did the first form. So one, it was quicker, but then I also got a judgment for the tenant to be thrown out, as well as getting a judgment. Now, how the hell did I do that? Because I just ignored everything about the forms. I just didn't give a shit. I don't know. Why have you come here for? Well, I came here because I want a judgment on the money and the fact that this tenant's still here and they're not paying. They're refusing to pay completely. And that was it. The judge said, fine, here you go, bang. Over. So, the fact that people get so damn rigid about forms and it has to be this way and that way, I just find that very strange.
But when it comes to the forms, and I always fill out their form, and just say see claim attached and staple the form to the front of my claim and say, here you go.
Yeah, but again, you've got to get your wording right when you're going to the desk. Like, I don't take any prisoners. The minute I go to the desk, they all say, oh, shit, not him. I say, yay, hey, how's it going? You all right? Yep, you remember me. If you piss me off, man, you're going to have the worst day of your life today. But if you're nice to me, guess what? You're going to have a nice day too.
Okay.
But then you're going to have one or two occasions where, you're going to have to push people and say, why aren't you doing that? What's wrong with you? Because otherwise, if you don't really get it right, then what it is you're going to end up looking like the idiot. You're going to end up looking like the crazy guy who's just, just a pain in the ass public member of the public. And believe me, if you stand in Queen's Bench, you just see it after another, loads of them, in and out, and just kind of making average Joe seem like he's a complete crazy guy, and they just go with their tail between their legs. Loads of them, absolutely loads.
Well, what I'm going to do, because I'm having trouble actually accessing the courthouse local to me, so I'm going to go out of town and access a courthouse that's probably just out of my district and explain to them that I can't courthouse by where I live and just file my claim.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, in Queen's Bench in London is the ideal place to go because it's more central. Really, that's technically where Queen's Bench is. But if you were, say, in, I don't know, London, and instead of filing in your London court, you went to Bristol and filed it there, the more satellite places you go to, they haven't got a clue about Queen's Bench. It's very rare that they see a Queen's Bench claim. So sometimes it's easier to file there. But if you're known in your local area and you try and file there, then no way. It's just going to be a pure pain in the ass. And they'll just say, I'm sorry, your claim, the dog ate it, it fell in the bin. Oh, can you send it us again? You just get loads of hassle like that, especially if that's your claim against them.
So
somebody's taking the claim against you.
Okay, sorry to cut you. So basically, you go there, review process server documents, you claim attached, their form filled out, and a nice small contribution to the services that they're providing you, and you get them to act in their public capacity and identify that you're a member of the public and say you wish to use these services and file your claim. Here you go.
Yep.
And you act.
Thumbprint all over the place. Prove that you're a man. Talk like a man. You should get it done.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, but, something tells me there's some sort of reservation with you. So I don't know how you're speaking when you go there, whether you're, firm but authoritative, or whether you're very negative. I don't, I could never tell that unless I'd seen you actually standing in the court. But like I say, when I went with Karl about a year and a half ago, just over a year now, I was the worst guy in the world because I was very, very timid, very quiet, and I was too damn nice. And they just walked all over me. And then Karl was watching me like, what the hell are you doing? And then kept sending me back in there, sending me back in until I got it right.
Maybe I'm a little bit firmer then.
The thing is, when Karl was telling me to be firmer, I was just getting louder, and he was saying, "Why are you getting louder for? Now you're just being abusive." And I went, "Well, you said firmer." I went, "Yeah, firmer, not loud, not abusive." I went, "Oh, okay." So it was like the third time, and just be more authoritative, and just trying to say, "Hang on, who are you again? How are you? All right, I'm the public. You're a public servant, are you? Are you sure? Okay, so why are you not serving me?" Just basic stuff like that. Very, very basic stuff. And, it depends on what comes out their mouth where I'd go next, because it will be different. And then the other thing is, if you're in Queensland, you're going to get Bailey Reid coming in and pissing around with your paperwork all over the place, and you're going to say, "Oh well, he looks authoritative. Yeah, maybe that's what I need to do," and you'll just mess your own paperwork and your case up. But that's what his job is, to come out and just mess you up.
Yeah, to throw a curveball. You said something earlier about a dictionary. Where can I buy that?
Yeah, if you go to dispatchuk.com, let me just see. Are you on the? Are you looking at the chat board?
I can't actually access the chat board at the moment because I'm on my phone. Innit? I've only got the internet on my phone. Currently, as we speak. Okay. If you tell me the web address, I'll write it down now.
Yeah, if you just type in dispatchuk.com, somewhere in there there'll be a mini dictionary.
Okay, now I'll have a browse through that site and I'll get back to you with my successes or my insuccesses.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I noticed at the beginning of the year it was a lot easier to file, and then I think it was about February, March time, it got a lot harder, shitload harder. And there's obviously something going on there. And when we went back in August, I think August time, I spoke to Bailey Reid, and I said, "Oh, so what is it these people are saying that they can't get their claims passed in?" And he said, "Yeah," he goes, "Oh, these crazy people." And he didn't totally think who I was or what my file was, because he can't remember everybody. He just said, "Yeah, just loads of crazy people just keep writing that they're a man." And he goes, "The minute I see that, I reject it straight away." I went, "Yeah, do you read anything beyond that?" And he went, "No." So I thought, right, okay, that's interesting. The guy's being honest, telling me literally when he sees a man, he don't know what the hell it is, he just rejects it. So you have no clue what's in there? No. So you just reject it. Brilliant. So these are the people who ring up the show and just say, "Oh, I don't know what happened, he just got rejected, it's all bad, we're all going to die." No. This guy read 2 lines of your claim form and rejected it. You write back and you say, "What the hell? Who gave you the right to reject my claim? Are you trying to infringe my right to access justice? Who the hell do you think you are?" let me just double check. You are a public servant, right? Let me just double check. You are on the oath. That's what you're meant to do. Serve the public. Brilliant. What the hell do you see when you're looking at me?
Would you say the best thing to do then is file the claim by post or actually go there?
Depends really. I personally myself, if you got a case coming up, and it's in the next few days, week, month, then you need to get there pretty quick. Because Queen's Bench sometimes, if you file it and just put it in the post, it might even take a month for them to file it back and give you a case number.
Okay.
So it depends on what you're trying to do, and what's the actual next hearing. Because if the next hearing is judgment, it's a bit too late. You need to be down there ASAP. But if it's just the first hearing and stuff, that's not the end of the world. And if you got like 2-3 months before you actually have a hearing, yeah, that's not too bad. But like I say, is you still got to give yourself reasonable time that you get kind of stupid kind of letters going back and forth where being rejected, and you just say, what the hell? Who the hell are you again? What makes you think that you're my mum and dad, that you can tell me what's right and wrong for me? I think, because I remember going through this stuff with Carl before, and he kept saying to me, he goes, man, you're just too damn polite. You're just too damn polite. He goes, there's something wrong with you. And I said, yeah, because I just said, I think that's the way I've been brought up. And he goes, you need to kick that shit out of you, because that ain't going to work. If you want to keep coming in and out of these courts, you need to be assertive and go in there and just get what you want done, and then you go back out and be polite. We have taxation, and then we have a national insurance contribution, which is like another tax, but just a different name. And she was saying, oh, so you have to pay this national insurance contribution. I went, brilliant, okay, cool. So I just had a general conversation with the lady. So I didn't even want to go down to court, because I thought, you know what, I've got a whole load of other problems. I don't need yours. So I just spoke to her generally on the phone. I said, right, so let me just get this right. So you want some money? And she went, yeah. So you're a woman who wants some money from me? And she went, yeah. I went, okay, cool. Now we're game on. And then I said, right, so what's this national insurance contribution? She goes, man, you've been paying it for 20 years, don't you know? And I went, not really. You know what? I've been re-looking at my life. Everything I thought I knew, I don't know. So I want to double check again. What the hell is this national insurance contribution? And she said, oh, it's to pay for healthcare and this, that, and the other. And I said, okay, cool. That's nice. And I said, but, one thing I've got an issue with. And she said, what? And I said, it's called a national insurance contribution. Now, doesn't a contribution mean it's voluntary? And there was just like a big, long pause down the phone. And she went, no, you have to pay it. I went, well, that's weird. What kind of voluntary contribution is suddenly mandatory? And then she was confused, and she went, a big pause down the phone. If you literally use logic and the meanings of words, it's a very interesting conversation. And basically, we went back and forth, and she eventually said, well, everybody has to pay tax. And I went, brilliant, okay, excellent. Do you have the law that you're quoting? And she went, yeah, actually, I do have it. And I said, oh, brilliant, excellent. I'm not being funny, but I just wanted you to read it out for me, if you don't mind. And she read it out to me, and I said, brilliant. So you keep saying that you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to do that. And goes, I'm not Japanese you. Who the hell is this you? I'm not a me, I'm not a you. Who's a we? I don't know who these people are. I said, I asked you which law works for me, that makes me have to pay. Not me, Ballyman has to pay. And then she started laughing. She said, oh, I see what you're doing. You're messing around with the words. And I said, well, you might see what I'm doing, but what are you going to do about it? Are you going to make me pay? Are you going to make Ballyman pay? Or are you going to make me pay? Or are you going to make we pay? Or the people pay? Or you pay? Who's going to pay? And then she started laughing again, and she said, it's a funny conversation. We went round and round in circles, and in the end, she was laughing, I was laughing, and I said, okay, so come on, come back to me again. Try and say it again in a word, in a sentence. And she just gave up in the end and said, you know what, we're not going to get anything out of you, and it's just pointless having a chat with you. But she goes, I did find it funny, and it was a laugh, but you know what, I'm going to leave it with you. And I said, what do you mean, leave it with me? So what, you're going to send me some more of your stupid letters that are just coming back? Coming to my house? And she went, no, I'm just going to send you something. It'll say 0 on it. And I said, oh, okay, thanks. She put the phone down. I thought, oh, that was a bit too easy. I had a laugh and a joke. And then eventually, 2 weeks later, I got a letter saying that the tax due was 0. So their accounts are all married up. Everybody's happy. Thank you very much. But I recommend that if you can speak to them on the phone, try and resolve it quickly, because there's nothing worse in the world than you having to try and figure out how to write, good English, what every single word means, and in a short deadline, having to panic and learn all this sort of stuff. If you can just figure it out just from having a few conversations, that's probably a lot better. Who's making a claim? Is that you, Jodie Foster? Is it you? Are you the the Revenue Tax Service woman? Are you saying that I owe you some money? Yeah. Who is then? Who, the guy in the White House? Is he saying it? Who is actually saying this? You mean his best friend, the one who sits in the office next to him? Who, him? No, not even him. Okay, well, somebody is. You can't keep sending these bits of paper with no signatures on it. Oh, there is a signature. Brilliant. So whose signature is it? Oh, brilliant. I'd love to have a chat with her, because obviously she thinks I owe her a debt. So how do I book an appointment with her? Oh, no, she's far too important. No, she ain't that damn important, because she's taking my money. So I need to have a chat with her. I had I'm probably going to cut off, but I'll explain it very quickly before I do cut off. I had one about a local taxation where the local government said that we owed 2 months on a let property, rented property, because it was empty for a while. And they wrote a letter to me saying, we're going to take you to court. And I said, oh, brilliant, excellent. So I just wrote a letter back to them. I said, brilliant. I think, what's her name? Janice Evans. I didn't realise I owed you any money. But clearly you think I do. Well, that's really nice. But I don't quite see what this has got to do with you, because for starters, it's my property. What the hell is it to do with you? But you know what? If you want to take some money from me, perhaps I need to settle on the private side, and maybe me and you should have just a general chat, tea and biscuits. I'll get my checkbook out, ask you a few questions, and once I'm happy, I'll write you the check. So I just wrote a letter, pretty much simple as that, and I wrote it to her, and I got a letter back saying, get lost, leave us alone, we don't want no money from you. Okay, cool, I can do that. I love being ignored.
I didn't talk to them on the phone, but I did send a letter, certified return receipt to the Diane Bender, who's the one that's saying that I owe her the money, and I'm not challenging. I'm just asking, if I owe you the money, please send me a bill so that I can see where it is that I owe you the civil penalty for $5,000. But that didn't do anything. They just went ahead and levied my account. They just took the first $1,500 this last month.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is when you're writing letters, it almost has to come from an authority kind of way of writing. I call it uncommon law way of writing. Basically, if you're writing, if you put that sentence, but then you wrote a whole load of gobbledygook before that and after that, the whole letter just doesn't have the same effect.
Right.
So sometimes you have to kind of, each letter, to introduce yourself. Who are you? Who you are, John Smith, and who, Jodie Foster is, and you're my public servant. Brilliant. Excellent. So now we know not only the names, but we know who you are and what capacity you are and your nature of relationship between you. And then you start to go into, yeah, you know what, I'd love to pay. Yeah, I'd love to pay. But in order for me to pay, I've just got to get my paperwork right. And for me to get my paperwork right, I need this thing. So can you quickly send that over ASAP, and I'll write the damn check out? Because the only reason why you end up in court is when you say, no, I'm not going to pay, or there's a controversy, or you disagree with the bill. So you should never really do that, ideally. But
no,
for you,
depending on how far you are. I actually went ahead and just what you said. I didn't refuse to pay. I started out the letter by saying I would gladly pay any taxes which I am lawfully liable for. And I actually used one of Karl's, I listened to one of Karl's Talkshoes, one of his past episodes, and I used a lot of the wording, or actually all of the wording that was in the sample letter that he suggests people write. And when one of these, when they're faced with IRS problems.
But like I said, that didn't do anything. They just went ahead and took my property.
Well, yeah, because you still, one, you use too many words, and two, you filled out a 1040.
Yes, I realized I realized I messed up by.
Well, I'm saying you used a smart-ass comment by saying anything I'm lawfully liable for. Right there. They're going to... Lawfully liable for... No, it's 2 syllables, 2 syllables. No, that's too many syllables, man. Too long of a sentence. Just say, please send me the bill.
Okay.
Is there a reason why you couldn't just say, can you send me the bill? And say you wanted to work on my car, I wanted to work on your car, vice versa, whatever. Can you possibly imagine coming to a mechanic and just say, I'll pay you whatever I'm lawfully liable for? And I say, can you give me the bill?
Mm.
Yeah, because
and then you've got to remember that these people have got a mountain of paperwork in front of them. They're literally going to read 1 or 2 sentences on the page. They're not going to read 50.
As soon as they see that you're a smart-ass, they're going to just say, you know what, nail this guy. I'll give him lawfully liable. I'll show him some lawful liable. And they're going to nail you. You play stupid
early, and I'll send that one in the pile as in to chase the money.
If you just play stupid, you just say, send me the bill. You say, if oh, I owe you money? Oh, gee willikers. Oh, gee, sorry. Can you please send me the bill? Is there some reason you can't talk simple? Why you got to try to make it sound like you're some, the liberty tree's got to be fed by the blood of patriots and tyrants at times? Come on. Stop trying to use lawfully liable. Oh, stop. That's ridiculous. Can you just say, can you please send me, oh, do I owe money? Oh, gee, thank you for reminding me. Can you please send me the bill?
Okay.
I tell people, you got to talk incredibly simple. When I do this stuff, people always say, it sounds like a second or third grader writing this stuff. I said, what I'm doing, people, is incredibly simple, but it's incredibly powerful. It's so simple, it's scary. Because, well, we can't send you the bill. Well, then how do I know how much I owe? Well, because I'm telling you. And who are you? Oh, my name's Susie. Oh, Susie. So, you're the one who created. You're the one who's going to, said that you're the one who you got to try to get rid of a word like liable. So you're the one who's saying that it's true, that I owe this much money. It's true. You see what I'm saying? She will say, well, I don't know what the hell is true. Only God knows. Technically, only God knows what's true. She can't tell you that. She will say, I don't know. Well, they're telling me. Well, who's to say? Who's there telling you that this is how much I owe? Can you get me in touch with this day? I'll hold. Or can you give me their name? The state's name. So I'll call them. Because I don't think that's correct. I think they might be mistaking. I think they might have made a mistake. Like I said, you talk super simple. You stop saying, give me the debt in which you'll verifiably can see is lawful and liable. I'll say, oh, geez, would you stop? You're going to think you're talking like a lawyer? They're going to slam you.
Okay.
They're not going to go anywhere with you. You got to, like I said, it's funny, man. It's like when I tell people if you're setting up a mouse trap or a rabbit trap or something like that, you try to trap these people in committing fraud. You're trying to get them to defraud you out of your property. So we say, well, look at this great trap I got built, lady. Why don't you just walk right into it? She's going to be like, oh, look at one of these letters. Oh, lawfully liable for, oh, boy, he thinks he's going to trap me with this crazy shit. I'm not falling for this crap. And then she's just going to slam you instead. She's going to say, oh, yeah, watch what we're going to do to you. You think you're going to try to trap me with this crap? No, watch what we're going to do to you. And they're going to flip it around. They're going to nail you.
But yeah, they already did. So at this point, what I want to know is
well, what compelled you to fill it out? I always like asking people this simple question. Take care, Bolly. What compelled you to take a paper, pen, and ink and fill out a form called 1040?
Well, this was before I learned all about this. I mean,
no. I haven't done one since 1987. Since my mom told me when I was a kid. Did you write that document? No. Do you know who you created that document? No. Do you want to be liable for that document and everything that's on it? Well, no. Do you know what any of these words mean? No, not really. Well, then why in God's name would you sign your name to any of this stuff that you have no clue what it is? So I just like asking people, what compels you people to, fill out any of this paperwork?
Because everybody else was doing it.
Everybody else smokes and drinks, and everybody, all the other hippies are smoking pot and running around naked in San Francisco. Yeah, I know that's what everybody did in the 60s. Yeah, I know, because everybody else was doing it. It's peer pressure. Like I said, thank God I've never drank, smoked, and did drugs in my life like that. Thank God I smoked enough cigarettes to learn how to blow smoke rings. And, from some girl was older than me, and she thought that was pretty cool. And I was like, how do you blow smoke rings? She showed me. So it took about 8, 9 cigarettes. And that was it, just till I learned how to blow smoke rings. So like I said, thank God I didn't do peer pressure. Thank God that peer pressure and stuff. And my buddies used to say, hey, man, you must be a knock. You must be a cop. Call and tell. You must be, because you're not doing drugs with everybody else. I said, hey, look at it this way. There's that much more coke for you clowns. That little much I do, that's not much more for you. So look at it that way. It's a win for you. And I said, I'm going to stay sober, and I'm going to, and I like driving fast cars. So I said, I'll make sure everybody gets home. So they're like, hey, that's all right. He's okay. He can hang with us, even though he doesn't do drugs. So, yeah, I know it's this peer pressure nonsense. You guys are filling out all this ridiculous paperwork because of peer pressure. And it's just like when I went to Canada, and the guy said, well, we want you to sign this paperwork. I said, absolutely not a problem, especially since you got a gun and I don't. You know what? And especially since I'm 10,000 million miles from home, you're absolutely right. I'll sign it. Here you go, the big N.A. He's like, what's N.A.? I said, well, you're the lawman. You tell me. And he's like, I don't know what it means. I said, that's what I kind of figured. I said, trust me, that is a signature. And trust me, it's lawful. It's legal. You get a legal, lawful, person down here, you send it to your legal department, they'll tell you what it means. So he's like, okay, whatever. So then before I got on the plane, I said, hey, you want me to tell you what that means? N.A., when you sign N.A., that means I'm not liable for anything above this paperwork, above this signature. I'm not liable for anything on this paper. I did not create it. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. I assume no liability for anything that's on this document. I just sign it because I was forced to. Now, some people say, well, sign it under duress. No, that's too, they could read it. It says under duress. Huh. Oh, so you're under duress, huh? So we're fucking making you under duress, huh? It's like, you know what? I'm just going to sign N.A. How's that? The guy said it means non-applicable. I said, N.A. can mean many things to many people. I said, but non-applicable? No, that's not what it means to me. But if that's what it means to you, okay. You fine with the N.A.? He's like, yeah, I guess so. I said, that's fine. I said, I put my mark on it, and I just want to go to hell home. I said, you'll get no fight out of me whatsoever. I said, I'm just here to carry out orders and serve you, which is kind of funny because you're my servant.
Okay.
So, but I guess, did you fill out that 10? When was the last time you filled out a 1044?
1040. The last time I filed one was in 2010.
Okay, so so how much money did they say you owed?
They didn't say I owe them any money. They never returned my property. Again, I understand now that filing the 1040 was a huge mistake, but they kept all of my property. They never returned what they never gave me a return is what I'm saying. They never reimbursed me. So they have $11,000 of my property. And,
no, I'm trying to say, in 2010, did you owe any money? Did they say you owed any back taxes?
No.
Okay, so then how much money do they say you owe now?
They're hitting me with a $5,000 civil penalty because they're saying that I filed a frivolous frivolous claim, frivolous 1040.
In 2010?
In 2008, 2009, and the one they're picking on right now is 2010. I don't know why, but that's the one they picked.
Okay, so they're saying in 2010 you filed a frivolous claim, and how do they believe it's frivolous?
Well, again, not knowing better, I was using their legalese, their code.
Okay, and so how did they say it was frivolous? And all I asked you, a simple question: what are they saying was frivolous about it?
That I'm saying that my earnings are not qualified as wage, salaries, income, tips, et cetera, according to their regulations. So they're saying that that's frivolous.
Okay, so they're saying that's frivolous. That you're saying that your wages is not considered. Is that what you tried to say, that you didn't have an income, that you had wages?
Yes. And
okay.
I cited their code, stupidly, but I did. I cited their code saying, hey, according to your statutes and codes, it says right here, what I made this past year does not qualify as wages, income, salary, taxes, tips, etc.
Okay. So when you did that, did you, when were you first made aware that they were doing this to you, that they were saying that this was frivolous? When did you get the first notice saying that this is frivolous?
Practically on every filing, they were saying it's frivolous, and then I rebutted and I asked them in writing. I said, okay, well, please explain to me which portion of it is frivolous, and they would never answer me.
Okay, well, you're not answering me either, so I kind of see the communication breakdown between you and them. I asked you a simple question. One more time. When did this occur? Date, year, month, when?
That they said it was frivolous?
Yeah, no, they said ping pong balls are falling out of the sky. Of course, when they said it was frivolous, I asked you a simple question. When did they first send you a notice that your filings were frivolous?
In 2009.
Okay, and then you did it again in 2010?
Yes.
Okay, that's lovely. It took 20 minutes to get that, but that's good. It's a 5-hour show, so I really don't give a damn. But anyway, so 2009 they said it was frivolous. And in 2010 you did it the same damn way anyway, huh?
Yes.
Instead of communicating with them and say, what makes you believe that this is frivolous?
No, that's Carl. That's what I actually wrote back to them. I said, please explain to me what part of this is frivolous.
Okay, when did you write back to them?
In 2009, when I got their frivolous notification, I sat down the very day that I got their notice, and I answered back. I sent it.
Okay. There you go. So you said back what part is frivolous. So what did they say? What part was frivolous?
They never did. That's
okay. Why didn't they ever write back?
No, they never wrote back. Then they started saying that
okay,
they were going to.
Okay. One more time. Let's do it the hard way. Where did you send this letter?
Where? To the Internal Revenue Service.
Okay. Where is the Internal Revenue Service?
I sent it to 5 or 6 different offices. They kept switching offices on me. I sent it to Atlanta. I sent it to Kansas City. I sent it to and 3 other different locations.
Okay. Who's the commissioner of the IRS?
The commissioner? I'd have to look that up.
For about 10 years, there wasn't a commissioner because nobody was stupid enough to take that title because they knew what I'm going to tell you next is what was going to happen to them. So there was always associate or assistant commissioners. There was never a commissioner. Almost 10 years went by without a commissioner being in the IRS. Because then I'd say, hey, you know what? Send it to the guy in charge. I don't know why you guys stick around with subordinates. Why don't you guys just go straight to the top? And just say, hey, who's in charge of this effing IRS? Oh, Bob Smith. Okay, I'm going to send a letter to Bob Smith. Hey, Bob. Yeah. I don't know what the hell's going on or what kind of ship you run over here. I don't know what the hell's going on. But I'm trying to communicate and send a very simple letter. And all I was asking was a very simple question. How is this frivolous? Thank you, Bob. Please, knock your subordinates around in the head a couple of times. Whatever it takes, but make them get their ass into gear because, Bob, I'm sure you're a very busy man. You don't want to deal with my simple, stupid questions. But, you know what, honestly, how is this frivolous? Can you put somebody on this case for me? Thanks a lot. I don't understand why you guys don't go straight to the top. Even my mom worked, she worked for the IRS back in 1988, 89. She was given bullshit down here in Virginia. And our supervisor was given a crap. So I said to my mom, I said, look, you're down in Virginia now. It's different than New York. You know what? She said, yeah, but, she was still working for the IRS. And she's like, my supervisor's doing this, and this. I said, hey, you know what? Go to the top. What? Go to the top. Go to the director of the IRS. I said, we're not that far away from Washington, D.C. Let's go down and talk to the director. She goes, no. I said, you know what? I'll go down to the IRS building, and I'll go talk to the director. She said, how are you going to get in there? I said, you know what? Every guy's got to go to the bathroom. I said, I guarantee you. I said, I go to a bathroom somewhere. I'll find out where the guy goes to lunch. Or I'll find out where the guy goes to dinner. And I'll meet up with him in the bathroom. I said, I'll catch the guy. I said, I'll find out who this director is. I'll run into him eventually. I'll go down there and talk to the top guy for you. I mean, this is when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I was like, you know what? I'm going to find the top guy, and I'm going to physically get in his face. I'm going to say, you got a problem? Well, hey, I need your help. My mom's got crap over here out in Shenandoah Valley. Her supervisor is giving her hell. There's no reason for this. My mom's been doing this 20, 30 years. There's no reason for the supervisor to give her crap. You want to slap that supervisor around for her and you know, knock him back a peg or two? Because my mom's really getting stressed out. I would have done that for my mom. I'd go right to the top. So I said, this is back in the 80s. This is like 25, 30 years ago. I had no problem. I go right to the top. I don't think around. I was only 20-something years old. I don't fool around. Even since I've been a little kid, you go straight to the top. You know, I don't know why anybody would waste their time with some stupid flunky, because almost every IRS agent is seasonal. Almost none of them are full-time employees.
Mm.
My mom was seasonal. I don't think my mom was ever a full-time employee in all those years. And she was a tax auditor. She'd call you in and audit you. I don't know if she was ever full-time. I don't know if she ever worked 12 months straight.
Okay, so
they're just seasonal people. And then when they're done doing that, they go and my mom would work. I remember she was like an accountant for a ball bearing factory up there in New York. You know, so when she got called up for the IRS at the end of every, you know, when the season kicked in again, I said, Mom, why don't you stay at the ball bearing factory? I said, come on. I said, who really wants to be a tax auditor? I said, come on, you know, you just people cry and you know, they lose their homes and you know, you destroy their lives. She said, well, somebody's got to do it. I said, you're a good little Nazi, man. I said, just stick with the ball bearing company. And she's like, no, I get government benefits. I said, man, that's some pretty cold shit. You know, I said, well, you got to sleep with yourself at night, not me, man. I mean, I couldn't understand how she did that job. And she said, it'll get them closer to God. I said, oh, yeah, it'll get them closer to God, all right. They'll probably kill themselves, man, and get them closer to God. But that's why I said to people on my show plenty of times. I said, oh, this will make a man out of you. Until you know how to control that centralized government or that state government, you're always going to be there, you know, that parent patriot nonsense. You're always going to be under their, you know, custody, under their watch. Until you know how to go into court and be a man, you know, you're always going to be subordinate to them. You're always going to be one of their little citizens. And like I said, the Department of Justice man told me that. He says, there's nobody here in the United States government that could help you. There's a state of Alabama, yeah, they clearly stole your child. There's no doubt about it. But there's nothing the federal government, the United States government, could possibly do to help you. He's like, I said, this is ridiculous. I said, but you see the contract? He said, look, sir, I know exactly what they did. But until you know how to act like a man and go into court and act like a man, you'll never see that kid. So I said, but I am a man. He says, you have no clue what the hell you're talking about. And I said, but look, wait a second. My mom's here, stepdad's here, my brothers and sisters. I used to... my dad left when I was 16. I took care of my whole freaking family. I said, I've been the man of the house since I was 16. I'm like 30 years old now, 35 years old. What are you talking about? I'm not a man. He says, you have no clue what it means to be a man. I said, buddy, I'll work morning, noon, and night. I'll run rings around you. He says, it has nothing to do with work. It all has to do with a lifestyle. And when you walk into that court, they'll know when a man appears. And until you appear as a man, you ain't never going to get any child back, ever. So I was like, huh. I said, I had no idea what he's talking about. You know, I was kind of insulted, you know, especially since he did in front of the whole family. But I had no idea what he was going on about. But it took me, he told me this back in 2002, 2003, and I figured out about 2009. It took me about 6 years to figure out what the hell he was talking about. So I try to teach you guys as much as I can, like 70 or 80% of what it means to be a man, but I leave the rest to you guys, because it's not fair for me to teach you all the way through.
I just want to be pointed in the right direction, Carl, and I ordered your fees.
That's all I try to do. I try to point the people in the right direction. And I say, well, who told you to put paper, pen, and ink in your hand and write anything? And then I say to you, why don't you go straight to the top? Why are you dicking around with people at the bottom or people in the middle? Why? If somebody's stealing your money, is there some reason why you're not calling up the director, or not calling them up right into the director saying, hey, somebody stole my property. It's come out of your IRS. It's under your control. What the hell's going on? I asked them back in 2009, 5 different places, what the hell's frivolous about it? Nobody would answer me. I did the best I could to try to resolve this thing. What the hell's going on, Bob?
Okay.
There you go. I mean, that's all I do to people. I say to people, make sure when you're writing letters to these government employees that you make sure you're writing it to, like, your grandma, who's about a month or two away from dying, and she's worth $1 billion, and you want to keep her in her good graces, so you're going to be just as sweet and kind and polite as possible. You're not going to use any of this, oh, well, it's lawfully liable, Grandma. You're going to say, oh, hi, Grandma. You know, you're going to talk to her like a cupcake. You're not going to come at her like a tiger.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and find out who the director of the IRS is and send them a letter and just keep it.
Write them a beautiful, lovely letter. Make believe you're writing to your grandma.
Okay.
Because, like I said, my mom is somebody's grandma. So if I saw somebody writing something hateful to my mom, I said, Mom, you put up with that bullshit from this guy? Look at this letter he wrote you. Hey, Mom, how about we slam this guy? So, like I say to people, do you want somebody at the IRS or the ARS for Australia or the CRA for Canada? You want somebody to read the letter and say, wow, this was a really nice, lovely letter. Or do you want somebody to say, oh, yeah, you want to be a wise guy? Yeah, you want to talk to me? Oh, you think you're going to lawyer up on me? Oh, you think you're threatening me? Oh, is that what you think? All right, I'll show you smarty pants. I'll just close down your bank account right here. What's your number? Boom, it's gone. His bank account is closed. Let him try to figure out how to open it. They don't care. They're just like any other human being on planet Earth, man. They got feelings. You're not talking to a robot.
John Koskinen was confirmed by the U.S. Senate to head the Internal Revenue Service Commissioner.
Well, there you go. Somebody was stupid enough to take the title.
Letter to.
That's got to be the most dreaded title. I would not want to have that title unless the guy just likes punishment, man.
So that's who I'm going to send the certified letter to.
Certified? Yeah, certified's cheap, $2. Yeah, that's fine. I'd send him a $2 letter.
And again, just keep it simple. Write it to like I'm writing to my grandma. Just no fancy words, no nothing. Just hey.
Thanks, Smashy. No, just say, look, I tried to. I'm having an issue with your agency. Back in 2009, they said what I was doing was frivolous. I tried to explain to them. I'm a very simple man. I do not understand how what this frivolous means. Can you please explain it to me? And nobody did. And now they're taking my money from me, my property. They're taking my property. They're taking what's rightfully mine from me. And I wish your agency to stop because it's causing me injury. It's causing me it's causing me harm or injury or loss, or all three of them. It's actually damaging my life. It's actually causing harm and injury to in my life. Something simple like that.
Okay.
And say, if you don't mind, can you look into it for me? And if you're a very busy man, which I'm sure you are, can you send me to the appropriate agent? Can you assign somebody in my case? Or can you assign somebody, to this matter? Not my case, because they don't have a case yet. Just say, can you assign somebody to see into this matter? Just something really sweet and nice, man.
Okay. So at this point, don't even think. I'm not even gonna.
It's really gonna mess with their minds when you're so freaking nice.
Okay.
They're gonna put your letter. They're gonna take your letter, put it on. They're gonna take your letter, stick it above the water cooler. Say, look at this guy. Look at this lovely effing letter. I got people's letters like that thumbtacked on my walls in my house.
Okay.
Some man that died not too long ago, Yoma died, and he was a guy we were working with through the IRS, and he just had a stroke and died on us in July. And he wrote me a hell of a letter before he died. He didn't know he was going to die. I don't know he was going to die. But he said it was, he enjoyed meeting up with me and Gus and them in Tennessee. And he said he's looking forward to working with us and solving this IRS dilemma that he got himself into years ago. And he says, God willing, hopefully we'll all meet up again real soon. And I talked to his wife about it because he donated some money, and I said, I don't want his money. And she said, he wants you to have it. I said, I still got the check. I didn't cash it. I said, it just doesn't feel right. She says, no, take it. He really loved talking to you guys, and he used to talk about you guys all the time. He was really glad that you came down and you met him, And I said, man, it's amazing, man. I said, yeah, we will meet again, hopefully, on the other side somewhere. But I said it's amazing that he was in such good health. And, like I said, the stupid IRS stuff, man, really stresses the crap out of people.
It does.
And it's unbelievable what a piece of paper, the impact it can have over somebody. And like I said, I wanted to get Jonathan on a show tonight, and I don't think Jonathan's on, but I'll check. And he said that it worked out great for some man in Canada because the man just walked in to court and basically said, for a foreclosure, just said, I'm a man and I'm here to pay any debt. If any man comes forth with a debt and he's willing to verify that it's true, I'll pay whatever debt that any man lays before this court today. So they said, like, the attorney for the bank was like, well, it's right here. I got the paperwork right here. And the guy just said to the judge, I think it was the lady, he said, if any man is willing to take that witness stand today and verify that there's a debt and that debt is true, I'll pay any man who comes forth to this day, takes the stand and verifies that it's true. And an attorney kept saying, it's right here. I got it right here. I got the paperwork right here. And he said after a while, the attorney for the other side was like doing jumping jacks, trying to get him to notice that he had the paperwork right here, and he was reading all the paperwork out. And the guy just kept saying, if some man is willing to take that stand and swear that it's true, that there's a debt that is due, I will pay it. He says, if no man's coming forth, it was like the third time he said it, I wish for this case to be, dismissed until the man appears. And the judge dismissed it. It's that simple.
Wow.
There's nothing to this.
It's just like you said, just learning to be a man.
Yeah, and calling out another man. If you're a man, you know how to stand up and fight like a man, and you know how to call out another man and throw the glove down and say, you want to dance? Let's dance.
Okay. Carl, that last thing I wanted to run by you. It's kind of a different subject, real quick. Was a traffic case I went to.
Yes, let me say this before, because I don't know if Polly's still listening, but somebody asked me that the other day. They said to me, what dictionary did you use? And some guy said to me that he was using Black's Law. I said, oh, that's ridiculous. That's the old French. It's the Code Noir, the Black's Law. I said it's basically explained how French colonists were supposed to treat their slaves that they brought over to the New World. And when you had a slave in the New World, it was funny, the slaves actually had a lot more social services provided for them than, say, a normal white man, a pilgrim, whatever, who jumped off the boat, got on a boat in England, wherever, and landed here. He had no social security net. He had nobody who was held liable for his survival. But the slaves, the Code Noir, basically was the Civil Rights Act of, I think it was 1860, was it 1865 or 1860? There's a Civil Rights Act of 1865, 1867, and then the other one everybody knows, 1965 Civil Rights Act. But the Code Noir was like 1703. That was the code that they had to use for their French colonists if they wanted to own slaves. They had to provide their slaves with food every day, shelter, clothing, medical, dental, retirement, housing. They had to provide, just because the slave broke his leg, they couldn't take him out in the field and put a bullet in his head. Just because the slave got old, they couldn't just throw him out a cliff into the ocean. They had to provide for these slaves for their entire lives. So when you see the Civil Rights Acts, you see all these social service programs, you can see where these people felt that they were entitled to getting government benefits because they always were, since they were dragged off the boat. They were always provided social services. So, but like, say, a normal free white guy, nobody was going to provide him housing for his entire life. Nobody was going to provide him medical or dental. Nobody was going to provide him with food or water. He had to figure out how to fight on his own. He had to, battle through the jungle in the United States by himself. He wasn't entitled to anything. So when I say to people, man, you better worry about being entitled. When you get entitles, man, you're being classed as a certain, subordinate. Being entitled isn't a good thing. It's actually lowering yourself down to somebody else, under somebody else's control or whatever somebody else is willing to give you. So, like I said, what was funny about all this the law dictionaries. He said, well, he was getting his information from Black's law. I said, the law of how man is supposed to treat his subordinates. Really, his slaves. I really don't want to think I want to reference from Black's law. He says, well, you do use Black's law at times. I said, absolutely. I show you what the legal society is using. I said, I show you folks, what they, the status of the position that they maintain within their society. But no, I said, I use many different kinds of dictionaries. And he says, well, what kind of dictionaries? So just because he asked me what kind of dictionaries, I said, oh, I use Bouvier's is a good one, or Johnson's. I said he had Sam Johnson, and I think his son name was Jay Johnson. I said that's where they wrote the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution from. They used the Johnson's dictionary, so if you wanted to know what those words were. I said, you could use Harrison's dictionary, or Tomlin's. He wrote a hell of a good dictionary. I said, if you want to use Joseph Chitty, which is actually Chitty, I said you could use that as well. But it was funny, he was just asking me all of these dictionaries that I used to make my dictionary. There's somebody called Vitale, Vattel. He had a dictionary as well. And he basically wrote the Law of Nations. So I'm trying to remember who's that guy who had a show kind of like mine, and he was doing this Law of Nations. He found Vitale's book, and he started trying to set up this.
Was that Vitale?
Yeah.
V-I-T-T-E-L?
V-A-T-T-E-L.
V-A-T-T-E-L.
But I'm trying to remember. He was trying to set up his own. Who's that crazy? Those crazy guys. Divine Providence, Divine Madness guys. I think they found that book, and they were starting to say, "Wow, how do you set up a nation? How do you set up, that it's recognized, globally, internationally?" But Ballantyne's is a good law dictionary. I'm just trying to think of all the dictionaries. Coke's or Littleton's, those are good sources. So, like I said, somebody asked me. I think I said Sheridan's already. But like I said, somebody asked me what law dictionary or what did you use, to write your own dictionary. I said just use one dictionary. I just didn't find Webster's 1828 because I said when I actually would look at these dictionaries, believe it or not, they actually had book reviews even way back when. So I remember when I was looking at Webster's 1828 because that's basically the Bible for the United States Supreme Court. Almost all the Supreme Court justices say the number one book they use is Webster's 1828. And what I think is funny is if you read the London book reviews, the London Times book review in 1829, they said this guy Webster took such creative and liberal, liberties of the English language. He basically perverted the English language, convoluted it, twisted it. He made a mockery of what we've been using as the standard version of, English since Coke and Littleton's time. This guy took such free reign and liberty to manipulate the words for whatever reason we can't fathom. So they thought his dictionary was a total joke. So, but like I said, if you look at the United States Supreme Court, they says, what's the books that they rely upon the most for the definitions of the words? And almost every Supreme Court judge said Webster's 1828. So there was another good one was Burgess. He wrote a pretty good commentary on trustee and trust law. And that's B-U-R-G-E, apostrophe S, Burgess. Yeah, he wrote a pretty good dictionary. But like I say to people, when I wrote this thing, I'd grab all the dictionaries that I could find, and I'd just compare all the words, and, most of them went back to Sanskrit or Greek or Latin, and you try to find where the root of the word came from. And then you try to see how they've manipulated it throughout the centuries, through the millennium. You try to find out who was using this to their advantage, because the best weapon or the best is words, is the best way to communicate. If we didn't have words, if we didn't have the ability to communicate with each other, we'd be no different than a dog or a monkey or, we wouldn't have this capacity to move information as fast as we, and expand, be as creative as we are, and achieve what we do. Because we have the liberal arts, we got the ability to communicate with words. And words can control people, and a piece of paper controls people. I mean, just a piece of paper terrorizes people. They get something in the mail and they start sweating, their heart starts palpitating because they see something that says United States government on it, or IRS on it, or Department of Motor Vehicle on it.
So this whole thing where we have the inalienable right to travel without having a driver's license or registration.
Nothing about travel. No, you got the capacity that God gave you within you to move your property from point A to point B. Right. To move, not to travel. To move. I don't know why you use this fancy word travel.
Okay, to move.
That's right, because you could probably get about 8,000 definitions of the word travel, but only one definition of the word move. You go around planet Earth and say, what's the word move mean? I guess that means to move means to, propel yourself in a certain direction. Yeah, how about travel? Oh, travel, that's when we go on vacation, we travel to Europe. Oh, yeah, we love going on, we love to travel. What the hell's this travel shit? Why can't people just say, I wish to move from point A to point B. I wish to go from here to there. That's all I wish to do. How can you compel me to perform? How can you order me or not order me to do a certain, that I can or cannot move? Who are you to tell me how I'm going to move my property from point A to point B? Who are you? You're my fellow man. Are you my dad? No. Did you create me? No. Then we're equals, right? You're a man, I'm a man, right? Can I tell you how to move? No. Don't tell me how to move. You're going to tell me how to move my lips? You're going to tell me how to move my hands? You're going to tell me how to move? What are you going to tell me to move next? Don't, interfere with my capacity to move from A to B. And I won't interfere with you. I'll let you alone if you let me alone. Don't think you have power over me, because you have no right to touch me. You have no right to step in my path. If you step in my path, you better have a damn good reason. You better say, because if you move one step forward, you're going to cause my harm, and you're going to cause injury, or you're going to cause an accruable financial loss to your fellow man. And I was like, really? How am I going to do that? By this. And it better be something that, it better not be like conjecture. It better not be like, well, you could hurt something. It's like, no. You actually have to show me damages, real damages, not possible damages that may occur in the future. You have to show me, like, I got a rocket sled and I want to go at the speed of light from point A to point B. Oh, no, you got to get a license for that thing. Why? Well, you could do a lot of damage with it. I could. Maybe not. But I'm a man and you're a man. If I do damage to you, you file a claim against me, or you just come to me man to man and say, look, your stupid rocket sled, yeah, that went at the speed of light, yeah, across my backyard, yeah, it did this. Oh, wow, did it? Really? Okay. I'll fix it. I'll send the payment. You give me the bill, and I'll square it with you. But just because, like, what, they're going to have 10,000 committees, saying, well, gee, I don't know, should we allow cars on the road? And a horse and buggy seems to be working awfully good. Now, if we try to get a car on the road, I couldn't imagine them trying to put a new motorized vehicle. If we were in horse and buggy ages still, with all this age of litigation, I couldn't imagine somebody saying, well, we're going to take the horse away from the buggy and we're just going to let the buggy go down the road being propelled by a motor. Could you imagine how many years it would take to let somebody drive a horseless carriage in the year 2014 with all the lawyers and all the senators and all the Congresses trying to say, oh, no, we got to have committees to study the impact on planet Earth for this horseless carriage nonsense that Carl's trying to create. What are you going to call it? Oh, I'm going to call it a car. Call it a car, yeah, or an automobile. Oh, no. You know what? We're going to have to do some, studies, and we're going to get some licensing, and we're going to have to get insurance companies involved. Oh, no, this is going to take, 30, 40 years before we let you run your horseless carriage down our street. It's ridiculous, the amount of litigation and paperwork that stymies anybody who wants to try to go from point A to point B now. They want you to get all kinds of permits, licenses, they want to make sure that you're insured. See, they're overkilling everything. And they'll totally justify it. The mommy will justify it. Mommy will say, oh, I'm just keeping my children safe. And we got to try to keep everybody safe. It's like, thank God this country was the wild, wild west for the longest time. And anything went, so blaze a path of glory. Whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes. Win, baby, win. Nobody cared. Now everything is being micromanaged because the people who micromanage, they make a lot of money micromanaging. Because once you're working for somebody, you say, look, we had an agreement for $10 an hour, 40 hours a week. I should get $400 a week. Correct? Correct. Okay, you know what? I played with you guys nice when I first started working here. You know what? You guys were taking, $10 out for Social Security, $20 for the IRS, $5 for state, $30 for FICA. You know what? I tolerated it. I tolerated you taking like $70 out of $400 and me coming home with $330. Now I'm coming home with $150. You know what? I'm not tolerating it anymore. I work for $10 an hour, 40 hours a week. I want all $400 that I earned every week to come directly to me. And if the IRS or FICA or state, if they want my property that I've worked for, that you and I agreed on, if they want something from me, you direct all that communication that they're sending to you to me, and I will deal with them directly. I don't want you to get involved with if the state says I owe money, you let them come to me. I don't need a mommy. I don't need a middleman. You need somebody to do the work for you for $10 an hour, I'll do it for you for $10 an hour. You know what? You pay me $400 a week from now on. If the IRS or state or anybody gives you any crap, just say, look, I don't want to be in breach of contract with this man. I don't want this man to drag me into court. I don't want to be sued for $1 million because I took this man's property and I relocated it to another location when I know that it's his property. He's earned it. He's entitled to it. He deserves it. It's 100% his. I made an agreement with this man. I'm going to give it to this man. Not one dime more, not one dime less. I'm going to give him exactly what he earned.
I did call the people that send me my monthly pension, and I told them that. I said, hey, these people have no right to administrate my property, and you have no right to hand it over to them. I mean,
Yeah, well, I wouldn't use any fancy words like administrate my property. It's like, look, you're in breach of a contract. We have a contract that I was going to get X amount of dollars at the end of every month or every year. That's the amount of money I expect from you. I don't expect one dime more, not one dime less. I don't want you to redirect my property, relocate my property, other than the exact mailing address in which I gave you. If you relocate 1 ounce of my property, that's my property. That's what is due to me. Not due to IRS, but what is due to me. And we have an agreement that you're going to pay me what's due. I'm going to hold you liable for breach of contract. You were going to send it to the location where we agreed that you were going to send it to me. Don't redirect my property. Don't relocate my property. That's my property and exclusively my property. If anybody wants to make a claim that I owe them a debt, let them come to me, and they could collect it from me. You see what I'm saying? That's how you got to try to word it. Then
so
you're going to hold
I got to tackle this in 2 ways. First, like you said, send the letter to this guy, whoever he is, the commissioner of the IRS, and then I'll send this one particular letter to whoever the head of the department who pays me, and just write it simple and
very simple. It's like, why is my property not being delivered to the location in which I wish it to be delivered? Why is my property being relocated someplace else? Why are you in breach of contract?
February 2nd is when the bench trial is, so I plan on going there pretty soon or immediately to go file a claim against, I guess you're saying the trooper, or the officer, but I didn't know if it should be against the prosecutor.
No, you can't file a claim against the trooper. You can't file a claim against the trooper.
Okay.
You can't file a claim.
Carl would be yeah, go ahead.
The reason why you file a claim is why. What's a claim?
It's, a claim is of, it's not a complaint, I know that. It's a claim that I'm owed or I'm entitled to, or not entitled, but a claim that I'm owed, something I'm owed.
Yeah, that's kind of close. It's based on property, and it's based on a wrong. So, who's done wrong and who's took your property? You. Nobody's done wrong. You. Have they? The wrong means the cop woke up in the morning and he said, you know, I'm going to fuck this guy. You know.
Yeah.
He didn't do it. He didn't with deliberate and wanting and go out to do anything to you.
Right, so it's the prosecutor that's intending to do something to us. Or him, my brother.
Oh, the prosecutor is just abiding by what you haven't failed to, he's still going by, like, passive consent. You haven't told him no. So he's just going to keep doing what he's doing here.
Yeah, I sent them the district attorney's office a notice with basically, you know, our right to travel and or his. I keep saying our right, but it's his right. My brother's right. I'm trying to help him out with this case.
I know.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what did the prosecutor attorney say to that when you gave him that notice?
Yeah, he tried to do the whole, you know, he tried to slip the little, you know, do you understand to my brother, you know, and then my brother almost, you know, he did say, you know, my brother goes, I understand, and I interject and I said, wait, you don't understand because you don't stand underneath those charges. That's what he's trying to ask you right now.
Yeah.
I got the whole thing recorded.
That's fine. And what you said to your brother?
Yeah, and then my brother's like, my brother kind of got tricked into communicating with him a little bit because he's like, well, what don't you understand about it? And then he goes, well, you know, I don't understand, you know, who's the state of Texas, and you know, are they going to step onto the stand and testify that I wronged or injured them, wronged or harmed them, or damaged their property? And then he just kept going on with the prosecutor that was. He kept saying, well, you know, if you don't enter a plea, we're going to enter one for you. And my notice that I had given to him from my brother, that I had my brother sign, he basically had on there, you know, if you enter a plea for us, you know, or if you enter a plea, you know, you're going to bear the liability for entering that plea because we don't wish to plea. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I would pull up the whole document. I don't want to, you know, take up all that time on the document. So.
Take up all the time, man. I don't give a shit.
Okay, I'll pull it up.
I'm outside running a backhoe on the truck right now. You know,
yeah,
so you take a one. I got nothing better to do.
This is the notice I sent to the district attorney. I said, the assistant district attorney, I said, I, a man, Clinton Cargazar, that's my brother's name, require the plaintiff place their case file and then his case number before common law court of record. And unfortunately, I didn't put the capital C of capital R. But, you know, yeah. And then I said require of the plaintiff in case, you know, the case number to testify under oath or affirmation before common law court of record that I wrong, injure, or harm them, or I damage property or breach a contract of theirs. Require of you to bring forth the witness against I, so that I may grant relief and compensate them. Require you to present me with the verified claim that I caused wrong, injury, or harm to a man or woman, or I damage property or breach a contract of theirs, so that I may grant relief and compensate them. And I said, require if no man or woman will verify under oath or affirmation in common law court of record that I wrong, injure, or harm them, or I damage property or breach a contract of theirs, and if no criminal indictment by a grand jury has been presented, I require you to cease and desist, and for the charge you're moving against me be discharged immediately. Have a right to not have any right of mine interfere with. This includes, but is not limited to, my right to travel in my property, my right to confront the witness against I, my right to counsel, and my right to not have any man or woman trespass on I or my property. Believe you do not have jurisdiction over I, man, Clinton, because I have not wronged, injured, or harmed a man or woman, or damaged property, or breach a contract of theirs, nor have I consent to any contract that binds I to being a member in your society. Whatever alleging evidence you believe gives you a jurisdiction, I will prove that I have not consent to, does not exist, and is false. Wish not to plead to the charge in your case, nor is it my wish, nor do I give consent to have anybody enter a plea for me. I voted for precedent. If anybody wishes to bear the liability of entering a plea for me and against my wish, this is fair warning notice that I will require fair and just compensation from the man or woman if who enters a plea for I and against my wish. Give fair warning notice for anybody who move a false claim against I will move a claim for answering to a false claim, and I will require fair and just compensation from the man or woman moving their false claim. Give fair warning notice for anybody who interfere with my right. I will require fair and just compensation from the man or woman who interfere with any of my right. I say here and will verify in open court that all herein be true, and that's it. Sorry to go on.
Did you have this on a like Microsoft, like on Microsoft Word? Are you reading it off of that? Or are you reading it off a piece of paper?
It's off Microsoft Word.
Oh, great. Great. Go to properties and tell me how many words is that? Just for shits and gigs. Just go to properties. Just do the drop down where it says file. Go to properties and click over to the like content tab, and you'll see it says how many words. Word count. It'll tell you how many words it is, or it'll tell you how many characters are there.
493 words.
Damn, 493 words.
Yeah.
Okay, when you get it down to 12, you know you're doing something. 12 words to do a traffic ticket. But you're getting there. I'm sure at one time you probably had 3,000 words. So you're getting there.
So what? And see, my thing is like, okay, well, you know, I'm not going to worry too much about the process.
Good, man. No, I mean, no, that's good. If you understand all that crap that you just said, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Then you learn how to say it in 12 words.
Cool.
Like I said,
I had actually planned to do the claim on 12 words, but I hear I need to do it.
Like, yeah. No. The claim I did for Bali in England was 8 words. That's different. There's a difference between being a defendant and having 12 words or making a claim, which I need 8 words.
Right.
Big difference. Those 12 words for a claim are not the same as the 8 words.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They're not the same.
So you're being real serious about 12 words. You're not playing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what's wrong with you. Yeah, I ain't going to tell you what the 12 words are.
Yeah. Okay.
But you'll just run with the 12 words and think you're a genius. It's just like what happened in Canada the other day. Some husband and the wife called me up and said her husband had 20 traffic tickets and violations against him, and he did a little bit of my spiel in open court, and the judge discharged all 20 traffic tickets and said to him, "You're a very intelligent man." And I said, "Yeah, he knows how to cut copy and paste real well." If the judge ever challenged him, he would have got slaughtered. But what was funny is about that is he, the prosecutor was going insane, saying, "Hey, no, dude, he's got 20 charges, no driver's license, no insurance, no, you can't do this, man." And the judge was like, "Absolutely, I can." He's like, "I can't do anything to this man." So it was pretty funny. And he said to the man, he says, "You're a very intelligent man." I was like, yeah. I said to his girlfriend, I said, "Yeah, right. You really believe he's intelligent, or you just cut, copied, and pasted some stuff and remember the dialogue real well?"
So, when I'm going to definitely do some rethinking here.
No, you did good, man. No, that's good. Put that stuff in. That's good, man. There ain't nothing wrong with any of that stuff right there. But
I just want to go file a claim and then bring them over because I know they're just as the peace.
You got no basis for a claim.
No basis for a claim. Okay.
Oh, nobody's done you wrong. You just haven't done things right.
Okay. So,
hey, what's this website you want me to hit? Pandora.
So get it down to 12 words and send them the notice again.
What you got right there is fine. You can put what you got in right there is fine. Eventually you'll get it down to 12 and you'll understand it a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if I just give you the 12 words, you'll just run with the 12 words. The judge will say you're a genius and you'll think you're freaking a genius and you ain't got an effing clue what it means. Well, like I said, even though there's no harm done to a man, you could still be considered a menace to society, and you could still be considered to have breach of the peace. You could have yelled fire in the movie theater. You know what I'm saying? Nobody might have got hurt, but you could still be liable for breach of the peace. You got a duty and obligation to your fellow man, not to breach their peace, and let them alone as well. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. You better be careful. You can't just go out there and just think you're going to run around buck naked and just say, well, I haven't caused any harm to them. Well, they got 300 cars piled up on a freeway because you're running around naked up on the freeway. Yeah, you're going to be held liable. So, like I said, you can't just do a blanket thing, well, you cause no harm. Oh, really? What do you call yelling fire in the movie theater? You better be careful breaching the peace. They can't hold you liable for that, being a member of the society. And plenty of people will come forward and make a claim that by yelling fire, they had the right to be left alone, but you decided to, F with them. Because it's better to do.
Yeah, I think sometimes my mind gets mixed up when I hear your previous shows and stuff. Because I remember I've heard like some funny things, and I know you took it very you were being very serious about on your other Talkshoe shows, right? Like, I guess you were saying I'm one of these days I'm just tired of it. I'm gonna go walk into these court buildings with some some water, just act like I'm injecting myself. You know what I mean? In your arm or something.
There you go. Right.
And it's like I can do what I want to do. Yeah,
Right. As long as you don't interfere in anybody's rights, be let alone. Right.
Right.
You can't just do anything you want. You can do whatever you wish to, as long as you don't interfere with somebody's right to be let alone. Just basically leave me alone. And you didn't leave me alone. Why did you say say that? And that's what it caused. It caused me to like I say to people. Did if you're driving in reverse, like the one ticket that I talk about all the time.
I've heard that one.
Yeah. Did any of God's creatures be deviated or interfere with their right to travel from point A to point B because I was going backwards? Did they have to make a left or a right? Did they have to get out of my way? Did they have to alter their path? Did they have to, react because of my actions? No. They didn't. But believe me, if they did, well, then I owe compensation. But I didn't interfere with any of God's creatures' right to travel as well, to go from point A to point B, as they wish. So you got to be careful. You say, well, look, man, you went 500 miles an hour and you drove everybody off the fucking road. Then you interfere with somebody's right to travel, and you're a public nuisance, a public, menace to society, and people have the right to be unencumbered in their travels as well.
When you do send a letter and you use a simple word like, did I do wrong or have I broken the law?
That's funny as hell. Makes me laugh my ass off.
Yeah. You send them a question like that, like a simple question like that. A lot of the time I notice over here, I'm not sure over there what they do, but over here they just tend to ignore the question.
Not if you first. The big thing is you got to trap them as a man or a woman. First, you got to find out if they've been assigned. If you say, I've got this lovely letter from the ATO, and I'd just like to know the man or the woman who's been assigned this case. And they'll say, we assigned it to Susie, Baker. And it's like, okay, Sue Baker. Okay, great. And then you write a lovely letter to Sue Baker. Say, hi, lovely Sue Baker. I got this lovely letter from you a couple of months ago, and I got a simple question. Are you the woman who's been assigned this case so we could try to, resolve this? Thank you very much. And then you wait for her to say, yes, I've been assigned this case, And she didn't rebuke the fact that she was a woman because I asked her. The first letter I asked her, I said, are you the woman who's been assigned this case? And she said, yes. She'll say, yes, I've been assigned this case. So there you go. I got her in a capacity as that as a woman. She should have said, no, I'm not the woman who's been assigned this case. I'm an ATO agent who's been assigned this case. Big difference. Big difference. See, big difference. So see, I trap them with simple words, and then I nail them. I'll ask them maybe one nice letter, and then I just clobber them.
Yeah.
And that's what I did with
And
you.
if she does say she's an agent.
What's that?
If she does say she's an agent.
They never say it. They're too slack. No, they're too lazy. I'm telling you, man. I nail them all the time. There's never been one smart enough not to fall into that simple trap. I mean, it worked like a charm. It worked like a charm with you. You call me up. It seemed like 1 week, and 2 or 3 weeks later, you call me up and say it's all over. I was like, well, see, wasn't that swell? You didn't have to do it for 2 or 3 years. You didn't have to go to court or trial.
People chat about like common law, but the thing a lot of the time is they don't understand common law. They think it's something that's written down by the Commonwealth of Australia. They don't understand that it's not written down anywhere.
It's not written.
It was here prior. It was actually here when the Aboriginals were here, because the Aboriginals, they had their own customs and traditions and laws that were passed down by word of mouth.
And
that was their common law.
And what's so funny about this stuff is when you go to traffic court, that's their customs. That's their common law. When you go to divorce court, that's their common law. That's the common way that they do for divorces in Australia. That's the common way they do traffic tickets in Australia. It's common to them. You walk into their court, that's common to them. You have to invoke it where it's man on man, where it's not the driver, and it's not the police officer, and it's not the motor vehicle office. You know, you have to say, look, I know it's common, the common practice, the common law for you folks is that you're a policeman and I'm a licensed driver. The only problem is I'm not going to practice that common law. The common law, the common belief that I have is that I'm a man and I'm taking my property. It just happens to have 4 wheels on it from point A to point B. Nobody's claimed I've done any harm, injury, or wrong. So you got to let me go.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So common law is like what? The common way we do it in traffic court, that's right. The common way they do in divorce court or bankruptcy court, right, that's common to them. It's not common to me. So what's common to me? That I know I'm a man, and I know I'll have duties, obligations, responsibilities to not cause harm, injury to my fellow man. That's it. That's the only common law I understand. All this traffic stuff, bankruptcy, divorce, I don't understand any of that. It's common to you, but it's not common to me. That's what people are getting so confused about. They actually think it's like some written thing. It's like you could go to planet Vulcan, and you could be an Earthling, and you know you better not steal. You know you better not mess with their kids. You know you better not hit nobody in the head with a stick. You don't need it down somewhere. You know it. You just know it. That it's wrong. You can't go in there. I don't care where you go in the universe. You can't just be hitting people in the head with a stick.
Yeah, man. It's interesting that you say that, because what I found when I was studying some of the words, and I sort of found how you could say like something that linked them all together was a lot of the words that you talk about pertain to what is like a right, like what's a right. Like a claim is something in which you claim is, you say is right to you and only to you. It's a claim, like, or something you believe is right. You're making a claim, or something you believe is wrong that's been done to you. And that's the same with law. Law is simply, when you really look at it, it's a belief system. It's what's right and wrong. It's a moral.
Law is just right. A law is just an opinion of the people at that particular moment of time. It's just sometimes pot's legal, sometimes it's not legal.
Yeah.
It's
a common belief.
Right. It's just a consensus amongst the people. It's almost like democratic like that. It's like a consensus amongst the people. If we want to have a civilized society, we must all agree to a certain set of public codes, public practices. When you act in public, we expect you to act in a certain demeanor, a certain way.
But when you're in private, you can do whatever the hell you want. But in the public, if we're all going to live together as a community, as a group, we expect certain practices and procedures when you step out into the public.
Yeah.
But still, when you do something wrong in the public, when you still act out of character in public, then you're just basically supposed to beg for forgiveness and just make restitution. You're not supposed to go to jail. It's ridiculous. What happened if you were the only butcher or baker or candlestick maker in a community and they put the only baker in jail? Nobody's going to have bread. That's ridiculous. You can't just stick the baker in jail. Well, where's the baker? Well, the bakery's closed. Oh, well, we put him in jail. Why? Because he was playing his car radio just too loud. One more time, we told him that's it. It's like, well, okay, now who's going to bake the bread? Well, nobody. Fuck, let the guy.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. You see how I can make everything so freaking ridiculous all the time?
No, that's right. People like to complicate things, man.
Yeah. And it ain't complicated.
What I found was that there was, I guess like a family tree. So you start off at law, so you got right and wrong, so law means right and wrong. And then what right and wrong simply just means what one believes.
Well, no. It wouldn't be right or wrong. It'd be what is, because wrong, literally what the word wrong means is that you woke up this morning and you said, you know what, I'm going to go nail that guy. You know what, it's like you made a plan, you planned it out, you schemed. If you worked with somebody else, you conspired to actually cause harm, injury, or wrong to another man. See, wrong means you knew what you were doing was going to cause harm, and you planned it out. That you knew was wrong.
So what is intent?
That means intent, right, that you had the intent to actually cause harm. So that's wrong. See, negligence...
How could you establish someone had intent to do...
Oh, that's easy. Like say a bank robbery. You say the guy actually went and he drew maps and he got plans and everything else. Or say, like it was negligence. He's like, there's a difference between, and negligence just means there's an accident. It wasn't, you didn't plan it out. So when they say it's negligent homicide, it was just accidental. I didn't plan it to do it. So negligence.
But that wouldn't be a wrong then.
No, it's just negligence. But negligence sounds like it's a horrible thing, but honestly, it's not. Negligence means there's boo-boo, an accident. I didn't mean for it to happen. Sometimes things just happen.
So like a car hits your car, and you don't know if it was done with intent or if it was done.
Well, it's usually
he didn't see you.
When a guy comes out of the car, if he's laughing, you kind of figured he intended on doing it.
Yeah, but he could always lie in court and then say, no, it was an accident, I didn't see it.
Right. I mean, you'd have to actually find a third-party impartial witness to verify that he either come to court and say, no, I saw this man planning and plotting, and I heard him say that he wanted to hit this guy's car.
All right. But what if it was negligence? It's an accident. Does he still have to compensate you or not really?
Oh, of course. Of course you do. It's like I said, Gus was asking me that one day. When do they have a case? And I remember he was reading a book from the 1800s. And I said, I know the exact book you're reading. And he said, when you throw a horseshoe out the window and it lands in the street, and a day or two later somebody comes down the road and their horse or they fall and trip on it, that's negligence. But if you took the horseshoe out the window and you threw it and you tried to hit the man off his horse, that's wrong. Then you have a case.
Of course.
Then it said, then you have a case. And Gus was asking him, what do you mean? What do they mean? Then you have a case. I said, then you have a case in where they could actually, hold you criminally liable, where they could actually put chains and shackles on you and drag you away. I said, before then, it's just a civil. They don't have a case against you, but the man that you committed negligence to, he'll have a civil action he could file against you for negligence. But they're not going to arrest you. They're not going to put you in jail.
But then you could you still bring a civil case into common law?
Of course.
Okay. And
Yeah.
but you know how you go when you're writing a claim, you write usually, like when I'm learning stuff here, is that you go, this man did me wrong. So in this case, it would be this man did me.
When you go to civil court, you go into civil court because you want to act civilized. Now, you could go in a court, and any kind of court is where you play games. So I want to play a civilized game. Now, if you want to play a combat game like boxing or taekwondo, you could call the guy out and say it's pistols at dawn. You know, it's like, you did me wrong. I want satisfaction. It's pistols at dawn.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's not.
I'm just wondering how would you say it? Like, would you say this man did me wrong by negligence, or this man?
No. This man has caused me harm due to his negligence.
Ah, okay, got it. Yeah, I got it.
Right. And then, like I said,
There's no other word like negligence?
Usually, no, I really don't use words like negligence, because usually, like that's what I was trying to say, instead of using the word negligence, what I usually say is due to the man's, and it's usually 90% of the time, negligence is due to your inactions. Not your actions, but your inactions.
Mm-hmm.
So 90% of the negligence is because of inactions, not actions. It's inactions. It's because you didn't do something.
Yeah, I understand.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand, man.
Yeah, like I said, man, I'm glad I caught back up with you. And like I said, because see, what's funny, a lot of people always ask me, Carl, do you have any proof that your stuff has helped people? And it was funny when I help like somebody like you. There's no case numbers. They want to look up your case number.
Oh yeah, that's all. Look, I got it all scanned up. It's all scanned up. I can send it anytime these following days, because I'm on holiday now.
Oh, okay.
Break. So I can definitely send it very soon, and it's all there. It's all there. Yeah.
Okay.
I was quite organized. I was putting all my letters and paperwork together and just keeping it in like a file. Because you got to be quite organized for this stuff. When people are sending you letters, different people too.
Right.
You need to be responding quite quickly.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said today, I had fun this whole week, man. Some poor lady from Guyana, down in South America, British Guyana. So she's a nice black lady, man, down there, and she and the government was trying to take her granddaughter. So all week long, she's been having the authorities knocking on her door, threatening to come in, arrest her, So all week, it's funny. I put a couple of those phone calls up on my Talkshoe thing, so people could hear them. So like how to handle when a cop comes trying to kick in your door. How do you tell them? Just because you have a badge isn't going to negate the fact that you trespassed upon another man's right to be let alone, you trespassed upon another man's land, and just because you have a badge, don't think for a minute that when you cause harm or injury to your fellow man, that a badge is going to protect you from a civil suit. Personal injury, you're going to still be hurt personally. You're going to have a personal injury, suit against you. You're going to be liable. Just because you got a badge doesn't mean you can steal. Just because you got a badge doesn't mean you can rob. Just because you got a badge doesn't mean you can hit me in the head with a stick.
Yeah.
And like I said, most people have stupid lawyers who would just say, well, the cop was just doing his job. You should have just did what he told you to do, and you would have got hit in the head with a stick. It's like, no, that ain't gonna fly. No, I don't play that game. You hit him in the head with a stick, he's going to be compensated. He's still a man.
Yeah,
you can't hit another man in the head with a stick. This man better have done something wrong to you. I mean, really wrong. He better not just like this lady. She wouldn't give her grandbaby over to the government. She was like keeping her door closed and locked. It was so much fun talking to the one officer. He's like, all we want to do is take a look at the baby. And I said, oh, is that all you want to do? It's like, yeah, hand me the phone back to the lady. So she handed the phone back to the lady. And she said, what should I do? I said, slam the door, lock the damn door, and tell him to basically go F himself.
I said, nobody sees shit. It was so funny. Like, oh, is that all you want to do? She said, he's like, yeah, we just want to see the baby, and we'll be on our way. I was like, oh, is that all you want? And then I told her, man, close that damn door. Tell him to go get a bond, go get a warrant. Tell him, hell no. Oh, what was fun? She was taking pictures of the baby. I said, take pictures of the babies and send it to the text messages to him. And that's what she was doing. She said, I said, yell out the door. Say, hey, what's your cell phone number? And the lady gave her cell phone number. I said, now take some pictures and text message them to the lady. So she just started text messaging pictures of the baby like crazy. The lady said, there you go. You see the baby. Now get out of here. Like you see with your eyes. You see with your eyes. You see with your eyes, not with your hands.
Yeah.
So that you see the baby, good. Get the hell out of here. That's all she said. She said, we just want to see the baby. I said, good. Take a damn picture of the baby with your cell phone camera and send it to her. I said, there. You wanted to see the baby? There. Now go. And it worked great, man. So far, 3 days, man. She's been holding them off. They keep coming back, and I keep talking to the cops on the phone for her, and they've been leaving. So it worked out really nice.
Oh, that's good, man. How old is she?
Almost two months, but the daughter is 16, 17. So the mom is from Guyana. So, it's kind of tough, man. For a lady who's from a foreign country to try to, but she's doing good. She's yelling out the window, said, write everything in the paper. She's doing a really good job. So that's usually what I deal with. I try to help people who have the cops kicking in their door.
Yeah.
That's what I like.
It's really hard for some people.
Yeah.
Really hard for some people, man.
Oh yeah, but that's what I enjoy doing. That I really have a kick over. You guys who have money problems, I really don't work. I have more money problems. But when people have someone being taken away, oh boy. I like to really help those people.
Yeah. Because those people, they really do need someone that's going to help them. A lot of the time, even when they go for legal aid, the people with legal aid, they come across so many similar cases, and they don't really know what to do. They just rely on the system, and the system, the system has no feeling.
No. And it's funny, man. If you do care, it's funny. I've seen social workers who do care, and it's funny if they do try to care, they're told real quickly to stop caring. Or they're gonna, or they're gonna wish they stopped. So it's just a shame. It's just a shame how they, the people might come in there with good intentions, and and they just destroy the people who try to help.
Yeah, well, inherently people are good. I think it's just that over time, it's their environment that makes them go a bit heartless.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm trying to keep really close tracks with this lady down in Florida, and she's the lady from Guyana, and so far so good. I mean, she's been holding them off at the door, and they keep threatening to come kicking in the door, and I said, oh, good, so you just communicated a threat. That's lovely, and that, if I don't do something for you, you're gonna cause injury and harm to my home. Oh, that's good, so that's extortion. It's like, oh, if I don't give you something. It's called extortion. I said, why don't you get your legal department down here, and they'll explain to you what you're doing. Oh, it was a lot of fun. And I told her, I said, yell out the door. Say, hey, there's this man. He's talking to me on the phone. His name is Karl Lentz, and he goes all over the world and helps people get their children back from their property back from crazy governments. I said, yeah, tell them crazy governments. And she said, yeah, he helps people get back their children, their property and their children from crazy governments. She said, before you come in my door, you better go Google this guy Karl Lentz. And it's so funny. As soon as she said that, they did walk away, and they went in their cars, and then all the police officers left. She said the social service lady stayed,
But all the officers left. They're like, yeah, F this. We're not going to mess with this. You know. They just Googled me. So yeah, yell to them too. This guy wrote a law dictionary. So they left. I was like, yeah, we don't want to deal with that. They thought they were dealing with a dumb black lady from a foreign country.
Yeah, that's a lot of the time. I've noticed, like, talking about money. You know, you're gonna sue them, or you're gonna fucking take them to court. Then they like back off and they go, okay, you know, maybe this guy does know something. Maybe we should be a bit careful.
I kept saying to the lady, you said, tell them that you want a bond attached to the warrant. And they kept saying, why do you want a bond attached to a warrant? I said, well, what happens if you come into my home and you trip and you break your leg? You're going to sue me because my rug was not on the floor right, and I'm going to get sued for $1 million because you came in my house and you tripped. Or what happens if you come in my house and you trip and you drop a lamp and it starts a fire and we all have to run out of the house and you burn my house down to the ground? Who's going to pay for my house? Or say you come and take my baby, you want to see my baby, and you pick my baby up and you accidentally break the baby's neck and it winds up in a wheelchair for the rest of its life. Who's going to pay for all that? So I need to make sure that before you people come into my house, like I do with the TV man or the phone man or any contractor that comes in my house, I always make sure they have insurance in case they do any damage to my house. So I need to know I need to know your insurance policy. I need to have a bond, and then once you give me the insurance policy, I'm going to call up my lawyer, and the lawyer's going to find out if this bond or if this insurance policy is legitimate, if you really do have funds. And then after I'm satisfied with the bond or the insurance, then you could come in, but not until. And if you give me a bond, I'm going to call up one of my friends, and they're going to come to the house, pick up the bond, secure the bond, like leave with the bond, and then I'll let you in the house. Yeah. So it was so funny because the cop kept saying, so you're telling us no. And I yelled at him, no, you're not telling them no. You say, absolutely, I want you to come in the house under these terms and conditions. So the cop said, so you don't want to work with us? It's like, no, I want to work with you. You don't want to work with me. It was so funny. She kept flipping it around. They said, okay, so we'll take that as a no. And she said, I want to work with you. Why won't you work with me? Why won't you go get the bond? I require you to go get the bond. It was so funny. They tried to keep saying that she didn't want to work with them.
Yeah, they always do that. They do that shit here. Like they try to twist words around you and.
Right, but you have to jump up and say, no, I absolutely want to work with you. You say, well, you don't want to cooperate. Of course, I want to cooperate. I love cooperating. Just give me an order, make sure it's bonded, and I'm going to make sure I'm going to put the bond into escrow, just in case anything goes wrong. So go get the bond. So you're telling me no, I can't come in. I'm not saying you can't come in. I'm saying you can come in if you do all of these things. If you do all of these things, you're more than welcome to come in. But you have to do all these things first, like wipe your shoes, take off your shoes before you come to my house. No guns. You walk in my house, whatever you walk in with, you leave with. You don't pick up anything in my house and steal anything. You don't walk away. You don't rob anything from me. You come in my house and you leave my house. You put it all in writing that you're not going to steal anything. You're not going to rob me. You're not going to pick up any of my property and walk off with it. We're going to put this all in writing. We're going to sign it. Right? And no. Well, so, then you can't come in until you do all that. You're not going to let us in. I do want to let you in, but these are the terms and conditions. Just like if I got to go to your courthouse, what do you tell me to do? I got to take off my hat. I got to sit down. I got to stand up. You give me all these rules. So it's so funny.
It makes sense.
Yeah, so it's just a lot of fun. And it drives them effing crazy because you're not saying no. It's like, so the lady said, no, you can't come in the house. It's like, well, she didn't say no. It's like, okay, well then what did the lady say?
Well, she said, first we got to do this, then we got to do this, then we got to do that, then we got to do
You set your conditions. That's right.
Yeah, we're giving them conditions. That's right, but we're not telling them no.
My question is that I've gotten into a situation where it is, I basically had a breach of contract with my ex-wife back in 2012. And with our custody agreement that we agreed upon. And what she did was she then in turn used the public school district, which it was Tammy Lapartis was the lady that actually did this. She actually rewrote my custody agreement, which me and my wife had agreed upon and all that stuff. And she told me, well, if you don't like it, sue us. And
who told you to sue him?
This director of special education at the school district.
Wait a second. Say that again. You said, wait, I'm trying to follow this. You and your wife got divorced.
Well, what happened was that she, this lady at the school district, she told me that she was going to rewrite our custody agreement, and because I had my children Monday through Friday, or Sunday through Friday, and she didn't like that. So,
Okay, wait a second. Okay, let me go a little slower. You and your wife got divorced, right?
Yes.
Okay, what year?
2012.
Wow, recently. Okay, see, that helps. Okay, so you got divorced. Where did you get the divorce?
Here in Camdenton, Missouri.
Okay, Missouri. Is that where you got married?
Yes.
Is that where the children were born?
Yes.
Okay, that makes life simple. Okay, so you guys got divorced in 2012. How long were you married for?
7 years.
7 years. Okay, fine.
Technically 7 years. We were separated for like 4 years while this divorce process was going on. So technically we were married 7 years according to their paper.
And these kids are biologically yours?
Yes.
Okay, no dispute over that?
No.
Good, lovely. All right, I just needed to have kind of an idea before you get too deep, man. You got to get some basics covered. All right, go ahead, man.
All right, and what happened was my kids have disabilities, and I told which me and my ex-wife had this parenting plan set out that she had to take them to these doctors, and she had to do this and that, and all this stuff, and take them to their therapies and everything they needed.
Okay, what kind of disabilities they got?
Well, my son was diagnosed with Asperger's and dyslexia and math disorder.
Asperger's, you mean he could say shit and fucking get away with it?
What's that?
Oh, is that Tourette's? I'm thinking Tourette's. What's Asperger's?
Asperger's is like a form of autism where he has a sensory processing disorder where sounds bother him. He's very sensitive in that aspect. He doesn't process stuff the way other people do. And I mean, it's a big type deal for him. And he's supposed to take occupational therapy and physical therapy or speech therapy and stuff like that to, in which I had it all set up privately for him. And which I was paying for this stuff, and my ex-wife didn't have to pay for anything. And the school wanted the services to happen at their location, and I told them when I enrolled the kids that everything's done private. This is the deal me and my ex-wife worked out. She has to take them here, so on and so forth. So do I, and we don't need anything from you. And the only thing I want you guys to do is just to accommodate the days they miss. That's it.
Right.
And so then they said, okay, yeah, that's not a big deal. We can do that.
What's
okay.
the other kid's disability?
What's that? I'm sorry?
What's the other kid's disability? One's got Asperger's. And what's the other guy's?
My daughter has a bladder condition that she has a misshaped bladder and stuff, and so she has to go to a urologist and things like that, and is supposed to be on medication to help with her bladder spasms and things like that. And my daughter is also, she's got, there's been some foul play, I'll just put it that way, by my ex-wife and her boyfriend towards my daughter. And
Oh, no. What do you mean foul play? You mean they double dribble when she's not looking?
Yeah, yeah.
No, I'm serious. No, I was talking basketball there for a second. I said they double dribble when, no. What do you mean foul play? What do you mean by foul?
Well, my daughter was with my ex-wife for 18 months in her sole custody, and there was several doctor's reports of vaginal rawness and bleeding and her butt hurt and all this stuff, and it could never be explained what was going on with her. And this happened for 18 months, and my ex-wife...
It got nothing to do with a bladder condition?
No, it had nothing to do with her bladder condition.
All right. It just sounded like there might have been a connection, very close proximity.
Right, and what we're thinking is it may have actually caused her bladder condition, the stuff that was going on to my daughter. Right. And so that's the basic history of that. So anyway, I had it set up to where all this stuff was taken care of for the kids, and my ex-wife nor I had any choice in the matter. What the doctor said is what went, because my ex-wife would doctor shop and all that stuff. So we had this agreement, and she, like I said, then I enrolled the kids in the school, told the school, hey, look, I want nothing from you guys. Everything's taken care of privately. Only thing I'm saying is, I need you guys just to say, okay, they can miss Tuesdays or whatever, Yeah. And so they were like, okay, yeah, not a big deal. Well, we had a meeting, and this lady, Tammy Laportis, she actually said, hey, I don't like what you've done with your kids. It seems like you've educationally neglected them and blah, 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 and all this stuff. And I was like,
who's this lady?
She's just the director of special education at the school district. That's all she is to me.
She's a director, you said?
Yeah, she's the director.
How does she get involved? How come a lower minion didn't contact you first? How did this director get in your life?
I have no idea. They, many people that I've talked to said that they've never met this lady, and they have kids with disabilities in the school.
Okay, just slow down a second, then, man. Okay, so you said all of a sudden, a director isn't just going to walk into your life one day and say, hey, you know what? I don't like the way you're doing this thing. Who told her, who to make the director get off her ass and get involved in your life? Who's other than her? I'm saying who's underneath her that would have reported you to the director?
Well, and that was it, is whenever I enrolled the kids, about within 15 minutes, an email started shooting from the lady that I talked to whenever I enrolled the kids to the director.
You enrolled the kids where?
At the Lebanon School District.
Okay, you were enrolled. Okay, how long were they in that school before? What did you just move into this location?
Yes. Yeah. I just moved here after my divorce.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're skipping a lot of stuff here, man. Okay, so you moved to a new school district called Lebanon. Okay, great. So you moved to Lebanon. I hear it's really nice this time of year, Lebanon.
Yeah, it's a lot better than where you're at. I don't have so much snow.
Well, I figure you're in the Middle East. You're in Lebanon, so.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's what it seems like sometimes.
Palestine, Lebanon, yeah, okay. But anyway, Vital, I think he's Lebanese, ain't he, Vital? Oh, no, that's
what's that?
Oh, no, it's just Vital is listening. Vitals.
Oh.
I said, I asked him if he was Lebanese. I said, no, he's Portuguese, that's right.
Well, anyway, so this lady...
She moves to Lebanon, and things have got pretty rough in Lebanon. Yeah, I hear about that all the time. But, so you moved over to this new county called Lebanon County School District, and how did they even know about you? Why did they even get involved in your life?
Well, they got involved in my life because I just simply, like I said, I asked them for an accommodation plan for the kids because they would miss certain days.
Okay, that's great. Okay, now it's starting to make sense. You started it. Okay, that's fine.
All right, and this lady, Tanya Lapartis, actually, the director of the director of special education, actually sued my aunt several years ago. And
how did she know you were related?
Because my mom actually testified in her case, and she had the same last name as me.
Oh, yeah, and that's right.
My mom went to the Supreme Court of Missouri on my case whenever I was a kid, and she won because they wouldn't educate me and stuff. It was an educational case.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so that's how she knows me. And I'm just like...
so you guys are infamous and notorious. Okay, that's great.
Right, yeah. And so, which I had no idea that she was at the school district because, like I said, I lived in Camdenton, and I wasn't going to put my kids in Camdenton. So, because my mom settled the case in 2002 with the Supreme Court and stuff, so against the Camdenton school, so I was like, you know what, I'm not even going to mess with these people. I'm just going to move, and I'm going to put my kids in a different school, and everything's going to be grand and wonderful. And then, you know, that's why I said I made up that plan with my ex-wife that I would take care of everything for the kids, and I had them through the week, so she didn't have to do anything. And so whenever I enrolled them in the school, they sent that email around and said the FYI Lagaris, and the director of special education, Tammy Lapartis, she says, do they really live in this district?
Right.
And sent an email back to her. So that's how she was involved in this. And then she tells me in one of these meetings, they call them IEP meetings, and they're independent educational meetings is what it is, to discuss what the plan is going to be and how they're going to do this stuff.
Okay, individual, plans. Okay, that makes sense. IEP, right. Great.
And so then in one of these meetings, which I've recorded all of these meetings, and I've recorded every interaction with these people, so I have all of this stuff on recording that in one of these meetings, she says, hey, you know, this is what we're going to do. This is your new parenting plan. And I told her, I said, you guys don't have the judicial authority to do this. You guys can't do this. Yeah. And they said, we're going to do it this way. And I said, well, you guys can't. And they said, well, we talked to our attorney, and our attorney said we can, so if you don't like it, sue us.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, did you tell them that, okay, when they were going on about saying that they could do this and they could do that to you, did you just say to them something simple like, are you talking, like, did you ask them, like, are you talking about my property? I mean, did you go that route?
No, I didn't know about this situation. You know, I didn't know about you and all of this stuff. I was ignorant to the fact that this kind of stuff, I knew it was wrong, but I didn't, I guess, put it in the right words to say, hey, you guys are doing wrong. Fix it. You know?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they're not doing something wrong, you know, because as far as they're concerned, within their belief system that what they're doing is proper. So
right.
You got to educate these people in what they're doing, you know, isn't wrong, but they don't have the scope of the authority to touch your property. They're going to think they're 100% in the right because they went to some sort of, you know, community college and they got an associate degree in psychology or child psychology, and they think they're, you know, they got a 4.0 grade average. So for some reason, that belief just makes them feel that they're justified in anything they do.
Right.
Because they accreditation, they got a piece of paper that says that, like the Wizard of Oz, you got a big brain, you know, Mr. Scarecrow. So now you're smart because I gave you a piece of paper.
Right.
So people just got a piece of paper that says they're smarter than you. So they're going to ask their legal department, yes, and their legal department says the same thing. Well, we got a piece of paper saying that we, you know, are attorneys. We pass the bar, so we are smart. So we can do whatever we want too. So everybody just believes because they got this piece of paper that it makes them better than you, makes them so much smarter than you. That they know what's best.
because this piece of paper says that they're smarter than you.
Right. No, I completely understand that, and that's where I was at. Cause,
so what they're doing is, what I'm trying to say is, they are not doing wrong. They were led to believe the more pieces of paper they have, the smarter they are. The more in the right they are. The more that they're acting properly and just and fairly and everything else. You're never going to convince these people that they're wrong.
Right. Right.
Okay.
No, I completely understand.
That's good that they said sue us, because that's what you do is then you say, oh, good, you said sue us, and you recorded all this, right?
Yes.
Oh, lovely. So it's like, I'm going to grant you your wish. Your wish is going to come true.
Well, and that's what I did, and I actually filed a administrative hearing thing for them, which, like I said, I didn't know any of this stuff.
Isn't that just lovely? You stepped right into their world.
Right.
And
believe me, I completely admit that.
And how many pieces of paper do you have that says that you're super smart? None.
Yeah, none.
How many pieces of paper do they have? Thousands. So guess who's going to lose this one? You're
Absolutely.
You're not the
And this ain't even the worst part of it. What happened is, after I filed that administrative hearing thing, then then the school district and some of the people in the school district, the women and men in the school district, they actually involved Division of Family Services in this.
Right.
And then Division of Family Services, then after they involved Division of Family Services, my ex-wife charged my son with molesting his sister. And whenever I went into, right like a week before court, she did this to Division of Family Services.
Well, how old
and I went into Division of Family Services, and I told them, I said, look, here's 18 months of medical records that this stuff happened.
How old is little Johnny Esther?
7.
Oh, please. Okay. Yeah, he's competent. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And that's whenever I went in there.
And a 7-year-old man is fully functional at that time to do some serious molesting.
Right, and that's whenever I went in, because I was pissed that my ex-wife did this to her own flesh and blood.
Yeah, he's probably packing a good 3/4 of an inch.
Right, exactly. And so I went into DFS, the Children's Division there, Social Services, and I told them, I said, look, here's 18 months of medical records that this stuff was going on to my daughter when my son, nor I, or anybody else was around. It was just the mother and the mother's boyfriend.
Yeah.
And because she left our son with me, she hurt his leg, and she left him with me and took our daughter back in 2010, whenever we first split up. And so this is how this all happened with the 18 months of stuff with my daughter and stuff.
Let me ask you a simple question. When this kid was doing all this molesting, where was he?
He was with me.
Okay, so he's with you. How does this wife know that he was molesting?
Because she just, she got him for temporary, or she got him for custody, and we had our agreement and stuff. And then she made up the thing that he was the one doing it to her, and how did she go about substantiating it? She went through DFS to do it, and DFS.
How long did she have the kid, the girl, go to a psychiatrist? I mean, how did she substantiate it other than her saying it?
They didn't. We've never had a hearing. We've never had anything.
Okay.
They never substantiated it.
Okay. Dude, just let's do this one at a time. I don't care about whether you had a hearing or not. I didn't ask for a hearing, did I? You didn't get to that point yet. I'm not even going to ask you about a hearing yet. I'm going to ask you simple questions. I said, so the mom is the one who said that little Johnny Asperger decided to molest his sister, right?
Yes.
What form of molesting? There's all kinds of molesting. You could
just touching. Just touching.
Okay, so she touched his sister. Okay, whoop-de-doo. So did anybody ever question you about this touching?
No, nobody ever questioned him. And nobody ever questioned me.
Anybody ever question you?
No.
Okay, nobody's ever come to you and say, why does little Johnny Asperger touch his sister?
No.
Nobody asked you that. Okay, great. So Mama goes and says, little Johnny Asperger's touching sister. Yeah, who cares? Okay, where is this going? So what does it matter?
What it matters is that DFS, Children's Services, they sent out a letter saying that all the claims were unsubstantiated because I took all the documents into them and I told them there ain't no way in hell it happened.
Okay.
And so then it actually came out that 4 months later, actually it came out, my daughter told me exactly who was doing what to her. And then I filed.
Let me ask you a simple question. Why did you bring any paperwork to social services, DHR people, DHS people? Why did you bring any paperwork to them at all? Did they say that they were going to summons you to court? I mean, why did you talk to them? How did you even know that they were investigating?
The guardian ad litem, which is the attorney.
Yeah, I know
okay. He actually told me that DFS is saying that something happened between the son, your son, and your daughter, and you need to figure out what's going on.
Okay. Did you say to this DSS lady? How did this guardian ad litem even get involved? So you told him bypass. How did the kid even get the guardian ad litem?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry about that. What happened was the school stole my kids and everything, and I filed, as well as the administrative hearing, I also filed a, which was supposed to be a contempt order, but it ended up getting filed as a motion to modify our custody agreement against my ex-wife, and then they appointed the GAL in the case.
Okay, what I'm saying is, when did they do this? See, you missed this modification, too. Who initiated this modification?
I did.
Why did you initiate a modification?
Because she, with the school's help, stole my kids.
With the school's help did what?
Stole my property, stole the kids from me.
Okay, how did they, wait a second. Well, first you moved to Lebanon, a county that you successfully won a lawsuit against. Okay, that I got.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said that the director said to show us proof that the kid really lives here in this county, right? Something like the one along that path?
Yeah.
Okay, so you sent them proof, okay? How in the world did you go from that to having the kid stolen? You missed something along the line there.
No, we had like I said, we had an IEP meeting, and they said we are changing your custody agreement, and you are no longer going to have your children from Sunday to Friday. You're only going to have them every other week.
Okay, you're only going to have them every other week on the weekends or something?
Well, they made it up that I would have them 1 week, she would have them the other week.
Oh, the 5 days a week.
Right.
Okay, so full 5 days a week, 50-50.
Right.
She'd have half the time, you'd have half the time. Just split the babies in half. That's great. Okay.
Right. And which, like I told them that they couldn't do that, and then whenever I went to go pick up my kids at school, they called the cops on me and said, "You can't have your kids."
Okay. Who wished for who wished for the modification of 50-50? Who wanted the 50-50?
It was the school and my ex-wife. They wanted it that way.
There you go, the ex-wife. There you go. You see, you forgot to say that. See, you're missing all these nice little details. First you're saying it's just some director who did all this and said, sue us. But now you're telling me, well, the ex-wife, she wanted it as well. She wanted it to be 50-50. So you're
I don't know that 100%. I mean, I would assume that she would have been the one to tell this director, hey, I want my kids more than what I have them. Do something about it.
Right.
You know.
Okay. So she did. So she went to the director. Let's just say she did. Okay. She went to the director and said, I want this more. I want it 50-50. I'm tired of paying child support. I want 50-50.
Right.
So how much was she paying in child support?
She wasn't. I never asked for child support.
Okay, so she wasn't paying child support. So
No.
she just said she wanted to be more of a children's life, so she wanted the kids 50-50. Okay, that's fine. So she wanted it 50-50. Okay, so her and the director said we're going to modify custody.
Right.
Right. And did you ever ask the lady, where does she have the legal authority to modify a consent decree or, that was generated by a court?
Yeah, I did. And I asked her, I said, where do you have the power to do this?
Do you have the court order?
Yes.
Okay, and what does the court order read?
The court order read that if the mother did not move to Lebanon prior to the commencement of school, she only got the kids on Friday after school until Sunday at 6 p.m.
Okay, so that's what the consent decree read. And what is that actual document called? Is it a consent decree? What is it called?
Parenting plan.
Parenting plan, lovely. So it's not part of the actual divorce itself. It's an actual separate document.
Yes, it is a separate document.
There you go, lovely, because a lot of people who call me up don't realize there's a difference, and there definitely is a difference. So this is a parenting plan. And where along in that parenting plan, in the state of Missouri, does the parenting plan, because you signed to it, you're a signatory, you submitted to the control of the jurisdiction and the authority of parenting plans, have you done any research whatsoever to say that by signing this parenting plan that any government agent, director, school teacher, anything can modify this plan at will?
No.
Okay.
No, there's not anything that I've found that says that.
Okay, yes or no. That's all I need is yes or no. Okay, no, you haven't found that anywhere. Did you just ask the director a very simple question? By what authority, legal or lawful authority, are you relying upon to make such a decision?
And I did.
Did you tell her, can you cite the code? Can you actually give me the conclusions of law and what you're relying upon to do such an act? Can you say, ma'am, you have a legal apartment. Can you have your legal apartment tender an actual document that gives you the jurisdiction and the authority to do such an act?
The only thing she told me in that meeting, after I told her that she doesn't have this authority to do that,
you might have told
said
her.
that.
How does she know? How do you know she doesn't?
There's nothing saying that she does that I found.
You ask them to put it in writing. You say to her, you have a legal department, right, ma'am? She says, we certainly do. Say, good. Who is in charge of your legal department? Who may I get in touch with in your legal department who will give me the law in which you're relying upon to do such an act? Who is the man or woman in your legal department in which I'm in contact?
Right. And she told me then, she said, my lawyer said I can do this, and that's what we're going to do.
What is my name?
Ernie
what is the name of your lawyer?
Right.
And what was the name of her lawyer?
Ernie Jacobs.
Okay, so you wrote to Ernie Jacobs and say what law is she relying upon which gives her the capacity to act in such a manner. And what
I didn't actually write a letter to him.
Oh, you didn't do it. Oh, boy, isn't that sweet. Why didn't you write him a letter?
Because I just filed a complaint in their administrative thing. Like I said, I didn't know what else to do.
How about instead of complaining, how about we find out the law? Okay?
Right.
Ask what law you're relying upon to do such an act. Where is it written within your code, your statute, in which I subscribed, which I became a slave to, because I voluntarily put my name to paper, and I said, I will kiss your ever-loving ass, but show me in that book that I said, I will kiss your ass, and that you can modify it at will. Show me, and I will kiss your ass, because I'm a schmuck, and I just kiss everybody's ass. I will kiss your ass if you show me where I have to kiss your ass.
Right. And
that's all you
that,
ask.
Right. And yeah, that the only problem is that I've ran into is that it's no longer just the school. It's the Division of Family Services has gotten involved now.
Okay.
And they
you don't care about the Division of Family Services. You just want to know where the director had the authority, the power, the capacity to do such an act on Tuesday, August the 17th, 2014, when she told me that. That's all you want to know. That's all you want to know to this point. I don't give a damn how many other people got involved. All I want to know is when that lady opened her mouth and she made that decision that day, what law was she relying upon to do such an act?
Okay. All right.
That's all you want to know.
I will do that.
How many other people came involved after that? All I want to know is what happened. What did she do on that day? Because if she acted out of her scope and authority, you got a claim. If you don't, if she didn't act out of her scope and authority, you don't have a claim.
Right. And I understand that. And what has happened since then is I have completely lost all rights to my kids.
I don't give a damn.
And what?
You got to find out where she's got that capacity to move in such a manner. That's the first thing you got to do.
Okay. All right.
And you find out from her lawyer that she did have that ability or didn't have that ability to say, well, you know what, that was then, this is now, you know, you got a lot bigger fish to fry. Now, if I was you, I'd worry about kissing ass and just getting back to custody of your kids. You know, I don't want to be worried about what she did back then. You know, if I was you, I wouldn't want to fucking piss the judge off. And you know, if I was you, I'd just start worrying about getting back to, you know, good graces with the court. You want to know exactly what gave her the ability and power to modify custody at that day. That's what you need to do. Okay, that's the number one thing you need to do. Okay, so then what's the other thing you were trying to say to me?
Well, the other thing is that. Go ahead.
You say all kinds of other fucking fun and shit happened since then?
Yeah. What has happened since that day is they took the DFS took the ridiculous charge that my ex-wife, the alleged charge that my ex-wife made against my son, and did use that to, when we got to court, they told the judge, hey, look, we think this happened. Well, the judge said, well, it's obvious that this happened, so we're going to, keep in mind, there was no hearing, no nothing. The judge just said this in open court. We're going to split the kids now.
Yeah.
During my custody time and all that stuff. And DFS gets to direct wherever the kids go and what they do.
Okay.
And then a month later, they DFS called up and called the judge and said, he's not cooperating with us, so now we want to take his rights away to weekends only. And, you know, my old attorney and everybody was standing in court, and they said, what is he not cooperating with? And they said, well, we don't know.
Yeah.
And so, which we found secret emails and stuff like that to the judge of what they thought was going on and what they thought should be done. And then a month after that, I got a call on October 31st from my old attorney, and he said that DFS said that they had he told me that they had a conference call with the judge, and the judge, DFS told the judge that they, because I took my daughter to the emergency room because she had a huge bruise on her arm, that it was emotionally traumatizing for my daughter, and they need to strip my rights completely, and I need supervised visitation, and I only get to see them at the DFS office 1 hour a week, and that has been going on since last year.
Wow. That's pretty wild.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is they've made this web so ridiculously big, and Division of Family Services has found a way to get in. The Attorney General even filed this year in February or March of this year, which I was recording all of the meetings and stuff like that. And I told them that I was recording the meetings and stuff, and I asked them, I said, why do I have supervised visits? And they said, well, because you can't get along with the boyfriend. Which that wasn't their exact words. I was just paraphrasing what they actually said. But like I said, I've got it all on recording and everything. And so the Attorney General of Missouri filed a paper in my case that told them, that said to the judge that DFS did not get due process in this matter, and the order is void from doing any of this. And so I told this judge, this is the fourth judge that I've had, because I got the one to recuse himself, or I got 3 to recuse themselves, and I also got a GAL thrown out because he was illegal. He didn't have the proper paperwork on file. But, so...
Everywhere.
What was that?
Well, I said you're just making friends everywhere. Okay, that's fine. I just see the smile. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right, and yeah, I mean, the GAL's wife worked at the school district in the special education department as well.
Okay.
And they didn't tell me that. But anyway, the thing is that the DFS sent in a motion and said, hey, look, we want out of this case. We want nothing to do with this stuff. And we didn't make any recommendations now, and we didn't make any recommendations then, and we want out of this case. And I told the judge, no.
Who said that? Who said they wanted out?
The Division of Family Services, the Attorney General of Missouri, which represents the Division of Family Services.
Okay, so they said they want out.
Right, because I made everything public in my case of what they did and all of that, because I didn't know what else to do. So I made it all public.
So I didn't say that's wrong. Okay, so that's fine. They did everything public. That's good.
So they filed this paper, and in open court, I told this new judge, I said, look, DFS is saying they want out of this case, that this order is void because they didn't get due process. I'm telling you, I didn't get due process, so I think the order is void. You know, I believe it's void. And, you know, because I fired my old attorney, and I represented myself. Well, I fired him when he sent me a text message that the judge refers in clients. And I was like, okay, you're out of here. I'm done. And so whenever I told this judge, you know, hey, look, this is the deal, you know, they saying they don't want them to do with this. I'm saying I didn't get due process, so the order needs to be voided. And he said, you need to get an attorney so we can go in the back room here and move this case forward and all this stuff. And I was like, well, I've tried that before, and I'm where I'm at today because of that. And he was like, well, then, you know, I might just refer this case to juvenile, which is another part of the court, you know, if you don't get a lawyer and all this stuff. So I was like, all right, fine. So I went and hired a lawyer. You know, I said, you know, I was like, I have the right to represent myself. And he was like, yes, you do. But this would move, I'm going to tell you one more time. He told me like 15 times. You know, he said, it's you need to get a lawyer, otherwise it's going to get real ugly.
Yeah.
For me. And, you know, like I told him, I said, you know, he was like, I want to move forward. I was like, I do too. But the only way to move forward is to stop violating my rights. And I said, and then we can move forward.
Okay.
And then he threatened me that he was going to send it to juvenile and all this stuff. So I was like, all right, fine. So I went and hired another attorney.
Okay.
And in June of this year, and she took $3,800 of my money, and I still have no hope of getting my kids.
Too funny.
What's that?
That's too funny. How did you hear about me?
Doing all the research and stuff, trying to find a way to go about this that will actually work. And so I fired her, and which was just last week or the week before.
How did my name pop up that it's going to work?
What's that?
That's why I just laughed. It's not a bad thing. I'm just laughing. And how does my way work? I mean, who told you that my way works?
It makes sense. I mean, now that I've actually looked at your stuff and I've listened to a lot of things on, you know, how you've helped those other families and stuff, it just makes sense.
I mean, how did you find me? I mean, this Talkshoe is like a little bullshit middle of nowhere Pittsburgh thing. How did you find me?
One of the ladies that, whenever I went public, there is a group of people that's been helping me trying to research laws And my mom actually found you as she was researching stuff, and she was like, listen to this guy. What he's saying is making sense. And
yeah, it's called Lentz sense. Yeah.
Absolutely. And, you know, honestly, you sound just like my grandfather and my father do. You know, they are straight, this is the way it is. I'm a man, you know, this is the deal. My grandfather was from New York, and he was born and raised in New York, and, you know, so he was always that, look, if you got a problem with me, that's perfectly fine. Let's figure this out, okay? If you don't want to figure it out, fine. We'll go to court and we'll deal with it that way. You know, and sometimes he did it that way. Sometimes he was just like, you know, hey, look, I'll just knock your lights out. I really don't care. You know, but I mean, you know, it just made sense. And, you know, I started thinking about everything that my grandfather had told me about the way the world works and all of that, and what my father had told me. And I was like, you know what, this guy's making sense. I've heard this before, you know. And I'm like, wow, this stuff actually works, okay. Everybody wasn't full of shit. Okay, all right, this stuff actually works. So that's why I'm here with you right now is I just need, so I filed a claim, okay.
Well, what does the claim read?
The claim reads, hold on just a second, I got it pulled up here. It reads, I, a man, prosecutor, and then down below that it says Ralph James, a man, and Ralph James, a person, magistrate, judge, Camden County Court. And then it says and Andrew White, a man, and Andrew White, guardian ad litem, and Missouri Department of Social Services, Children's Division, each unnamed wrongdoer 1 through 99, and each unnamed wrongdoer 1 through 99, wrongdoers. And then it says under that, it says, I require a court of record trial by jury. And under that, I put claim trespass. And then under that, I put, I, a man, require the immediate restoration of my property, see Exhibit A and Exhibit B, to be delivered to 335 Smith Road, Lebanon, Missouri.
Yeah.
And then under that, I said, the said wrongdoers trespass upon my property. The trespass did and does harm and injury to my property. The commencement of the wrong and harm began on May 18, 2013. The wrong and harm continues to this day, November 24, 2014. I require compensation for the initial and continual trespass upon my property. Compensation due, and I took your $1 per second that they interfered, and it ended up being 90 per exhibit, and ended up being $95,904,000. And then under that, I put continual trespass compensation due, $1 per second, Exhibit A, $1 per second, Exhibit B. Yeah. And then under that, I said, I say here, and will verify in open court that all herein be true. And then I signed it, Dennis Lagares Jr., and put the date underneath it and put my thumbprint on it. And then I also attached Exhibit A, a picture of my son, and Exhibit B, a picture of my daughter.
Yeah, okay. You went an awful long way to do something I think is incredibly simple. But is there when you got this new parenting plan, right? Way back when, right? Okay. When you got this new parenting plan, so you're trying to say that you had some sort of a hearing way back when?
No, I never had a hearing. It never went. I filed for due process in the administrative hearing panel for the school, but I never went through with it because then they got DFS involved, and, you know, it took them a year. And I had this all spelled out in the complaint of what they were trying to do and how they were trying to strip me of my rights because my ex-wife took me.
You do an awful long way of asking me. I ask you a simple question. You go around the long path. You just like doing the long way for some reason. But very simple question I just asked you. I said, so who modified this
arrangement? Who modified this parenting plan?
Originally, Tammy Lapartis at the school.
Okay, Tammy did. Okay, so this director lady named Tammy, she modified it?
Yes. Originally, yes.
Okay, she modified it, right?
Yes.
And she made it 50-50. Did you just ever send her a bill because she modified something? By this modification, it has caused loss to you. You've accrued financial loss. Have you ever just sent her a bill and say, you owe me this much money?
No.
Okay. And like I said, is there a reason why you still can't go back to their attorney and say by what lawful or legal authority was she relying upon to do such an act? You see, you got to do that still, too.
Right.
Or you send her the bill that, hey, you know what, I did set myself up when I signed this parenting consent decree back in 2012. I did set myself up for this, that somebody could just come in and just, do as they will, and I have to basically consent to it. So like I said, first to find out, did you consent to this? Did you give them the legal and lawful authority to do such an act to you?
No.
Well, you're going to find out.
Oh, okay.
You might have. There might be something in that contract that you signed. Like I said, people just sign things like effing crazy, and they never bother to really read it. That gives them the other person the power authority to act in a certain manner.
No. They didn't create a new document.
And to say they created a new document, whatever you signed in 2012, the parenting plan, after the divorce, right? You got the divorce decree, right? Okay. You filed the divorce decree. You got divorced. Then all of a sudden you got started to, you had a parenting plan also established at that time, right?
Right.
Great, lovely. So you're following along with me. Is there anything in that parenting plan that back from 2012 that gives them the authority to do what they did?
No. I've read over that thing 100 times, and there's nothing in there.
All right, you believe there's nothing in there. That's lovely. That's a nice belief to have. So you believe that what they're doing right now is wrong.
Right.
Okay, that they're doing something that they know is illegal and unlawful. They have no capacity to do such an act, and they're just totally bullshitting.
Yes.
Okay, so you think what they're doing is wrong. So you're calling them out, basically saying, good. Now, where's your attorney? And I want to hear the attorney tell me that what you're doing is legal and lawful. Right?
Okay.
Right now. You got to find out if what they're doing is legal and lawful. And if you find out that what she wasn't doing something legal and lawful, obviously you could tender her the bill.
Okay.
For what the damage that she's done. Okay? And when you do that, they got something called a finance department in every county and every state. In every finance department, there's something called risk management. They're the people that actually, the actuaries that actually come up who have to, when a state or a county employee does wrong, they have a fund, like a trust fund or a slush fund or a compensation fund for the wrong. So obviously you're going to get them, they're going to be involved because you want compensation. So you're going to, obviously those people are going to get involved. So then you go after the lady in her individual and her official capacity. Because in official capacity, that's when you could tap into the state's finances. But because right now, even if you did go after her, she could say she's worth $32.16, and you get $1 million from her, she could say, please take my payment of 1 penny a year for the next 10 million years. And that's what I'm going to get. So that's why you got to go after her in the official and individual capacity. As a state employee as well as a woman.
Okay.
You can't forget to go after them in their official capacity as well. That she was in dereliction of duty because she overstepped. She overreached her, capacity, and her ability to administrate to do what she did.
Right. Okay.
That's why you got to make sure you come after both ways.
Okay.
So, and then like I say to people, that is when you file like a complaint, and the other one is when you file a claim. So you're actually doing both worlds. you're going after man-to-man, which is the claim world, and then you're actually filing a complaint, which is the legalese world. So people say to me, but Karl, why do you file complaints and claims? I said, it depends. Am I going after the person, or am I going after the man? Or am I going after both? Sometimes it's beneficial to go after both. And I'm sure you've seen that sometimes in lawsuits too. If you've been really studying lawsuits, you've been seeing where it says in an individual and official capacity.
Yes. Yeah, that's I actually filed a federal lawsuit against all of these people.
Well, you didn't file a federal lawsuit. You probably filed the United States Civil Court under the United States Civil Procedures.
Right, yeah, I dismissed it because I realized that was not the way I needed to go, so I dismissed it without prejudice.
Right, it could be the way to go, because you can sue them in the federal court because you want the diversity. You want to say that I'm not going to be able to get because honestly, if you read the Constitution of the United States, it says any time a man has a charge against him by the state in which he lives, the court of original jurisdiction is that of the United States Supreme Court. You can't be tried in the state of Missouri by the state of Missouri.
Okay. All right.
It's right there in the Constitution. If you read, if you read the power of the Supreme Court, any man who's been charged with a crime in his state, obviously, the state court cannot hear the matter. Obviously, the original jurisdiction has got to be that of the United States Supreme Court.
The only problem I have with that,
if everybody was charged with a state court, ran to the United States Supreme Court, they'd be backlogged forever.
Okay, I have a question about that. I was never actually charged with anything.
Don't be saying that you were charged with anything. I'm saying that you signed a parental consent decree in 2012 that you bound yourself to act in a certain manner, and you're going to let a certain jurisdiction, certain parties, and certain individuals outside of your outside of your home, determine where your children are going to lie.
Right. Okay. All right.
You allow that to happen. So, like I said, you got to let them show you where is the provision in here which allows you to come in and administrate my property. Where does it say it's here in this parenting plan? Where does it say that I give you the capacity to do such an act? And they've got to point it out. They've got to say, well, in Section 3, subsection F, subsection G, it clearly defines that we have the capacity at will, at any time. Any, state agent has the capacity to modify your parenting without your consent, without your permission.
Okay.
So I have to actually point it out and show you in black and white. It says, buddy, it says right here. What part of that can't you read? And they'll say, oh, yes, it does say that. I did. I was a sucker for that. I did sign that bullshit, didn't I? Yeah, I guess I am. Okay. And then you live and learn. And you say, you know what? I'm going to fucking have to, rescind my signature on that. You know what? I'll administrate my property from now on. Thank you anyway.
Okay. So I need to rescind that parenting agreement?
No, because first you got to find out. No, first you're going to hold them if they exceeded their lawful and legal authority to act in such a manner. Then you're going to go after them for breach. Then you're going to they breach. They moved without the capacity to do such an act. It's a derelict in duty.